Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. We are live now. We are live from the apocalypse. In fact, that is our status and our name. Welcome. If you have not joined us before, this is a channel where we play tabletop role-playing games that benefit nonprofits and aid organizations and great places doing important work like that. I almost said organization 2 times in the same sentence, and that would have been a disaster. Saved it.
Just cancel the whole
Restart the
stream.
stream.
That
Yeah,
way.
We had to restart the. All right, we broke character. Let's start over.
Shut it.
Yeah, we do that. We play the tabletop games to benefit great organizations. This stream, Nephilim, has benefited for the past year. That's not true. We used to benefit other organizations, but for a while now, we have been doing Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood is wonderful, very, very critically important organization. They do incredible work with reproductive education, reproductive rights advocacy, access to abortions, and for many women and men in the United States, it is their only form of healthcare, affordable healthcare, free healthcare. But yeah, the work that they do is super vital, super important. So if you like what you see here at Live from the Apocalypse, instead of doing the normal Twitch stuff of subscribing to us or giving us bits or things like that, please just give them the $5, the $6, whatever, directly to them. Because if you subscribe, Amazon takes 50% of that. And we donate everything we make from the subscriptions and all of that good stuff. But more of your money will get to the organization if you just donate it directly. So at any point during the stream, you can hit !PP donate. Yes, it is funny. Yes, it is appropriate. And yes, it is the real link. That will call up the Tiltify URL. Click that, follow it through. You'll be able to donate money there. And then you'll make the McElroy brothers yell at us and all of that good stuff. You are welcome to subscribe if you want. As I said, all of that money either gets donated or goes right back into the channel. And Brennan Lee Mulligan will pop up on screen and scream about killing dogs. If you do that, you are more than welcome to. But yeah, the best way to get the money to the organizations that we are platforming is just by donating to them directly. So if you like what you see, go ahead and do that. If you have not joined us before, Nephilim is one of the first games we ever started running on this channel. It has been going for over a year now. It is a near future, gritty sci-fi homebrew setting that uses the impulse drive system. It's powered by the apocalypse. And yeah, we have been going for a very long time. And this is the last session. This is it. The story's going to be done after this. So this is a very special stream. Thank you so much for joining us. And I think that's probably most of the housekeeping. I'm sure we'll get all sentimental at the end, but we're not there yet. We're just getting into it. So let's dive on in to the finale of Nephilim. Guess we should start off with our character introductions. So Della, will you introduce our viewers to Jaxper Sim, the Tempest?
Jaxper Sim is the Tempest archetype, Tempest playbook. He is an eternally 18, 19-year-old nano bro. He was given nanites essentially while he was in like development as like a fetus, and has sort of grown up as a weapon built by a pair of corporations. He's currently just met one of his genetic donors and is staying at that guy's house and is finding that very weird, but is also like fine, I guess. It's cool here.
Yeah,
People don't
just
shoot at
fucking
you.
grip it and rip it, baby.
Hey,
Slop that
thank you for
down,
your
dude.
donation.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
We appreciate
Anonymous.
it. Thank you, Anonymous. We appreciate the donation. And yeah, that's Jax. He is big, he is strong, he loses his temper.
It's true. He's also dying.
He's also dying. He's also
So that's-
fully dying. There
that's
are
fun.
too many other nanites in his body.
It's complicated. We'll get into it.
There's a lot of nanites.
It's a lot
Everybody's
of
nanites.
nanites.
I'm
Oops on
nanites.
nanites.
Oops
This
on nanites.
I'm going to say we really appreciate your donation. This advantage count is getting a little ridiculous.
We
Well,
just roll everything with advantage. That's just how we roll here.
It's the last session, and we're
Sure
about
is.
to assault the enemy compound, so I get the feeling we might need it.
Mhm.
We appreciate it.
What good
Okay,
planners
all
we
right,
are.
all right. I've got a question. So the only difference between a compound and an estate is finances. And in this place, so are we assaulting a compound or are we assaulting an estate at this point? 'Cause
I
this
thought-
is-
Isn't a wall involved? Isn't there like a distinction?
We're going underground, so I don't know. If
I
it
thought we
matters.
established that the difference between an estate and a compound was a way to determine somebody's political affiliations.
No, I don't necessarily
And this is a
think
compound.
so. I don't necessarily think so because there are definitely communist compounds.
Well, that's true. Maybe like, no, that's true because they're extremist.
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah, maybe like a compound is like if you are politically extreme, and then a state is if you are like, you know,
Respectively moderate.
yeah, respectively moderate. But they're essentially the same thing.
Yeah. All right. All right.
I don't know. I guess you'll have to figure out which one this is.
To be determined.
To be determined.
Yeah, right. To be determined. What could it be? Julia, could you introduce us to Paget Aeschylus, the scoundrel?
Sure. Paget is the newest member of the team. She is originally a little small-time car thief from Texas who really wanted to do something exciting, saw these guys on the news and was like, perfect, lied her way onto the ship, flew it to the moon, and is now way too involved with these people she has not known for very, very long.
Yeah, accurate.
She's here now, so let's do it.
Let's do it.
Just a full-on lack of healthy boundaries.
You got to do one cool thing. Hopefully you'll get to do another cool thing.
Hopefully she will live to fly the ship again.
Mm-hmm. Fingers crossed. Rouge. Could you tell us a little bit about Maeve Delaney, the intellect?
So Maeve has been traditionally the team cinnamon roll. She's getting a little roughed up at this point of the venture, so that may not really be the case anymore. But she's still a real cool mechanic who has recently gained the ability to maybe do like magic mechanic stuff with the power of nanite shenanigans.
It's not
So-
magic. It's, you know, very realistic technology.
Space magic.
Sure. But so far that has been limited to she made a broken glass not broken with the power of her thoughts, and that's the extent of what we know she can do. But there have been vague promises made that she could probably do some other cool shit, so that may or may not happen today, but I'm gonna guess it's probably gonna happen because it's the last session.
Sure could. And it is bad signs. Listen, we build this game from the get-go as realistic, and I've done my best,
Spamagic.
okay? I've done my best.
We've got
Has it gone-
Spamagic.
That's space.
Has it gone off the
magic.
rails? Yes. We're just having fun. And last but certainly not least, Ellis Red-Eye Maldonado, the Hound.
Yeah, Ellis is the Hound. Ellis is the oldest, potentially most Texan, though Paget is now putting up fight for that member of the crew. He's an idiot. He's a stalwart defender of everyone on the crew. He remains unmagical and unrobotic in all significant ways, and is more likely than your mom to break his cell phone. So hopefully he's able to keep everyone together until we can get this thing done at the compound estate facility underground secure portion.
Abandoned fuel depot.
Abandoned
yes,
fuel
yes.
depot. Yes.
Who knows, you know?
He also doesn't understand any of this magic stuff, and is very
And actively hates it, in fact.
yeah, is actively against it. It's
Yeah,
all alarming and uncomfortable in very real
Mhm.
ways.
not wrong. Not wrong at all. Cool. So that is the crew of the Nephilim as it stands currently. With that said, let's let's talk a little bit about what happened last time. I am all mixed up. What am I doing here? Here we go.
What
There
is
it is.
the what?
I don't know what to
what
do.
is the what is the what? What is happening? Why is this not doing the thing it's supposed to do? Hello.
Because we got all set up early.
Yeah.
We got
That's
set up
true.
early,
Prepared.
which means
Damn,
we
you're
were like,
so
man,
right.
we're so prepared. We're like 10 minutes early.
I know we
Look,
should have run the.
I
Rude
did
just
my
got
best
time to put her
with doing my
makeup
makeup
on.
right up until the last minute and being the
You
reason
really
we
did.
started late. But
I know. You really tried to help.
I
me.
knew we should have
Tried to
run the
help out.
entire stream through one time. It's a tech rehearsal before we.
Is it a volume issue? It's not a volume issue. That's really
Let's-
weird. Okay, we may just like not have music tonight, which would be fine.
Is Spotify continuing its business with you?
This time it's not Spotify. It's the soundboard that I use for our stream music stuff. But whatever, it's fine. We don't need any of that. Maybe I'll mess with it on the break. Either way, yeah. So far, last time, you made it to Tranquility. This sort of system hub, the Milky Way sort of system hub of wealth and privilege and scientific progress. Of the 3 superpowers of our solar system at this point in time, roughly the year 2115, Tranquility is by and large considered to be the most utopic. However, appearances can be deceiving, as you have found since your arrival here. Everything is very uniform, very drab, very sort of boring, shall we say. There's not a lot of variety or anything of that nature. But what brought you here in the first place was news that you might be able to find your long missing captain, Grace Miller, here, held captive, as you've discovered over the course of your travels, by the Church of the First Nail, a anti-technology terrorist organization / cult, commonly referred to as Puritans. Following this lead, you accepted an invitation from Dr. Ivan Hayworth to come to Tranquility. He sponsored you for basically the ability to move around, because travel to and movement around Tranquility, the moon, is very, very regulated, very, very controlled. So Dr. Hayworth made this invitation for you, and upon your arrival, you discovered
Yeah,
what
just
he revealed.
fucking grip it and rip it, baby.
Thank you so
Slop
much
that
for your
down,
donation,
dude.
JD.
Shit, yeah, dude.
Thanks,
Crack
JD.
one for the big boy.
Thanks, JD. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You are a good bro.
You're a very good bro. You're an honorary nano bro, even. We're up to 8. We're up to 8. I don't know if we've had a single session where you've had to roll 8 things.
Well, this is
Like
each
at some
one.
point, yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
at some points when we were doing nonsense.
I don't know. I have definitely gotten 8 advances in a session
Yeah.
because I failed 8
I was
times.
gonna
so-
say Jax has definitely failed 8 times in a row.
That is
yeah.
extremely fair. Okay. But yeah, so Dr. Ivan Hayworth revealed to you upon your arrival that he was one of the scientists, basically the scientist who pioneered the field of nanotechnology that led to your creation, Jaxper. And in fact, he had contributed genetic material to your fetus. I don't know.
Meat.
Don't know how to phrase that.
Tube.
Yeah,
To your tube.
meat. Yep.
The meat part. He contributed to the meat bits.
Mhm.
Don't love that description.
Hey,
No,
listen,
but
I am 39 weeks pregnant. It's all disgusting.
that is out of character. We should establish Jaxper's
Oh yes,
not
Jaxper is
Jaxper
not
is-
pregnant.
no.
Jaxper's player is pregnant. Jaxper
And
is
to be-
not. This is not an M-preg setting, to the best of
Oh,
my
gosh.
knowledge.
Okay.
To be fair, he also contributed to the non-meat bits.
Yes,
so.
he did. He did.
Yeah, that is true.
But that
Um,
makes people less uncomfortable when you talk about it.
Both the meat and the not meat.
I don't think that's the first time MPreg has come up in this game, but I never like it. Like, I'm never happy about it when it does. So anyway,
You
Dr.
assume
Ivan
we
Hayworth.
are? Like,
I'm not
I
assuming
think Della
anything.
and I
I'm just
are, right? I don't know.
stating
Everyone
it
else
for
is
the
weirded
record.
out.
I don't
Not
know.
happy.
I'm not against
Listen,
the
the
idea.
The internet is a weird fucking place, man.
No, listen, it is, and anybody who wants to should be able to conceive life. It's a beautiful thing. We don't have to defend this position.
Yeah, what's
there's a-
happening right now?
I don't know.
You-
I don't know, Dr.
Who are you
Ivan.
arguing with? There's no one in chat. Like,
Have you made up a guy to get mad at again?
yeah, oh
What's this?
man.
Do my best.
I
Dr.
know
Ivan
that feel.
Hayworth
Mm.
was said basically, I'm your father, Luke. I'm your father. And then
Spoilers.
started. Well, yeah,
I
started
the whole
revealing.
turning evil part. Like,
Yeah. Well, they don't know which Luke I'm referencing. It could be Luke Wilson.
that's true.
It could be another Luke. I don't know.
Wow,
Weird
we are
energy.
so-
I feel like
we
I'm.
are so on topic today.
I feel like I'm kind of bringing a weird energy to the stream tonight. I'm not
We're
sure.
doing great. Everything's fine.
doing
We
great.
are. We're doing great. So the he started trying to fix Jaxper. He started trying to figure out what the problem with Jaxper is. And he also started trying to figure out what the problem with Maeve is, because Maeve has been going through some changes and some rough patches. And it was determined that because she is a native Martian, one of only a handful of native Martians, the nanotechnology that she had been exposed to over the course of her membership as the crew of the Nephilim had sort of mixed poorly with the designer organism payload that resulted from the terraforming of Mars to basically wage a war within her biology. Towards the end of last session, well, I guess towards the beginning of last session, she came out of this as the conflict sort of resolved itself. But the result being, according to a theory put forth by the good Dr. Hayworth, was that Maeve also now is full of nanobots, and those nanobots are good at building things or changing things at the atomic or molecular level. And with all of that in mind, you discovered that Dr. Hayworth used to be a member of the church, or at least used to work alongside them. An affiliation that he very deeply regretted. And he told you a lot of information about their base of operations here on Tranquility, because as it turns out, the Puritans are based here on Tranquility. Sort of a hiding in plain sight scenario where would be the last place anyone would look for an anti-technology cult? The hub of science and technology in the solar system.
Also because there are a whole bunch of fucking hypocrites who are constantly using the technology they think of as so evil and making themselves real cool with it.
Oh, the church? Yep. Yes, that is their modus operandi. That is true. So you hatched a plan to get into the compound that is the Puritans' base of operations here on Tranquility. Right outside of the Tranquility, right outside of the city of Nubium, there is a old fuel depot. And while there is a tremendous amount of security based around this compound, the idea was perhaps put forth that with Maeve's new abilities, you could rewrite your own genetics, your own biology, basically become different people able to pass the bioscans that secure the compound. And that is pretty much exactly where we left off. So, it has been a couple of days since that happened. Dr. Hayworth has basically been hard at work the entire time trying to write this code and incorporate it into a system that would allow you to do this. Because Maeve's abilities are largely untested. The idea Hayworth put forth would basically be to write a program that would act as a guidance system for the nanobots, them being basically tiny, highly advanced computers, to tell them exactly what to do, so that it would ideally minimize the risk of failure. during these few days, was there anything any of you wanted to do, or have you been holed up in his house the entire time? There's nothing stopping you from going back to your ship. There's nothing stopping you from going to other parts of Tranquility. You basically have free reign. The only thing that you not being citizens of Tranquility means is that, if you get in trouble, Hayworth is culpable, and they might kick you out of Tranquility and never let you return. But, as long as you don't cause any trouble.
Yeah.
Trouble?
Never.
I think
Never.
Jaxper thinks about leaving, and it's just like, no, I know what I'm like. I'm gonna start a fight with somebody, and I'm gonna get kicked
that's
off
true.
the moon, and possibly literally because the escape velocity here is not super high, so let me just chill.
What would be required for Alice and Paget to go get all of the guns from the ship so that everyone has their, to get the rail gun for Jaxper and I don't know, whatever Paget carries.
Let's see. I've been operating under the impression Paget has her gun the whole time. It's hidden.
Oh, okay.
So you have
Secret.
never been, you haven't been searched or anything like that. While guns and weapons and things like that are highly illegal here on Tranquility, as far as you know, you haven't been passing through scans or checkpoints or things where people have been checking.
Yeah, I'll double check that with the doctor and
Yeah.
but yeah, then that's all Alice is gonna do. It's
Mhm.
well, I guess if we're gonna assault a compound, we should have the guns.
I would
Mhm.
very
I
much
know
like my
Jaxper
gun.
wants his rail gun, so
I want my gun.
You want God and anime?
I want God and anime on my side.
Mm-hmm.
that's right.
Do the traditional
So-
thing where we put it inside of an instrument case.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
But,
all that is required. Sorry, go ahead.
It's like a big standing base case because
It's just a tuba
fucking
case because it
Gauss
breaks down.
rifle.
It just looks like a tuba.
Yeah.
You unlock it and it unfolds into a
Yeah.
unbend it.
All that is required of you to do that is basically to just do it. You just have to travel back to Tranquilium is the visitor center of the moon, basically, where you left your ship, where it is currently docked, and then get it to Hayworth's house without arousing suspicion.
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
I'm-
I think
I'm
that's probably not overly difficult if you said there's no checkpoints or anything. So yeah, we just bring
not
big
generally.
cases and a big suitcase and are like, all right, let's go get the explodey things. So
Mhm.
if there's
Just-
anything that Maeve or Jax need from the ship, that would be us going to go get that. I know Maeve has her big wrench, which is a tool, not a weapon, but
I was actually thinking Maeve would tag along to go back to the Nephilim.
I thought that
To-
there might be biological things you have to do.
I mean, I think the whole point is the code is supposed to help so that we don't need a training montage. But I feel like it would be very important to Maeve, while she's actually not entirely sure this is going to work, to go say goodbye to the Nephilim, just in case.
Hmm.
That is true.
Just to go
all
tell
right.
the Nephilim, it's okay, I'll be back, and if I won't, you've been the best ship ever.
Aw.
Sweet baby ship.
Maeve's real love,
Um,
the Nephilim.
Maeve's truest compatriot.
Mm-hmm.
So Jaxper, you are staying put, but the rest of
Yes.
you are trekking back to the Nephilim, which you are certainly able to do. All you really have to do is basically access one of those self-driving cars. Ava can set everything up for you. She basically summons them. When you get in, you hear her voice talking to you through the control console where the driver's seat should be.
Weird.
And yeah, she's just sort of updating you on your progress and everything. But the three of you can travel back to Tranquilium and then back to that sort of docking bay where everything is synthetically very green and grassy. It kind of just looks like a public park with people sort of stepping into it out of thin air as they leave the docking bay of their ship, and you can re-access the Nephilim. Certainly, I don't think anybody has any gear slots marked off, but you can absolutely treat this as revisiting your stash. If you have any gear slots marked, feel free to clear them, because you're basically stocking up. Yeah. What would you like to gather from the Nephilim? And then I definitely want to hear about Maeve's emotional moment with the ship itself.
So Paget comes back mostly just to get out of the house. She has all of her stuff with her. She never left any of it behind.
You had
As
like
is her
two
way.
things.
I had a
Light.
single duffel bag when I got on this ship, and all I took with me was a single duffel bag. And if none of you ever bothered to look at if I had a gun in there, that's your own business.
I assume you have a gun in there.
So
I've
you
got
have multiple
two
guns in there. Yeah.
I've got a little gun and a little bigger gun.
Smart.
Assumption proved
Smart.
correct. Yeah, Ellis is going to restock gear for Jax, I guess.
Yeah.
By
I go-
transfer.
I go sit
you
in
go
the
and-
pilot seat. Is what I do.
Okay. And you
Meow, meow.
Yeah.
Exactly. She's like, man, if I die, at least I got to fly you once.
At least I got to fly a ship one time.
'Cause it's the best ship ever.
I mean, you did boomerang one ship into another ship, so
'Twas
you
killer.
should-
I got
Let's
a
kill
lot done my first time
You
out of
did.
the gate,
you were
but it's
very
still the
efficient.
only time out of the gate.
Just think what
absolutely.
other crazier stuff you could have done with more time.
I don't know. You
Right.
set the bar pretty high.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just going out on top. You know, like right now, you have a
1 for
flawless
1.
victory record. Yeah.
That's true.
So yeah, you do that. Ellis, you go to sort of that locker room, that back storage section right before the engine room where, you know, Jaxper's workout bench is and just sort of the general worldly possession odds and ends of the assorted crew members are, and you access the hidden compartments behind said lockers where Grace kept a stock of, if not top of the line, at least well cared for guns and weapons of various types.
Yeah, gonna pack a bag full of exploded bits.
Mm-hmm.
Get my
Pack a
And in
grenades,
particular-
man. Get my grenades.
Right.
Yeah, I know. You put the note inside of the duffel bag. Grenades on 2 different post-it notes. It's pretty fucking big.
Ellis comes back with grenadine.
I don't know why you wanted so much of this stuff, but I got
Yeah.
5 pounds of grenadine. All right. I mean,
I'm upset. You're just gonna put this in chili.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Dessert chili.
dessert chili. It's classic. It's a Cincinnati recipe, but with like extra sugar.
Yeah.
It's great.
I'm upset. This is
Don't like
upsetting.
it.
We're all upset.
Nobody liked that.
And then Maeve, where are you going to the engine room? Are you going to your quarters, Grace's quarters? What's your destination here?
Definitely going to the engine room.
Okay.
And I think
You-
she's
you know.
just
You've spent the
slowly-
majority. Yeah. You've
No,
spent
go
the
for it.
majority of your adult life.
Yeah, just
in this
fucking
room.
grip it, baby. Slop that down, dude. Shit, yeah, dude. Crack one for the big boy.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you so much for your donation to Planned Parenthood. It's basically a formality at this point, but I will put another advantage on the counter. And
We're getting close to
and
double
yeah,
digit.
Thank you.
We're
I mean,
gonna
we are.
go
Yeah,
to war with
we very well might hit 10. But thank you again. Yeah, so much for your donation, Andy, and everybody who's donated so far. That's amazing. And it means a lot to us. Thank you. So you have spent the majority of your adult life here in this engine room so far. And you know, it's a sort of a very cramped collection of patched together systems and pipes of various sizes and types and functions. And yeah, you've I get advantage. Hell yeah.
What? Andy, you traitor!
Betrayal. Will doesn't get dice.
Yeah.
No, but I can give you disadvantage. That's a move that the storyteller can make.
Oh, man.
Oh man.
Sending us into war with loaded dice.
Everybody rolls with disadvantage this session. Yeah. So yeah, you've got a lot of memories attached to this place. That's right. GMs support GMs. GM solidarity.
Yeah, I'm gonna remember this.
You're not a GM right now.
Not yet, not anymore. Just for a minute.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Mm-hmm. So Maeve, what do you do?
I mean, I think Maeve slowly wanders around the engine room, just sort of like trailing her fingers over like all the various odds and ends, little pieces of projects she was in the middle of, weird dials and just ratchet stuff that she knows what it all does, and just speaking out loud to apparently no one, just says thanks for always being there for us, and just in case anything happens, just know that you've been the best ship. That's
You okay? You receive no reply. But
Would be a little bit concerning if
I was gonna say,
did.
good.
slightly.
Babe, you were
Yeah.
great.
Thanks.
But yes, you have that moment with the ship to yourself. It's very quiet in here, which is very unusual for the Nephilim. She is normally a ship of many sounds, but docked and powered down as she is, it is oddly sort of peaceful. And yeah, you before you know it, you hear a rapping at the engine room door, and Ellis calling out like, "I got the stuff. We got to go."
I think actually just before, if at that point she is going to stop by
Mhm.
Grace's quarters, though, which I think she basically has not stepped foot in
Mhm.
basically the entirety of the time that Grace has been gone.
Yeah, I think that is pretty accurate, doubtlessly. Yeah, you go down to the second level of the ship where all of the quarters are, just along sort of very narrow corridor. The storage bay at one end, and the very small shared shower at the other. And the first door, the one that is larger than the others, that says Captain in very worn letters on it, slides open as you trigger the door command. And assuming you have not really touched anything, Grace's room is very lived in. There are a lot of different decorations up on the walls, not very typical of this particular crew, of vagabonds and ramblers and criminals. Everybody else's quarters, I imagine, tends to be a little bare bones, and Grace's, though, has a very surprisingly sort of homey feel to it. There are pictures up on the walls, old photographs, sort of similar to the ones that you found in her storage locker. But while those appeared to be very old, probably from even before Grace became a scrapper in the first place, these photographs are more recent. These photographs are more like Grace looks more like the age she was the last time you saw her. And you recognize some of the people in these pictures. Grace, standing with various people in front of ships. You recognize some of them as other scrappers, other scrapper captains, people that you've had sort of business dealings with. There's one of her, and she is, shaking hands with a very awkwardly smiling Hugo, in front of the Nephilim. The first day that she got her scrapper contract, from the union. There's a picture of Grace and your parents, that you were actually in as a baby. And there is a picture among all of the others. You see another familiar picture, which was actually taken relatively shortly before she was taken, before she disappeared, of the full crew complement. Shortly after your old crew member, 2019, formerly Karis Mori, joined, Grace had sort of insisted on a group photo for posterity, and the expressions are very predictable. Nobody really looks particularly happy about it, except I imagine Grace is sort of standing very, very sort of stoically and captainy, kind of in the center. I imagine Maeve is maybe the only one actually smiling. 2019 is trying to disappear as much as possible, just kind of, fade into the background. Is Ellis just sort of grimacing, or what do you imagine? How does Ellis photograph?
Like a deer surprised by a camera.
Mm-hmm.
Like eyes just a little too wide.
Yeah,
but very flat
some-
affect.
Got a bad case of a resting prospector face.
Yeah, exactly. Got a bad case of like, what does a camera do? Okay.
Yeah.
You gotta look into it. I know that. Don't blink.
Yeah.
If you blink, it steals your soul.
That's right.
That's how that works.
Mm-hmm. It is known. And then Jaxper. Does Jaxper photograph like a teenager?
Yeah, looks sullen is definitely giving Ellis bunny ears.
Okay.
It's definitely doing the bunny ears thing behind Ellis's head.
Perfect.
But looks extremely sullen.
Yeah.
Insisted
aside from
he
the
was
photos,
smiling after the picture was taken.
Right. Yeah, Grace was definitely like, we got to take another one. You're not smiling. You're like, God, I am. Leave me alone.
This is what my smile looks like.
This is what it looked like when I was smiling.
It's just how...
Yeah. Badly photoshopped emoji mouth in front of Jaxper's.
Yeah. Right. But aside from the photographs that are just sort of taped up to the metal walls of the ship, there's just a couple other small touches. Like a knit blanket on the bed, a few sort of papers and a data pad that has been in desperate need of charging for months, sitting on the little fold out desk. Some soft lights strung up around the top, I think, almost like Christmas lights, just to give it a softer sort of lighting, as opposed to the very harsh overheads that the rest of the ship has.
Yeah, she's just gonna take it all in and then sort of face that picture of the crew And once again, as if speaking to no one, say, "This is it. We're getting you back, or we're gonna die trying." Nailed it.
Nailed it. Good. It's
Emotion.
okay. Nobody was here to hear you, so it's fine. The room's empty.
The room's empty. Maeve is talking to
Yeah.
literally no one. There were 0 witnesses.
Exactly.
And you mentioned there was a data pad that's like just sort of dead.
Yeah.
You know what? She's gonna scoop that up. Why not?
Okay. Cool. Yeah, you can absolutely take that with you. I do imagine that like when you were sort of going over the ship trying to find things,
We 100%.
We
I guess
already
it's up
looked
to you.
through it, I'm sure,
Yeah.
but
yeah, I guess that's actually up to you. Like, would Maeve have let somebody into Grace's quarters long enough to look through it, or have you literally not set foot or let anyone else set foot in?
We
I
had
think
a whole
Ellis
section.
would have.
We had a whole section on this.
Yeah, Ellis.
As I
Okay,
recall.
cool.
We definitely looked
All
through
right.
all of this stuff.
Yeah,
Cool,
Ellis.
cool, no problem.
Ellis
man.
probably was the one to search Grace's quarters.
Beyond that, if
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I was actually gonna say this before you got into the room, but it makes more sense for it to be on this. If she recharges it, Alice has been like filing reports to Grace, just like he's supposed to, the entire time. So like there's like daily like quartermaster reports of like where the ship's going, how much money they spent
Yeah.
on fuel and everything. Like the whole, just like he's supposed to. Like every single like, well, when she gets back, she's not gonna want to see 2 months of missing reports. That's taxes right there. Somebody's got to account for that. So
Maeve, plugs it in and like turns it on, and it's just like constant pinging noises as all of the notifications come
no
in.
distinction either. No, like it's more sullen or anything. It's the exact same like horribly typed, like full of bad autocorrect errors of every single one of Ellis's reports ever. Just as usual.
Didn't spell my name right when he talked about the new pilot.
No, Pidgeotto got here and got her signed up for the union.
Yep.
I think I'm
Perfect.
the only one
That's-
who did not
that's
ever go into Grace's quarters. I stood in the hallway
Probably.
and asked about it, but I did not go in. I'm the only
Yeah.
one who didn't.
That makes sense. I know.
We established 2019 went through the whole
definitely-
thing. Like, yeah.
2019 snuck in, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Karis flipped all of our rooms
Yes.
for secrets.
Yep. And yeah. So with weapons in hand and with Grace's old data pad and any other sort of memories and keepsakes you want to take with you, you
Ellis also brings
depart
rope.
the Nephilim.
He grabs some rope. He's like, I don't know.
10
I feel
feet
like
of rope.
you're supposed to have rope, right?
And it's like, I didn't
Uh,
bring anything with me, so I'll carry that.
All right.
I'll carry the rope.
Silk or hemp, because silk is more expensive, but it weighs less. You
But it
don't have
does
to worry
weigh
about your carrying
less.
capacity.
Yeah, so it's easier on your
Yeah,
carrying
yeah.
capacity. Yeah, exactly.
Yep,
Whichever one's
yep.
more tactical. Whichever one we got in black.
Yeah, everybody get in chat. Tell us which is more tactical.
Yeah,
hemp
is
rope
silk
or
more
silk rope?
tactical rope, or would you want a hemp
Is
rope?
Andy?
Is
Andy still
are you still
here?
here?
I feel like-
yeah.
I feel like you
Yeah.
have opinions about tactical rope.
I feel like
What does that sound dirty?
uh,
Tactical rope.
Oh, that's
you know
fair.
exactly why it sounds dirty.
do.
You
do.
know who tends to spend on the internet a lot of time arguing about the exact fiber used to create your rope.
That's true.
You got rope and weapons and a whole lot of memories and fuzzy feelings. And Eva drives you back to
Perfectly landed
Cognitum.
monologues. No
Yep.
no flubs.
Nope, no flubs.
No flubs.
No flubs, no dubs. That's what we say around here.
As of now.
Eva drives you back to Cognitum, the other city, one of the other cities on the surface of Tranquility, where Hayworth resides, and you get back to his house, the Hayworth residence, and Jackspur. And yeah, you the whole trip, because of how fast you were able to get around Tranquility, only takes maybe a couple hours, and that's with everything that you did on the ship itself. So you were not gone for a particularly long time. but yeah, now you have your weapons. Jaxper has his rail gun. And before too long, later that night, a very exhausted looking Hayworth emerges from his laboratory. I think you I think you sorry, mind blanked. I don't think he has slept since you arrived. Because
I'm
you've
going to make sure he sleeps.
I
Like,
was gonna say,
he
he
had a
just
nap.
doesn't do that.
He
We
did-
tried to force
he
him into
did
a
take
nap.
yeah, no, I'm going
You
to.
did.
I'm going to be like, hey, you are human. You need sleep. You don't have tiny metal bugs that clear stress chemicals. Go.
While you are Nano Dad, you are not Nano Bro.
No, I will rest, of course, but it's sort of just been one sort of project after another, and I'm honestly I haven't wanted to sleep. It's all so fascinating. Once you depart, I will rest. But until then, well, the good news is I think I've completed everything. I think I've built the system that will allow you to get into the compound.
Rad. So there's a super strong chance that I'm not coming back from this. And I'm really glad that I met you.
He starts to tear up. But he sort of tries to do the like he tries to contain it and sort of just clears his throat into like a closed fist. And I'm so grateful, Jaxper, that you decided to trust me enough to come here. These last few days, but let's just say, before you were born, I would often remark that you and your fellows were the culmination of my life's work. But I am much older now, and I would like to think wiser. And the true culmination of my life's work has been finding you.
I hope I can get out of this so you can meet the others properly. But if I don't have a system to put them in before we go on this raid, the likelihood is I'm going to burn out. So that's just where that's at.
I think I've perhaps built a solution to that problem in particular.
Yeah.
Sort of a side project while I was waiting for some of the programming to render and calculate. I've built a remote backup. If I similar to the software that I would be installing into Maeve's nanobots. Once installed into yours, this would give you the ability to back everything up, all of you and them, in the event that something should happen to your physical form. As long as one of your nanobots can be retrieved, we should be able to recreate everything necessary.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna work on some of my own code for that to see if I can do some shenanigans. But
very well.
Sounds good. All right. You go to sleep. I will keep working on this. You go to sleep.
I will. Are you all leaving now?
They're not back yet. Once they're back, we're gonna like run through the plan such as it is, and then we'll probably go. We'll wake you up before we leave.
We'll actually say for convenience and expediency's sake that is pretty much exactly when they arrive back.
Okay.
Loaded down with musical instrument cases.
Space
Did you-
McDonald's.
Did you bring me back my baby?
And
Are we
nuggets.
supposed to get a baby?
Did you bring me back my child?
No, it's not an actual baby. He's referring to the big fucking gun.
Yeah.
Oh.
And you.
Which it's honestly a little less alarming to think of Jaxbar referring to a gun as a child and Jaxbar having an actual flesh and blood child. Just
Well,
Yeah.
isn't
100%.
he going to?
What?
Wait, what?
Huh?
Aren't you putting your brothers into babies? You're gonna have two 80-year-old men trapped in babies. Aren't you gonna raise them? Who's raising the babies, Jaxbar?
You know the technology to force grow clones is like a thing, right?
I also thought that you were going to have babies. And
No,
this was gonna be
Jaxper.
like a,
I'm
yeah.
a car thief from Texas.
Okay.
We don't really do that, so they're going to be
Alright.
fully grown. That's lame. That's far less interesting.
I was excited. I was excited about like
no.
80-year-old babies.
I was kind of
No,
into
we're
it.
not-
I thought it'd be funny.
That would be hilarious, and maybe I should do it. But
I think it's great.
just as a, just
Yeah,
as
for like a
flex.
week before you put them in the bottle, right? Like,
Yeah. No, we don't have to do that.
Man.
I'm out.
Sorry. Technology is good at doing stuff sometimes.
Sometimes is the key word here.
Nonsense.
Well, we're about to go assault the
Um,
Puritan compound, so we should,
We are about to do that.
Do we have a yeehaw emote? I didn't know that.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh no, that is a reckless attack. That is a reckless attack studios emote. Both yeehaw and yaw-hee.
Yaw-hee, hell yeah! I love it.
Nice.
You should listen to the Reckless Attack podcast for context, and also just because it's good and they're nice people. Yes. Okay. Cool. So you
All right, so we're gonna go in through these tunnels.
mm-hmm.
Maeve, you're going to upload this fabulous code that Hayworth
Right.
and I have written, and then
Right.
you're going to fuck up our genetics.
Totally not concerning at all. Yes.
Yeah,
That
is-
seems like a
You're just
negative way to
gonna-
put it, but
you're
sure.
just gonna,
Yeah.
Alice, is it more comfortable to think of it as you're just gonna put on a skin suit?
No.
No, no.
No.
That's
Well,
less
then I
comfortable.
can't help you because those are your only two options.
Yeah. So we're going to
Hayworth.
we're gonna mess up our whole code.
What?
We're gonna CRISPR gone wild. Yes. Yes. That's exactly what this is. So we're gonna do that. And then we are going to get in there, find Grace, and then at some point everything is going to go terribly wrong and we're going to shoot our way out.
Why are we planning for it to go terribly wrong?
Because
That
I
shouldn't be
know
part of the plan.
us.
Yeah, but then like if we plan for it to go terribly wrong, then the likelihood it's going to go worse or something, right? Like,
All right. So what's the plan for extraction?
I don't know really. We don't know details of the facility, right? Like how
Well-
deep in there, how many areas, Paget in the back.
Well, once we find Grace, can't we just do the same thing to her, change her face, and then just walk out? What's stopping us from just going out exactly how we came in? I assumed that we were going to be shooting our way out because we wanted to shoot our way out because they violently kidnapped.
No, we should try and
Captain-
avoid, Butch Cassidy in this thing. So.
I assumed vengeance insulting the earth was what was on the table here.
Oh, for sure. No, I'm gonna try and kill as many of them as I can, but we would also like to, Grace is priority one.
Oh, here comes the baby.
More babies.
Here comes the boy.
Ow.
My
Here comes
God.
the boy. So, Hayworth says, I have only been in the compound itself a small handful of times, and each time I was shown to a meeting room by one of the members, but I might be able to recreate something, some sort of a rough approximation. At the very least, I can get you to the entrance of the tunnels. That much at least I can do.
That'd be good. That'd be helpful.
I would very much like it to. I would like to rest. However, I would also like to say goodbye before you go. So I would only ask that you wait until tomorrow.
I mean,
Tomorrow's some kind of special day for them? Like, we're gonna be fucking up anything extra good tomorrow? Like, I mean, I'm fine with waiting till tomorrow regardless, but I'm just thinking cherry on top. I'm trying to think positive, like,
Is it someone's birthday?
is it someone's birthday? I really want to ruin someone's birthday.
it's tomorrow,
Gotta be honest.
Christmas.
I gotta be honest, tranquility makes me want to ruin someone's birthday. Like, this place is too nice.
Tranquility now.
You were so excited about
afraid-
how cool the moon was, and now
The moon is really cool. It's also really
Yeah, the moon
beige.
sucks.
And I really want to ruin someone's birthday, but they'll kick me off the moon.
I'm gonna get kicked off the moon for
That's true.
ruining somebody's birthday. Aw, man.
Kicked off the moon. The Jaxper Sim story. Now, as far as I know, there's no significance to tomorrow. It would just be a favor to me. Unfortunately, I there's no way to account for how many people might be there tomorrow. That, as is the nature of terrorist organizations, they don't exactly keep
An events calendar?
a standard crew or an events calendar.
Holy
A
shit.
minimum number of employees on site at any given time.
There's no quorum there in the base.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what I love? A target-rich environment.
Oh, Lord.
Don't we all? Well then, given if that is amenable to you, I will retire and see you in the morning.
All right.
good night, Jaxper's dad.
Good night, Mr. Jaxper's dad.
Good night, Mr. Jaxper's dad. Thanks for letting us sleep in your treehouse. It's super cool.
You Don't forget, kids, I'm making pancakes tomorrow.
Yay!
We're doing pre-raid pancakes and waffles.
You gotta be well fed when you go assault
Yeah.
a terrorist combat.
Gotta get some carbs in you before you go kill a whole bunch of religious fanatics.
Important. It's
That's
important.
just good advice.
You wanna
Yeah.
bulk up.
Gonna have
Mhm.
bananas. We're gonna
Um,
make with little faces, bananas and raspberries on the waffles.
Get some fiber in you before you go do a murder.
So he goes to bed. um,
On specifically that note.
You're
Yeah.
welcome.
and the rest of you, are you waiting until tomorrow? Are you honoring his request?
I see no reason why not
Yeah.
to.
I mean, he said he was going to give
Okay.
us info, which would be great. So
Yeah, he said he was going to do his best to recreate. Recreate a little bit of a map as much as he is able to.
yeah, that's
Um,
way better than our plan. So we should do.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure.
We can have
Yeah,
we
yeah,
can
for
have
sure,
a
for sure,
group
for sure.
dinner.
The
For sure,
plan
for sure,
of
for sure.
stumble around until we find Grace. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that plan.
are you all presumably also get some rest as much as you're able to, with pre-raid jitters. And the next morning breaks, and Eva is able to basically create as many sort of beds that slide out from the wall and partitions to separate you all from each other, as are needed. And then in the morning you sort of awake to the sound of Dr. Hayworth setting something heavy down on the dining room table. You all sort of arise, as long as you all want to be awake. It's up to you.
Mhm.
But
Yes.
Jaxper,
Yes.
you sort of see he has set down God and anime, your rail gun on the top of the dining room table. He looks even more tired than he did yesterday.
This guy's got to get some sleep. Jesus.
Is
And
he also
he
dying?
sort of well, hard to say. he sort of smiles at you very, very sort of weakly, Jaxper, as he does so, and he says, I know what I promised you I would do, but I was not able to sleep. I was too concerned, too anxious for today. So instead, I capitalized on that energy and modified your railgun here. Nobody's going to let you simply walk in with an instrument case, or a giant rifle for that matter. So I've modified it so that it can be easily disassembled into several components and then reassembled into one functional whole.
Oh, show me how it works.
He does so. They're it sort of capitalizes off of the gun's own magnetic system. So that some of the pieces, when activated, just sort of lock together magnetically. And then honestly, a big component of it is just the incredible, the ridiculously, almost comically long barrel, just breaking down into 2 sections. And then there's the sort of the stock and the gun of the gun itself.
Right. So I have the lock, stock, and the 2 smoking barrels.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Exactly right.
Yes. Very good. So he does that. He says, I also, he hands over a data pad, to whichever one of you reaches out to take it. But he says, I've done my best to recreate from my memory what I can remember. It's an odd layout. It sort of runs on concentric connecting rings. It's very circular. I'm not sure why exactly but yes, the rings sort of run around the outside. But all of the more secret or I guess higher up parts of the compound were closer to the center, for whatever that's worth. I met with Colburn there on several occasions.
So, if I remember correctly, this used to be like a facility for their actual like mining operations that they did, correct?
The surface level of it is a fuel depot. So basically, it just contained like supplies of liquid hydrogen mined from Jupiter until it was basically decommissioned. Once the Colburn Natural Resources operation expanded sufficiently, they didn't need fuel depots anymore. Basically, they just like transported the hydrogen via refueling ships back into like Takamakahara and Earth and Tranquility.
So it's kind of safe to assume that to a certain degree those levels will still look like an abandoned fuel depot for like the sake of their cover.
Yes, absolutely.
So we can just out all
that's one of the
these
reasons why
places
you
as
don't
prisons.
Right. That's one of the reasons why you don't enter the facility like from the top level, because they're as far as Hayworth is aware, there's no connection between the compound underneath and the like old fuel depot up above. You have to go in from like a little ways out and under, and then like walk into the compound. So yeah. He hands you that, and he says, now if it's not the most elegant system, I'm afraid, but Maeve and Jaxper, the programming once installed, Maeve, you'll be able to trigger yours twice. I only had time to make 2 executable programs, one to cause the change, and then one to change you all back to your original makeup.
Okay. So, should we just try that now? Make like here.
Well, yes, we should.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah.
He takes you to the lab, and one of the beds, like one of the pods that he had in there, actually the only pod that he had in there that was testing you, Jaxper, he's clearly been tinkering with. It kind of has these like prongs now that come out of the bed, and they're sort of emitting this very soft blue light from a unit in the at the tip of each of them. And he gestures to it and he says, if you lay down in there, these will transmit the code into your nanites, and you will set a trigger phrase. I've found in my early testing on the project, your project, Jaxper, that phrases were more reliable than mental pictures or thoughts. There's more opportunity for human interference, shall we say. So, Maeve, if you'd like to go first.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure it's gonna go great, and nothing to worry about.
You're gonna be fine.
I promise, Maeve. I wouldn't let anything happen to you. So you lay down in it, and he hits a couple of keystrokes, and then the enter key and the sort of holographic interface keyboard, and a little download progress bar pops up. The blue light intensifies all over your body, emerging from the prongs, Maeve, and it feels a little warm and a little tickly, but like nothing else. And pretty much, when it hits 100, it sort of pauses at like 99%, and he says, "You'll just want to say your trigger phrase now."
Oh, right. Phrase. Wait, this isn't counting, is it?
I'm sorry? No. Oh, no. Yes. No, of course. I will hit a button and then it will receive your selection.
Okay.
So when you have it in mind, just let me know. Obviously, you want to pick something you wouldn't just casually drop in conversation by accident.
All right, I'm ready.
Cool. Just pick something that you would, never in a million years ever say out loud, like Jaxper, I love you, or something similar. He doesn't actually say that.
Dad's got guns.
Damn.
Shit. Wow.
He heard all the conversation yesterday about what if Jaxper had a baby, and he was like, I'm gonna cut that off at the knees.
Taking apart the whole group dynamic at the knees.
Completely ruin this kid's chances.
Yes, the very real chances that Jaxper had up until this moment with Maeve.
I mean, that was the key thing that snapped him out of his hallucinatory content, was him being like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen.
That's never going to happen. That is true. Okay, so yeah, he hits another series of buttons and then nods to you, Maeve.
Let's all go home.
Okay. He, sort of nods and then it finishes, it hits 100% and then ends the program and he nods again and says, well, be careful. Maybe would have picked something a little more esoteric, but it's certainly a nice sentiment. And it's too late now anyway. But Jaxper, if you
can't change it, it's locked in.
Yeah, one shot.
Well, this is not the most elegant program I have ever written. I was a little pressed for time, and I haven't slept in 72 hours. So
that last
keep telling you to sleep. We keep telling you to sleep.
I'm doing my best. Jaxper, your turn.
All right. Jaxper lights the thing, and when it comes time to set his passcode, he says, "Sure, officer, I'll go quietly."
Chuckles, and yeah, that's more like it. Yes. Perfect. Okay, and you are both locked and loaded.
Yeah.
So are they like already transforming?
No. Maeve has to say it like the first time, and then they will, and then the nanites will kick in.
This was the coding process.
And then when she says it a second time, it'll switch you back.
Yeah.
So yes. And I suppose that's the extent of what I can do for you. A very foolish and noble part of me wants to go with you, but I would be only a detriment. Of course, you will be you'll be taking the forms of several of four of the known of the known Puritans that I've dealt with in the past.
Should we get like a dossier or something then? I thought we were just going to be kind of like generically not us, but if we need to pretend to be somebody else.
Well, yeah, that's how the coding works. They're genetic.
I unfortunately don't have much information about them beyond their names. I simply took the opportunity to collect as much genetic material as I could in case I ever needed to,
do this.
Expose them.
Right.
Actually, I never dreamed that this would even be possible. Quite amazing. But no, the names of the individuals that I have been able to obtain material from are Caden Chandler, Fiza Malia, Ty Gibbs, and Andrew Dean.
What was Caleb? Was Fiza Malia, Ty Gibbs?
Hayden, right?
Caden.
Caden Chandler, yes. And then
Hayden Chandler.
Andrew
does
Dean.
Polo.
Andrew Dean.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I will be right back. Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, no worries. And yeah, he says and that truly is all of the help that I can provide to you.
Well, if we die and you're still feeling a little noble and maybe a little petty, you can always just anonymously drop off that dossier right into the lap of the people who could just nail him. But that's only if we die. Don't want them coming in and raiding while we're in the middle of things, wearing other people's faces. That'd be bad.
That's true. That's negative.
Very bad.
Yes, we would not want that.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was just testing the music and it started working, and also it occurred to me that I need to uncheck the VOD track. There we go. Cool. All right. Yeah, apparently it decided it wants to work now, which is great. Yes. Cool. No, yes, of course. If I need to take steps in the wake of your, well, disappearance, I will.
Other than that, I think that's everything. I am leaving some things for you to help you sleep, since you seem to be having some trouble.
You're just carrying around drugs.
Paget has been carrying around drugs since she got here. She's brought them off of the ship to this house specifically for this man and Jaxper, but
Pretty sure
it never came up.
Pretty sure it's literally on your character sheet.
It is. It's part of the.
Yeah.
It's part of my character sheet that I have them.
Uh-huh.
I can dictate the form, I think.
And you two in the audience can also spend the drugs that you have
Drugs.
to
Hell yeah.
give our players a little guidance, or use the react to the dumb shit we say.
Some fun
So
little
much
gifs.
dumb shit.
Yeah.
Fun little gifs.
He sort of Hayworth like all but collapses into his chair and sort of nods and yeah.
Get you to bed, priest.
Yes, no, I will. Once you've left, I will. I don't think I could keep my eyes open if I tried.
It's good.
But
I left them in a little container down next to the teapot.
Little Ziploc baggie. Drugs.
They are unlabeled. That is the first thing that will get you in trouble.
Yeah, no, it totally tricks the cops if you don't label your cocaine. Then they don't know what it is, and
Well, then
they assume
no.
it's powdered sugar.
You're misunderstanding. Then you can say that you don't know what it is.
Plausible deniability.
Yeah, that definitely
Listen,
works.
I didn't know cocaine was
I had a
illegal on the moon.
I had a friend in high school who would carry around 2 Altoid tins. One had mints and one had his drugs, but he would only refer to the one that had his mints as drugs and the one that had his drugs as Altoids. And
Flawless.
so if anybody ever overheard him saying that, do you want some drugs? And they checked that tin, just be mints. But if you asked if you wanted
Get it? It's a
Altoids.
funny joke.
It's flawless.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an infallible system.
Yep. Sure was.
I'm just going to leave this man some things to help him sleep.
Yes.
It is the only thing she can do.
as much as my rational brain says that I'm sending you all to your deaths.
We should talk
The-
less about that. I'm just saying, like, don't want to manifest.
Hmm. I, I I hope I'm wrong. And that's as close to prayer as I've come in a very, very long time.
Well, let's go fuck up some people. Fuck up some bad guys.
Yeah.
Then I guess there's nothing
Yeah.
else to say besides let's all go home.
Hey.
All right. As you say that, a sort of a reddish glow appears all over the surface of Maeve's body, and then almost like the red sands of Mars blowing in the wind. Motes of this reddish substance kind of start to drift off of her form, and then surround each and every one of you. And in a profoundly uncomfortable, not painful, but profoundly uncomfortable and weird sensation, you fully transform into different people. And the doctor will fill you in on who you are, but you can determine amongst yourselves of those 4 names who you have transformed into. And if you care to, you can also define what they look like, or who they are. We could go in the same order. Della, if you're good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll take Andrew Dean.
Okay.
And
Do you have any thoughts about what Andrew Dean looks like, or?
I think Andrew Dean's a squirrely motherfucker. I think Andrew Dean is one of those guys who can't quite grow a beard. Just real rangy. Probably straight edge, but looks like he does meth. That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going with Andrew.
Fair, absolutely. Paget.
Yeah, I think Paget will be Pfizer. What was her last name? I cannot remember what it was.
Fiza Malia.
Yeah, I put them in our Discord.
Oh, thank you. That is who Paget will become. And I think
Okay.
I think she looks like she's probably an older woman. Not quite like elderly to the point where it doesn't look like she could be going on like she should be like in the house, but like definitely older, tired looking.
Like 38, 40.
No, not quite. Maybe a little bit older than 38, 40. Maybe like 42.
It's pretty ancient. Okay.
No. But so like just like an older woman who looks like a little bit more tired, a little bit more weary. Definitely almost fully gray. But more put together about it, like kind of a severe like ballet teacher's bun type of thing, like the woman with the stick who just hammers the stick to be like, you're not on fucking tempo. That.
Absolutely.
Very much that.
All right. Cool. And Rouge. I forgot to mention that with all of these gender whatever you want is completely optional. In space future, names don't necessarily correspond to any particular physical characteristics or anything, any sort of gender expression like that. So totally up to you. Rouge, are you taking Ty Gibbs or Caden Chandler?
I am taking Ty Gibbs.
Okay.
So Ty Gibbs is just for lack of a better descriptor, just a total Chad. Just tall, nondescriptly blonde hair. Looks like he should be playing beer pong somewhere with a popped collar. But yeah, just very clean cut looking.
Okay.
And just like tall, clean cut, very wholesome looking. And wholesome beer pong. And
Probably looks a little bit ridiculous in Maeve's clothes.
yeah, I think she would like look down and be like, do you have spare clothes anywhere? Although they're all wearing like that nondescript like linen stuff that was available. That's like the tranquility
true, I
stuff.
forgot.
Yeah, we're in the tranquil
Yeah, yeah,
robes of
We've
robes.
changed into the pajama
Yeah.
/ daywear.
Right.
Holy
I mean,
sucks.
that's not what people wear out and about on Tranquility, but it's like, you have your home clothes and then your out clothes. And those are
You're two different
those
kinds
are
of
home
slippers.
clothes.
Right, house
Yeah,
slippers and your car slippers and your walking about slippers.
Yeah.
You're on the moon.
And
You
then
don't
I
need
guess
real
that-
boots.
Lame.
That
What
means,
robots are for.
Dan, who is Caden Chandler?
Caden Chandler is also that same kind of hyper wealthy look, but Caden Chandler is also like 5'2" and a former gymnast and has hip length blonde hair and very large spectacles. So it's an alarming transformation as Alice just all of a sudden loses a foot in height and gains a lot of hair back and loses the
Mhm.
beard and all the
Mhm.
scruff and everything.
Yeah.
Very young too.
Perfect.
Caden Chandler is like maybe 22.
Perfect. Yeah.
Alice
Yeah,
like looks
awesome.
down
So
like
you have fully
Baby hands.
yeah,
you have
baby
fully changed.
hands.
You have baby hands. You have fully changed into these new people. And Dr. Hayworth, who sat up very attentively when the change started because he wanted to sort of witness this. He releases a breath that none of you or him or he really realized that he was holding, and then he nods. He looks around at each of you. He's kind of like walking around you and inspecting you, and he sort of points to you, Ellis, and says, "If I recall correctly, you will need glasses."
Yeah, apparently.
But I have, I have manufactured them. I've had Ava manufacture them, and as well as the uniforms that you'll need to disguise yourselves. I hope they haven't changed too much since the last time I was able to replicate a three-dimensional scan, but if nobody pays too close attention, I doubt it will be an issue. But yes. And then he puts his hands on your shoulders, Jaxper, and he says, I don't like. I'm afraid I keep drawing this out, and I'm sorry, but once again, just good luck, and I'm very, very glad we had the chance to meet. And, all of you. It's been an honor, and I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you for your help. Hopefully we come back out of this fine, and I have full faith in our capacity to survive a whole bunch of fucked up shit. So
True. It is what we are good at.
we are very, very good at that. So hang tight, we'll be back probably.
Excellent.
Bro hug.
Uh,
Lots of back pounding.
yes. There's I've added another hack, I suppose, to Ava, to take you where you need to go without it registering as strange or suspicious.
So cool.
should be waiting outside.
Let's do these.
Let's do it.
Okay. So you roll out with all of your concealed weaponry. Because we are playing Impulse Drive, you don't need to worry about defining exactly what it is that you were bringing with you until it comes up in the session. And you spend a gear slot to say that you have that thing with you, and you can replenish your gear slots at the end of the session. Well, when you return to your stash, which, well, this is the last session. So, yeah. There is a car waiting outside for you, true to Hayworth's word, and so you just pile in, assumedly, and it starts driving you through the streets of Cognitum, the very sort of drab and samey streets of Cognitum, until you reach another one of those highway tunnels that are just full of almost identical cars driving at insanely dangerous speeds. But flawlessly sort of merging in and out of each other and avoiding any sort of collisions or accidents or anything like that. Perhaps slightly less alarming than the first time you went through this. And yeah, are you making a conversation? What's the vibe like? Are you all sort of just tense and silent?
Oh, Paget is like buzzing with energy. This old severe woman just like absolutely like
Playing road games,
vibrating.
trying to get everyone to play along with the license plate game.
I think Jaxper has a moment where he's talking to his brothers. And sort of going to acknowledge to himself, probably for the first time, that he might actually, at some point in this fight, have to purge them if he's going to make it out alive.
Do you go into your headspace?
I don't know if he goes that far, because I don't know if he wants to exert himself that hard, but he's just
That's
kind
true.
of...
You are definitely...
Yeah, I think he's just kind of gonna, throw that out into the communal workspace.
Mm-hmm. And what you get back is, some comfort, just general vibes of comfort and assurance, and you hear Shervin's voice cut through all of the sort of static in your brain as you make this half connection and say, don't worry, it won't come to that. And by the time you sever that connection fully and sort of entirely come back to your regular perceptions, the car is coming to a stop. A very sudden break, but without any jarring or real feel of anything happening at all for the passengers. And where it lets you out is a very old, a very, very old looking refueling station. Cars here on Tranquility haven't used fossil fuels or anything like that in forever. Being like most of the cars that are in existence fully electric, but there was definitely a time in Tranquility's history where, much like the electric cars of today, you would have to charge them periodically for long journeys. And so there are these old sort of refueling, recharging stations. Most of them have been like paved over or torn down or turned into something else, but because you're sort of on the outskirts here, still a good distance from the nearest tranquility city of Nubium. For whatever reason, this one seems to remain, and it's little more than like a boxy, squat little building that you don't even. There's no door or anything like that. There are only a couple of couplings around the outside where you would attach your vehicle to charge. But Hayworth told you that this was the entrance and that there was a passcode to access the subterranean section of the compound. And he would have told you what that passcode was. So you can very deliberately just sort of head right on over and key that in. This is probably your first time being on, since you came to Tranquility, that you're actually setting foot on the moon itself. Everything else has been domed cities and covered highways. But here, just off of this very remote section of the interconnected Tranquility network, your feet actually touch the soil of the moon for the first time. And looking out across the distance, you can actually kind of see the fuel depot itself. A little ways off, so it's hard to make out actual details, but it's basically just a big sort of building with a couple of oval shapes, much larger oval shapes, sort of rising out of the center of it. But yeah, here you are.
Yeah, punch in the code.
All right, and
You all ready for this?
around the back of the around the back of the refueling station, you locate the panel in question. It doesn't look like anything, but when you start touching spots, you can see the numbers sort of lighting up under your finger. And as you key the code in entirely, a section of the wall slides open, and on the other side, you just sort of see a shaft leading down and a graded platform for you to step on. And when you step on it, it starts to descend. Not rapidly, but faster than you were expecting. And as it hits the bottom of that shaft, it continues to move. It does not stop for you to get off, and what you see is as it finishes its descent, you just sort of see this long passageway stretched out in front of you, very poorly lit, a little bit dusty, but the platform then starts to move horizontally down that same passageway, and as it does so, red light sheets of red light start to be projected out from gaps in the walls, and you realize you're being scanned as you're passing through these sort of checkpoints as you're going. Nothing changes though. The platform doesn't stop moving. The lighting doesn't improve or get worse or anything like that. And after a few minutes, maybe 10, 15 or so, the platform does come to a halt after connecting to a lip. And you step off the platform onto the regular ground in front of you. It's not the earth. It's concrete. But it continues on. It's clear that you continue on here from foot, and as you take a couple steps forward, you notice that there is a because the passageway is circular. There is almost a circular sort of gate that stretches over the majority of the tunnel, except stopping when it hits the flat section of the ground that you are now walking on, and that it appears to be highly mechanical, highly advanced, and beyond that, you can actually see somebody standing there, a person in full Puritan regalia, which you are also dressed in, and this person at least is dressed very, very similarly to the Puritans that you encountered at the work camp, and by extension you as well. Black, like a full suit of black body armor, with gold crosses on the shoulder pads, and then a sort of black glossy, a black helmet with like a glossy front that also has a sort of gold cross painted on the front of that, and holding an assault, a rifle of some kind, which you would recognize. And yep, exactly, just like the Mayflower.
Little buckles on the shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right, exactly. Yep.
Same hat.
On top of the helmet, just like a wide brimmed hat with a little
Yeah.
strap around the middle of it,
Little white apron.
Exactly. And as the four of you step off and start approaching, this individual stands up as well and kind of like looks real carefully out at you all. Are you wearing like the helmets and everything
Yeah, probably.
that you were given?
Yeah, were we given helmets? Yeah.
Yeah. He gave you the full. Hayworth gave you the full uniform. Essentially, you're dressed, as far as you can tell, exactly like this other dude is dressed.
Sweet.
Imagine we had to get
Cool.
dressed in the car because we couldn't walk out of the house like that.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
It was all very cramped and.
Yeah. So this person just kind of stands there. They're not making a move or anything. You can just sort of tell because their head is tilted at you that they're watching you. And what do you do?
Just walk by.
I'm gonna make a I think I'd like to make a scope it out roll. I think that's what this
Okay.
would be, to sort of see like, all right, what's the best route to get through this? Like, is there a protocol?
Okay. Go ahead and roll plus calculating, but I want you to do it with disadvantage. Jaxper, your head has been pounding pretty much for the past like 2 days or so.
That's 3d6 with the lowest. Taking
With the lowest. Unless you want to spend an advantage and then you can just roll regular.
Do it.
Spend an advantage.
We've got
Yeah,
the
you
head.
do have 9 fully.
Okay.
If we have any advantage left at the end of this session, we did it wrong.
Correct.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
I also have
2d6.
7,000 drugs if I need to give other people advantage.
Haha.
Guidance.
So, plus calculating there, that's 12.
Hey.
Plus
Nice.
calculating is 12.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second, because like a really weird thing just happened.
Uh-oh.
And I want to see if it's lying or not.
Lying?
Oh.
Yeah, like if it's wrong. Because if it's wrong, then that would be very good. We would still be in business. Basically, OBS says, I just got a pop-up that says OBS has crashed, but everything is still happening.
Hey, anybody in chat, does OBS seem to be lying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like are we not visible? I just opened Twitch to check.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm looking at
everything
my
looks
thing.
fine on Twitch
Looks
because I
fine on
had
Twitch
it up
on
on
my
my
end.
other screen.
Yeah.
I keep
Well,
it muted,
I'm-
so like that would be the only thing I'd be curious about is if
Okay.
we're suddenly not
No,
auditory.
everybody in chat is saying it's fine. I'm just not gonna click yes or no, and we'll see how long we can
Yeah.
do this.
But that
Just
that
don't-
error
drag the
message
little-
off to the side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what is going to happen when I try to switch scenes for our
Okay.
break, but we'll just cross that bridge when we come to it.
That will be a problem
Um,
for a break.
Thanks,
That's a
everybody.
future
Exactly.
will problem.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thanks, chat.
So yeah, I'm just not going to do it. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody in chat. Okay, so sorry, what did you roll as a total?
12.
12. All right, cool. So with a 12, you can ask 3 questions.
I guess the most obvious one there is how could I best end this quickly? Or no, what's my best way in? Like is I guess the theme question, but I'm what I'm looking
Yeah.
for here is like I'm sort of searching my protocol.
Okay. So your best way in is going to be just stepping through. Like what the impression that you get is that this person is standing here waiting for you to walk through the scanner.
Okay.
Hayworth did warn you about these. He did warn you that there were going to be really high tech bioscans that you were going to have to fool, and really the only way to fool them was to physically be another person.
Mhm.
So yeah, this is basically your chance to do that. This person is waiting for you to establish that first and foremost.
Cool. So I'll just walk right on through.
Okay, cool. And so you step through. Do the rest of you follow suit? Follow Jaxper?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Right behind.
Awesome. Yeah, you step through to the other side, and the same sort of light crawls over your bodies. This time, Jaxper, you would know to you would be able to recognize with your question that this is a more intensive scan than the ones that you sort of casually pass through as the platform is going by. So you actually have to stand there for a few seconds, basically until it clears you. So you step in and sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, when we did the genetic change, did it also change our voices?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you are physically, for all intents and purposes, these new people.
Cool,
Which
cool.
like one thing that I am glad about that we are playing Impulse Drive is like you don't have stats like strength or dexterity. You have approaches like volatile, and changing your physical form is not going to change how volatile you are. So yeah, you can step through there, and you pause for a second. The light washes over you, and it gives you a little ding, and the person doesn't react violently, so you assume that's a good ding.
Yep.
And then the rest of you, assuming the rest of you follow suit, do exactly what Jaxper did. You just sort of step in, hold it for a few seconds. It dings for each of you as well, and then you can step out of it.
I think as Ty steps up, he even goes like, "Hey man, how's it going? How's your day?" And then steps into the scanner.
Okay, all right.
Ty's such a cool dude.
Yeah,
Such a cool dude.
Ty's friends with everybody,
Such
man.
a bro.
Ty's
That's
a
an
cool
interesting move.
Puritan.
That's right. Maxed out that charisma score for this one.
Oh yeah.
Della.
Ty's the one who like joined
Jaxper.
the Puritans for like the internship credits because his
Yeah.
like friend's dad hooked him up.
Well, like
Oh, yeah,
all your
then it
brothers
turned
were
out to
going
be-
Puritan when they got to space college, so you were like, "Well, I guess I gotta go
No, it's
Puritan."
I gotta.
Mm.
That
All right.
prestigious Puritan credit.
They were all
Uh-huh.
pledging Puritan, so I mean, you're not gonna,
Yeah.
like, can't go Tri-Delt if everyone's going Puritan.
I mean, there probably is a case that could be made in the setting for it being like a skull and bones situation,
Oh, for
where
sure,
like, there are
absolutely.
enough influential people who buy into this garbage that you can like. I mean, if it's owned by if it's run by a Colburn,
you
can
established that the
basically-
son of Papa
Yeah.
Colburn is the one in charge.
Yep.
So yeah,
Baby Colburn.
big
that
nepotism
connection.
vibes.
Yeah, that connection in and of itself can like get you basically anywhere. Della, I
I
will let
finally
you.
realized why I kept thinking Ty Gibbs was a real name. And it's
Ty
that I kept
Diggs.
Tay Diggs. Yeah.
Tay Diggs.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tay
I kept thinking
Diggs, yeah.
Tay Diggs.
Ah.
Well, you can thank the random name generator that I used for that. So Jaxper, I will give you, if you are willing to, I will let you trade in one of your questions for what should I be on the lookout for at this moment.
Sure, let's do it.
That is not a very what Maeve / Ty just did is not very terroristy, and you can kind of read this guy's body language that like he kind of like tenses up, and like there's like a subtle tip of his head to indicate that is a thing. Maeve, I'm gonna need you to roll manipulate.
That's
so
not
roll with
cool.
Slick.
At the moon space terrorist compound, okay? You don't ask
You don't
how
just
somebody's
casually-
weekend was.
You
Nobody's got a
Uh,
case of the moon days at the Puritans.
Mm.
That was so awful.
Oh God, there's
You're
a
all welcome.
All right,
That's
all
gonna-
right.
gonna
Moment
be
of truth.
bad.
Do I roll with advantage or not?
that's a good question.
I mean,
We've
I
Probably.
see
You have 8.
You have
use
8
it.
advantage.
You
All right,
want?
all right,
Wait, hold on. In exchange for my joke, I'll be the one to give the guidance to this one.
Well, you
Bad.
don't. So guidance
won't
is a
give me
+1.
advantage.
Oh, it's just a +1. Do you want that?
Yeah,
Instead of
sure. Let's
burning
do
it-
that
Yeah, okay.
as punishment for
Have-
that joke.
Can we do
You have
both?
8
Can we
You
stack them?
have 8 advantage.
You have 8
can.
advantage. Why would you not?
We can
both.
stack them. He just said we can.
I'm just
Cool.
burning. I have 7,000 drugs.
No, I get it. It's
Oh.
it's not a bad idea to do both. Oh, that is mapped to the wrong audio output. That's coming through my monitor speakers.
Just a little boop.
That's from when I
So-
was watching Superman and Lois earlier. Sorry, everybody. There
So
we
it's a
go.
9.
So it's a 9.
Well, it's a 10 when you include the fact that my slick is +1.
Oh, okay, cool.
Ooh.
I would have assumed your slick was negative.
Nope. Maeve's terrible stat is actually volatile, which
Yep.
makes even
Right.
more sense.
It
And
does,
Maeve
it
took
does.
an advance in Slick, didn't she?
I did. I took an
Yes.
advance in slick to have a +1 in that section. Yes.
To get
Um,
better.
Because I needed something I could do when we start getting hit in combat situations, and it wasn't going to be a firefight. So
Perfect.
There
So
you
the
go.
way that-
perfection.
So the way that manipulate works, you succeed, but you have to say what you want from this person and what you are willing to give in exchange, which could just be acting differently. It could be identifying yourself in a professional enough way or something like that. Up to you to say what it is you want the outcome of this to be and what you are doing to manipulate this person, essentially.
Let's see. So I think Maeve, after trying to like be friendly, realizes that absolutely backfired. And so her next move is
Don't go over aggressive in the other direction. Don't hypercorrect.
It just swings all the way around.
Hey, what's up, man? Fuck you.
Just clocks him.
Yeah, just like punches him and be like, "Ha, I mean, like, fuck this shit, right?"
Space gangster things. Yeah.
You're cravens that are worthy.
Very good.
You know what? Sure, let's go with that of just like good. I see you handled my test correctly. No fraternizing while I'm
Okay, well, you got a 10 in the game and a 1 in real life. Fortunately, we are
All
playing
right.
pretend.
This
the reason
is
I don't play very slick
Mhm.
characters.
Mhm.
Woo! Yeah.
It's a good thing we got the mask on because Paget is this close to losing it.
Yep.
Fast talking Maeve.
I
Just.
get by on being cute.
Maeve did a better job than Rouge did, and so
I have long held that that's why you should get to roll for puzzles, because I am dumber than my characters.
no, absolutely, yeah, I fully agree on that. That should be a podcast episode. Yes. Okay. So you somehow managed to sell this in such a way that the guard like kind of relaxes a little bit, and then in that sort of like slightly distorted voice provided by the helmets says but Ty, is that you?
Of course.
Maeve takes a minute. Yes.
Of course. And don't worry, I'll be putting in a good word for your conduct today.
You're always joking around. Drop the routine. Come on. You and me, we go way back. You're good. Thought
Of
you
course
just
we do, buddy.
Pal?
Chief.
Never pal him. Never pal him.
uh,
My good
thought you
friend.
were,
Sport.
I thought you were somewhere. I thought you were assigned somewhere on Earth for some reason. Didn't think you'd be back anytime soon.
Plans changed. You know, all very hush hush. Can't really get into it. You understand.
Yeah.
Paget will pipe up
right.
from the back of the line and be like, "We don't have time for all this hallway discussion."
Right. Of course. We've got we're already
Ain't
behind
got time
schedule.
for chit chat.
So you
Breaks out the
you
yardstick.
yeah.
Embodies the mean old biddy spirit. She's just like, "Let's go."
You instill a sense of urgency in this
Mm.
person, and they step to the side and say, "Yeah, no, I mean, all right, yeah, of course. We should catch up when you know you're done whatever it is you're doing. Did you actually get a chance to blow up that university?
Well, why don't you? I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise. Why don't you? Look up the reports when you get off duty.
Oh heck, I will." Chuckles.
I feel like they're talking about the game. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna look up all that murder you've been up to. It's gonna be great.
All
Can't
right,
wait for
well,
the behind the
his
scenes
is the
commentary on that bombing you did.
Jaxpert's just like, oh my god.
right.
You guys were
Well,
the ones who let Maeve walk into a tense
We
terrorist
let you
compound.
did nothing.
We did.
As if you would have stayed behind when we said, "Hey, we're gonna go
Let
get Grace."
you. You've got nanomachines now. None of us can stop you from doing nothing.
I can stop you from doing stuff.
Not while you're dying.
Oh.
Joke's on you. You're handicapped.
Oh.
Joke's on you. You've got a foot in the grave, and I've got new powers. Woo!
You've been nerfed.
It's Maeve's time now. Welcome to the end game.
Jaxper was too powerful. I had to nerf him.
Yeah.
By giving his powers to Maeve.
Yeah.
Yep, by giving his powers to me.
Who's too deeply uncomfortable to use them.
Yes, exactly.
Except that it's the best giving the powers to Maeve because she's not going to use them well.
No.
She's just going to create more problems for everybody.
Speaking as the nano bro, that's how you use them.
I was going to
That's
say
how
this
they
will be
work.
a vast departure from Jaxper's historical use of his powers.
Right. Right.
But
Completely
he at least
different
knew what he was
situation.
doing with them, even if he didn't know how to appropriately apply them.
All right, let's can we like go, guys? Can we like go? We've got like shit to do.
Right. No, yeah,
Sorry,
of course. No,
bro,
I
but-
understand. Sounds like you got a lot to
Very
report.
busy business. business.
very
Irritant
business. Yeah, obviously. All right. Well, he is the fist. We are the sword. Have a good one.
Cuckoo, cuckoo. Yep. All right.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, he's just kind of letting you walk away, and a little ways away, a little ways down this passageway beyond there, oh no, don't do that.
Nope. That's bad.
Don't
Nope.
do that.
What?
It opens up into the first ring of Hayworth's rough approximation of a map that you were provided. And once again, though, it seems very, it seems largely sort of empty. You don't like it's not like a busy place, at least not as far as you've been able to see so far. It's the same sort of circular tunnels, and you are just walking along this sort of graded platform that is just raised like a foot or two above that bottom curve of the tunnel. And yeah, you have to sort of pick a direction. You want to go left or you want to go right?
Did he give us any information on where prisoners would be held? He said, I know he said
did
security would be interior.
He said that
He basically
mostly was, he was brought in to do meetings. So I guess
Okay.
the question is, if he indicated where those meetings were, I would vote to go in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
You would assume that they weren't keeping those two things together.
Yeah, that would be my impulse.
He basically said, yeah, that the important stuff was kept closer to the center, like rings, as far as he'd been able to tell. But yeah, he had never seen, prisons or prisoners or anything like that.
Yeah. So I would agree. I would assume that prisons would be sort of central, like important, but not like the most important.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay, cool. Yeah, you can do that. Either direction will get you to sort of where you need to go because it's a circle. But there is a it looks like there's a connector to the next ring in that's a little bit closer if you go left instead of right. By the way, Della, I just noticed it's 8:15. Do you have to do childcare stuff tonight?
I will. I don't
Okay.
know when because Theo
Okay.
napped so late. I don't know
Gotcha,
how
gotcha.
long bedtime is lasting. So
fair.
shortly, within the next
All right.
like probably 15, 20 minutes, I will need to go
Cool.
do parenting.
Well, we will keep going then. So you can go left, and then there's a connector to like one of the inner circles if you want to go that way. We'll get you there a little faster.
Let's go.
Cool.
go on in.
Yeah, you take the left hand path and you start heading. You turn as you get to this other tunnel and same sort of platform you do with handrails on the side, and you get to the next ring. And things start to change a little bit. Everything in here seems a little more in this next ring. Seems a little more fancy, for lack of a better term. Everything was sort of very rough and industrial and a little bit aged from where you came in and that sort of first ring. Now the walls are actually sort of covered in panels, and there's not quite so much like rust or brown around you. Same thing with the sort of platform situation that you were walking on. However, as you emerge out of this tunnel, you do spot a lot more people sort of milling around this ring. Not everybody is wearing the like full body armor that you are now, or that the guard was. You do see a couple people wearing it, but they actually sort of seem to have their helmets off. And then you see more people walking around, kind of dressed closer to how Gabriel was when you saw him at the work camp, with like those sort of priestly robes. A couple people you spot with that same sort of clerical collar that he was wearing as well. and nobody really seems to pay you too much mind. If you're just going to keep following the map and heading inwards,
Mhm.
you'd know that the next best route for you would be to take a right. And then there's a connector about halfway around that would bring you into the next row in.
Yep.
As you start to move, Jaxper, would you like to spend your last hold?
Yeah, it seems like it seems like a GM prompting seems like a good time to.
Yeah, I just ask the questions.
I'm thinking that what should I be on the lookout for?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And actually, as you start to walk around, you pass another group of people dressed very similarly to how you are, except they are led by um, somebody in those robes out ahead of them. A man with very closely shaved scalp, although you can sort of see some gray hair poking through. He's got a very grim and joyless expression. He's a little on the jowly side. But as this other contingent, he's walking with three other people in the body armor. They pass you, and Jaxper, you kind of become aware that he has stopped walking after they pass you, and you like out of the corner of your eye you can see he's looking back at you, at the four of you.
Okay.
What do you do?
This is clearly someone of a higher rank, right? Like
Presumably, yeah. Like you've basically seen two types of people since you came into this facility. People dressed like priests and people dressed like soldiers in body armor.
Dorks and nerds.
And this dude is dressed like a priest, yeah.
Okay.
We're looking for Peter, Paul, or Mary.
Right.
I think Jaxper will turn, sort of do a sort of a bow or some form of genuflection, and say the same thing that the guards said. You know, he used the sword, he used the fist, we are the sword. Just to as like a respectful acknowledgement of this person's authority.
Right.
In sort of an effort to be like, yeah, we're totally supposed to be here. I definitely know who you are, man.
I respect your authority, and also I know you.
Yeah. He
I guess this is a manipulate. Huh? Oh, sorry.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, so we haven't actually gotten to any roles yet. I'm not gonna ask for any of you to do an approach or anything yet. But he is going to, like, he looks back at you, you bow, and you say the thing. His is the fist, we are the sword. And then he steps away from the three soldier types that were surrounding him and kind of like takes a couple steps closer to you. He looks over you, all three of you, or four of you, and from the through the like semi-transparent kind of heads-up display that you all see on the inside of your helmets, you can kind of spot, like you can sort of see one of his eyes, his right eye. While it looks normal, you can almost sort of see like things like windows and modules and things like that popping up in it, like it's cybernetic, and it's sort of doing stuff as he is looking at each of you, and he pauses a couple steps away from you and looks around at each of you, and he says, where are you going?
I don't. All due respect, I don't know that you're cleared for that.
Okay, yeah. So
he like
Taking the gamble.
again doing the all yeah.
You're not
Okay.
Michael. Who knows who you are?
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not Raphael.
You are gonna definitely then have to make. I will let you choose. I will let you either try to manipulate or intimidate.
Ooh.
But
Okay.
depending on the approach you want to use. If you're trying to like sort of pun not intended, put the fear of God in him, you can try to do intimidate. If you're trying to, convince him that you have higher clearance than him, you can do manipulate.
Yeah, I think this is very much I am being a dumb guard.
Okay.
I am being
two.
I am being a so I think I am going to go with intimidate because I'm being
Sure.
like the when he was clearly my superior, it's fine, but I have a job. Now he has a job too, but he shouldn't be questioning my job. So yeah. So that's intimidate. That's with a volatile.
Sure is.
And should I do that with advantage?
I think so.
I'm gonna carry through that disadvantage from before. So yeah.
Okay, fine. All right, I rolled with that, so that's an 8, 9, 10.
Okay.
It's a 10 total.
10 is very good. Pain. All right, cool.
And
10 is very
then
good. So now on a 10 plus, they have to choose. They can force you to follow through and suck it up, or they can cave in and do what you want. So I think in this case, you've said this very convincingly, and he takes like a step back and says, I was wondering what you were doing back here, Dean.
People are great at recognizing folks through the helmets.
right? Well, he's got the cybernetic eye.
Yeah, keep in mind his cybernetic eye was doing stuff.
Yeah.
Doing stuff.
Orders.
Doing orders.
Doing the mail run.
I don't remember you caring much for orders. He looks around at the other three and says, this is an interesting group you've assembled for whatever top secret operation you're involved in.
Sure is.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm doing my part of this work. You're doing your part of this work. Let's just avoid each other. Can't we?
He gives you a very thin smile, and gives you a nod. However, as he does so, one of the 3 soldiers standing behind him sort of steps up, taps him on the shoulder, and then like leans in to say something very quietly into his ear.
Oh, I want to hear it. Oh, I want to hear it. I will turn my hearing up. I will turn my hearing up.
Okay. All right. Make a scope it out roll. Ooh, that is
13?
very good. And you are spending another advantage to make that not disadvantage.
Oh no, I forgot. I'm probably not gonna do that. I'll roll another 1d6 here too.
Yeah, just roll one more d6.
That was a 4, so instead
Still
of
very good.
so it's a 12 instead of a 13.
Oh no.
Yeah. Okay. Oh
Scratch me.
no. All right.
Darn.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. It's the 2 lowest. So it's a 9, 10, 11. It's an 11 instead of a 13.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah, which is still the higher than you could.
Yeah.
It's the highest thing you can roll. So, absolutely, yeah. You have 3 more questions. One of them will just probably say, "What should I be on the lookout for again?" I think makes sense.
Yep.
And so you kind of like amp your hearing up a little bit, use your nanites to boost it, and you overhear one of the other soldiers lean in and say, "Sir, I'm pretty sure Chandler's dead." And you overhear the priest, the guy wearing the priest outfit, say, "Are you sure that can't be right?" And the soldier says, "I'm pretty positive, sir. I'm pretty sure he blew himself up for the cause." And kind of the priest kind of like looks and makes eye contact with you, Jaxper.
Do you want to do this here? Or do you want to let me continue doing my job so that you can maintain your position? Jaxper says very, very, again, very, very quietly to this guy. He's like, do you want to do this here? Or do you want to accept the fact that I'm doing something important? Really rolling through with that really high intimidation.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
Be scared.
For sure.
It will destroy your reputation.
Right. Interesting. Okay. All right.
Clearly this guy hates whoever I am impersonating.
Yeah, for sure. That is definitely true. Okay. Yeah. He takes a step back and nods to you and kind of has a small sort of smile on his face. He said, "No, of course, far be it from me to keep you from your very important business."
I am then going to sort of like to do a little like sort of just like sneer and then turn and keep going and kind of like bump. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna turn and go and like
Okay.
sort of like move my squad away from this.
Okay. All right. You
Situation.
yeah. You can do that. All right. So you just kind of walk away with a sort of very like unsettled feeling from that whole interaction. Make of it what you will.
I'm gonna
And
sort of send to everyone who has like like an earpiece or something like that. Just sort of send real quick, like everyone here is a huge asshole.
They're angry.
Yeah, I mean, we know that. We're here to kill at least a few of
Ah.
They're actively trying to destroy the world from which they benefit. Of course,
Yeah.
they're assholes.
Yeah, they're all shitheads.
Duh. Bless you.
Bless you, Jaxper.
bless you, Jasper. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you can keep walking. You do pass I will say that you do pass a for the first time as you reach the sort of bridge that brings you into the next ring of the compound. You do see a like sort of computer terminal set into the wall panel.
Yeah, I want to use my scope it out.
Okay.
The results of that scope it out thing to ask what's my best way in / way past.
Sure.
Potentially using that terminal and figuring out what's the best. Where are the prisons?
Where is the prison level?
Yeah, where's the prison level?
Where is the
With
prison
your
level?
holds, with your scope it out holds, you do sort of realize like your time here is going to be fairly limited. You don't know what that guy is going to go do, but he's probably going to go look into these claims that one of you is dead. So that's basically what the terminal is. You pretty much are coming to the realization that you do not have time to sort of wander blindly around this facility. You're gonna need to find out more information if you're going to do this with any sort of expediency.
Hey, how many people have we seen so far?
I'm going to say you have probably seen about 50 or so.
God, there's so many of these damn Puritans.
What's
That is true.
So the moon is not like Mars, right? The moon has not been terraformed.
Correct.
Okay.
Everything is sort of like domed and contained and that sort of thing.
Okay. Cool.
Yep.
I think when we're at this terminal, while Jaxper is looking for where the prison level is, Paget will kind of like lean over his shoulder and ask to see if he can also find like where the hangar is, wherever they're keeping their ships.
Ooh.
Sure.
Because the further we get in, the less easy it's obviously going to be to come out the way we came in.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, I think in Paget's mind, it's like, well, where are their ships kept? Because we will be taking one.
Yes.
So we need to know where that is where that is in relation to where the prison is, so that we can go
map quest this to one and then to the other.
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you'll have to get access to like their internal systems, which is not going to be super easy. You're gonna have to hack.
Okay.
They don't just have a directory up. We can't just
just directory.
This is the worst mall.
So
Like you are here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I don't actually have hacking and cracking as a move.
No.
We
Jaxper's
just-
not really.
hacker.
Jaxper's not really a tech type person.
So what we've been doing is that I've been using I basically had been breaking into systems using like
Mhm.
volatile, and using storm.
Yeah, I mean that is a thing you could do with your nano situation being what it is. It's going to be, risky for you.
Yeah.
Um so you could try to do it that way. You could also, one of the other crew members could try. Um but yeah, that's,
Do
Yeah,
do
is
any of
that a
y'all
thing Maeve
have?
can do?
Just Maeve, do you have
Yeah,
any?
could Jaxper talk Maeve through using the nanobots to do some weird fuckery?
Yeah, I think so. I can absolutely roll to assist.
Very probably, yes. Your nanites are a little bit different than either of your compatriots. They are pretty explicitly, um, you know, they pretty much like have a designated purpose, sort of in the same way that like Jaxper's are to make him stronger, heal him, enhance his senses, that kind of thing, and the same way that like 2019's were to exist externally with like monitoring, surveillance, and like hacking. That was one of their functions. Yours are pretty much, they're eager to like build things and rearrange things and like construct and deconstruct essentially. So
So I think the help that I am providing is less a step by step, like here's how to use your nanites to do this, and more of a of like a here's how to the very basic interaction between your conscious mind and what you're getting the nanites to, how to talk to these sort of internal external entities.
okay, all right. Very cool.
And I am actually being summoned to do bedtime routines.
All right, sounds
So
good.
I don't know if this is a great
yeah.
commercial break, but
Certainly seems like it. So we're gonna disappear. We're gonna step away for about 15 minutes or so,
15
probably,
minutes, yeah.
while Della sings to her child and puts him to bed. I'm not sure what's gonna happen when we switch to the be right back screen, because there's that little thing where OBS says it crashed. But bear with us. If the stream drops, we will be back up and running as quickly as possible. And don't leave the channel, and you should be right back in the chat. So we will see you in about 15 short minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back ASAP. Have a good one, everybody. Hello, welcome back to Knife Stream.
Yes,
we've all got
knife.
knives. We've all got cutlery of various types. Except for me, I don't. But if you feel threatened, you should. This is a threat.
Don't say that on Twitch.
It's true. Never mind. If you're Twitch, I said nothing.
It's a treat, not a threat. That was an autocorrect.
Right. Welcome back to us. Thank you all for sticking around. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for the hype train while we were on break. Thank you so much. What is everybody eating? Those of you who are eating, chat wants to know. We're eating knives.
Spaghetti and garlic bread.
Leftover standing rib roast and Yorkshire pudding and gravy. It's really freaking good.
Daniel,
Thyme butter
bread?
biscuit. A thyme butter biscuit. Thank you.
Hell
yes,
yeah.
bread.
Sounds more like timeless. You eating anything, Julia?
I've got a fudge round, but I haven't opened it yet. So.
What is a fudge round? Is that like a cookie?
It's like a cookie sandwich.
Okay. All right, cool. And I made tea and put rum in it. So, hey, we're all doing great. Chamomile and rum, surprisingly pretty good. All right. Yeah, we are back in it. We are back in the Church of the First Nail facility. Vicky, you had chamomile with rum in middle school?
I think she was referring to the biscuit.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
she's
I think
talking
that
about
was
the
a
fudge
possibly the
round.
fudge round.
It's the fudge
I've-
round.
Fudge round?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I see.
fudge round
Okay,
is like
right.
classic middle school cafeteria food.
Little Debbie's
Is
fudge
it?
round.
I've never heard of it.
Really?
That's a big thing in my middle school.
I feel like I know what it is. I've never heard it called a fudge round.
It's literally what the box says.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, all right.
It's its name. This is not a Delaware thing where I'm making shit up.
Okay,
She's
all right.
not.
Well,
She's not. This is not a. This is
fair
not a
enough.
weird Delaware thing this time.
This time.
This time. As opposed to all the other times.
We can
Some
get
of
into
us-
it if we
listen.
want to.
listen. Some of us were children with parents concerned about our weight, and we weren't allowed to eat snack cakes. All right? So that was supposed to be funny, and it did not hit like a joke, but it was supposed to be. I'm fine. So you're back. So you're underground in the facility of this religious cult.
I think you would like to
Yes,
establish she
clearly
wasn't
you're doing
allowed.
fine.
She just
Mhm.
Yeah, then some of us turned to a life of crime to afford our elementary school snacks.
exactly.
Fair.
But anyway,
That's how you steal
yeah.
school supplies for quarters.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I just stole the quarters directly. But
I didn't
So
have easy
Maeve-
access to quarters. I had to convert it into like a.
I sold it out of the milk money jar.
Only ours
There's
was
a
a
lot
jar.
happening.
Ours was
Milk
legitimately a
money jar?
lockbox.
Yeah, they changed it to a lockbox because of me.
think we-
Because you kept
we just
stealing it
had
for fun rounds.
I think we just had registers at my school. Like when you bought things, they put the
In
money in
middle
a
school?
register.
Like in middle school, elementary school?
I don't remember. I just
They
remember
had-
high school.
We had a keypad, and you just entered your code.
We had that in high school. But in elementary school, it was like, it was like a
Yeah,
steel box and you would put money in it.
Nah.
A steel box, not a steel box.
Not a box for
But
stealing.
but I could understand your confusion.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Nanobots Training Wheels Protocol 101.
Yes.
Yes.
So you were about to attempt to hack. I will say that like we have established Maeve a fairly high level of technical proficiency on
Indeed.
your part in the past. So if you don't want to try to do this with nanobots, you can try to do it just like with some old fashioned hacking.
Cool.
But if you would
Let's try
like
that
to do
first,
it
then.
specifically, okay. Well, first, keep in mind that if you fail a roll in this game, bad things happen.
Yes.
So,
so maybe use that advantage. Oh
I
wait,
mean,
I
yeah,
could use some of these drugs to give you guidance at the very least.
Hell
that's
yeah.
true. We got a lot
Have
of
a
drugs
whole-
floating around.
Got a whole mess of drugs.
Okay.
Well, +1 never hurt anybody, except in masks.
So that is a 6, except that my score, I'm assuming this is calculating since it's expertise, or did you want me to use something else for this?
I actually want you to act quick because you are standing outside of this
Super
terminal, and the longer you are standing here, the more suspicious people are going to get of you. So you're going to roll with slick, but it's not volatile. And if you're spending an advantage from the pool, the donation pool, then you are going to roll another d6 and pick the 2 highest because you rolled 2 already, right?
I mean, I'm going to pass either way.
You
Okay.
do have
I mean,
guidance as well.
Yeah, 'cause
yeah,
got
you do have
Guidance.
guidance.
Because I get
Um,
an 8, so the only reason to bother to use an advantage would be if I wanted to like super get it right. But I'm
Well-
willing to just let that advantage sit there for when we inevitably fuck up later.
All right.
And just accept the basic level of I did the thing.
We
Okay.
find prison and hangar.
So you go to hack into the system. With Act Quick, on a 7 to 9, you do it, but you have to choose one. You are off balance or rushed, you have disadvantage going forward, you've left something behind, I will tell you what, or you are pushed to your limits with the effort and you suffer 1 stress.
I kind of assume she does it, but sloppily and leaves traces of what she did behind.
Makes sense, you are not...
She's no 2019. She can't
it is true.
get in and out unnoticed.
Signs it Maeve from Mars.
Yeah, right? Okay, cool, yeah, so
no,
you can
I
do
mean,
it. You can...
Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs.
Ah,
was
shit, it
signing
was
it.
Ty Gibbs on it.
right.
Creating problems
did-
for future Ty Gibbs.
Your digital signature is just it says Maeve from Mars and then crossed out and it says Ty Gibbs.
Yes.
You can bypass their base level security pretty easily and access, like, at the very least a map of the complex. On that map, you do see a holding area, which is in one of the the centermost ring, as Hayworth predicted. You are on you're currently on the second ring, standing at the entrance to the third ring.
Mhm.
And then there is so the center ring is beyond the third ring. So they're sort of like four. And in fact, it doesn't even appear to be a ring so much as it appears to just be sort of the center.
Cool.
So
What about
you
the
have
hangar?
that. You do not see a hangar anywhere on this map. You assume this is probably because it would be hard to avoid suspicion if things were actually taking off from this long abandoned derelict fuel station.
I suppose.
Just saying, if
Alright.
you're clandestine terrorist organization, you don't normally provide the means of travel. Generally want to blend in.
Nonsense.
True.
They
Great.
hold massive
There's
power.
a level.
They
there's
own
a
the moon.
There's a level of arrogance here that I think you're not leaning heavily enough on.
I don't know. They've been around this long. They might be like
They walk around in motorcycle helmets with big old crosses on them.
only for like direct operations. Like
It's wild.
the other Puritan you met did not look like this, and in fact fooled you all into thinking she was your friend.
Ugh.
So is there like
Sure.
a changing room when you get to the fuel depot if they don't walk around like this and everywhere else? Like you walk in, it's just like, yep, here's where you put on your clandestine helmets.
There's a shower in a small spa.
Everyone is doing what we did and changing in the car with all of their friends.
There's a
Also-
red
It
room.
just seems
It's
like a-
nice. It
there's
says
got to
live,
be a
laugh,
better
love
way.
on the wall.
Also,
Tile
it
floor,
scans,
mudroom, some nice
it
wood.
scans your biometrics. Like it can determine who you are from that. It doesn't matter what you're wearing. You just happen to be wearing,
Yeah, but like a lot of
Ridiculous.
people are wearing this, and they didn't all like fly over on their space bicycles. On
Well,
the
no, but you don't
moon
know
in
how long.
this.
You don't know how long they've been here. They might just, walk around like that in here and then
They have
probably put on
cubbies?
civilian clothes.
Is there a locker?
Yeah,
Yeah,
room?
so like I said,
Question:
they-
where
there's
do
a-
they do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, yes, there is a locker room on the map.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Surrender the truth.
Yep.
Reveal to us your secrets, game master.
This is clearly very important to all of you, so I'm going to let you have it. There is a locker
Highly.
room on the map.
Well, if we're gonna start mugging people in the showers, we need to know where those are.
Okay.
That
all right.
wasn't part of the plan, guys.
The plan is
How-
very fluid.
You're not
And
wrong.
also, we gotta get fudge round money.
Exactly.
It's true. Gotta mug somebody in the shower for those fudge rounds.
A quality callback.
All right, let's go get
Fudge
this.
rounds.
Let's go get our captain.
Yeah. To
Yeah.
prison. Woo.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you can step onto the platform, sort of bridge that leads you into the second ring of this place. I'm sorry, the third ring of this place. And as you do so, as you step in, this is the first part of the facility you've been in that is clearly more than one level. The space that you all have stepped into is now it's more than just the circular concrete tunnel, because now you are sort of in an open air environment, still standing on the same type of platform, but looking down you can see more of these like graded platform levels below you.
Hey, Jen,
and
can you
kind of the
mute
same-
yourself? Thanks, friend.
Kind of the same going up front. I had no idea because OBS was filtering it, but yes. Yeah. So the there are more levels in this place. Like there's the ring that you all are standing on, but there are more rings above you and more rings below you. Levels of this platform.
My goal is just move as quickly as possible through.
Totally fair. You can absolutely start kind of hustling, and you pass more people as you go. Again, mostly dressed the way that you are, but here and there, a few more people dressed in like the priest's vestments. For the most part, nobody pays you much mind as you kind of casually. I mean, you're hustling, but you walk around to where you can step right up to that kind of center column area that occupies the exact center of the compound. And as you approach it, you realize you notice that there is a security pad on the wall as you step up to it. There's a door, and it is clearly not something that everybody here has access to. What do you do? I should also state, just so you have sort of a visual. Now, you in this area, you start to see iconography. You see that there are panels, large, like the panels that are on the wall. You can see that sections of them are all displaying that same sort of golden cross icon that is on your masks and the shoulder pads of the body armor that you are wearing. Yeah, that is really all you see. That is the only symbol that you see repeated around this area. But it was not present in either of the other two rings.
So is the security pad, like, does it look like it's code, or does it look like it's more of that genetic, like, scanning?
Appears
like
to
a
be
pin pad?
mostly... No, it appears to be bio-based.
So which one of us has the best background?
Well, apparently you're dead, so not
Yeah, it
you.
shouldn't be me.
As you are standing there debating this and kind of just staring at this panel,
I'm like all four of us just staring at it.
A voice from behind you, a feminine voice from behind you says, "You lost?"
Paget will turn around real quick and just say, "Not lost. Early, I think.
Okay,
we were supposed to meet someone here."
Interesting. Paget, you turn around to speak to this person. You don't recognize them. That their appearance doesn't mean anything to you. They appear to be a little bit older, maybe like late 30s, early 40s. Not a physically impressive person. A little on the small side, if anything. But they are wearing the same body armor that you all are, except theirs has a sort of a gold cross also set over the breast of the armor, with like two wings on either side of it. And that's the symbol that you've seen sort of on like higher ups who have been wearing this body armor, based on your interactions with them at the work camp. The rest of you, if you look to see the source of this voice, you recognize the person you once met under the name Lucy.
That traitorous bitch.
She kind of raises an eyebrow at your answer.
I'm gonna keep moving, and
Mhm.
what I'm gonna do is just put my hand on the biometric scanner,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna ask 19 very nicely if you'd be willing to crack this system for me.
Jasper.
Hmm.
Just be like,
Hmm.
I need.
Taking hours off your life.
We gotta get this done.
Mhm. Mhm.
So
Okay. All right. You can do that. I'm gonna need you to also, I think, act quick because time is of the essence here. And that is definitely gonna be with disadvantage.
okay, I'm gonna use one of our advantages to make that neutral.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think while this is going on, Maeve is just like glaring daggers into Lucy, like
Mhm.
not
But you're wearing a helmet.
hiding it at all.
Mhm.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
The helmet is
You
the
wanna-
only reason it is not outrageously obvious
Okay.
Right.
how pissed Maeve
say,
is at
had
coming
I-
face to face with this person.
I am also gonna spend Storm here
Okay.
to
Was
give
it
myself
not a success?
advantage.
Did it not go well?
It would not be a success. No.
Paget
Uh,
has no idea who this person is, and she sees
But I
out of her
think this-
peripheral.
This
So-
qualifies as acting destructively, I think.
Well, okay, yeah, that's fair. But does it so does it give you an automatic success or does it give you advantage?
It gives me advantage.
Okay. So generally speaking, unless it says otherwise, that's something that you have to determine before you roll. Because advantage is not a re-roll. Advantage
Right.
is
Yeah,
you get to
you're
roll
right.
3 instead of 2.
Okay, so
Guidance also only applies ahead of time, right?
yeah,
I would probably be willing to be more flexible with guidance just because it's a +1 advantage. Literally the whole.
yeah, but
thing is like,
it
you
doesn't.
gotta decide.
It doesn't.
Like guidance won't work.
Yeah, guidance. Oh, actually, no. Guidance would work. Guidance would take it to an 8.
All right. Well, hold
Guidance
on.
would
Let
take
me,
me to
let
an
me
8.
take it 8.
Yeah.
Let's
I
burn
mean,
all
a 7
of our...
is still a 7 is still a success. It's just not
Wait.
a success without consequence.
Oh, okay. So it's
Yeah.
it's at 7 now. It's at 7.
Okay. Cool. So then you just have to pick one of the choices for act quick, and a guidance wouldn't get it high enough to
Right, it
not have a
doesn't make a
consequence.
difference.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it's 7 to 9. I don't know why my brain was like, oh,
No, it's all good.
7.
I think like maybe residual old World of Darkness
Yeah,
brain rot.
probably.
Some things never go away.
Yeah, some
Yep.
stuff just it's lodged in there. I think this is a stress. I think I'm taking stress on this.
Mhm. I think that
Um,
makes a
would
ton of
agree.
sense.
this is a
Very stressful.
I'm it's very stressful, and I'm using my nano bro. I'm using my bro.
Mhm.
So yeah,
High stress
mark
work
that
environment.
stress.
When you are not
Okay.
supposed to be
Alright.
using your bro.
I'm not supposed to be doing anything.
But yeah, I think while
Kinda
that's
do.
happening, because Paget sees that out of the corner of her eye, she's just like gonna continue to try to talk to and distract this person. She does that. There's zero stakes here for Paget. She has no idea with whom she speaks, but
Mhm.
It's like, oh, you're bad news.
no idea.
You suck, apparently.
Paget's just like, oh hi.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you cool. Yeah, you so 19 hacks the panel for you. You kind of sort of send him out into send his consciousness into the system, which is risky. He can't survive for very long, but he what he does best is just sort of destructive wrecking of stuff. So you kind of send him out into the system. You definitely take a stress for the effort, but the panel does slide open. I am going to say, I think because it was 19 specifically, that as it slides open, it does sort of spark a little because he's not, he's not hacking to give you access. He's kind of wrecking the system so that it opens. So he fries it a little bit, I think is what I'm going to say. And Lucy, who you all were able to eventually find out her real name was Ava. So identify her however you so choose. Kind of looks past you, Paget, at Jaxper and the rest of you, and says, "What meeting?"
No, not like a meeting, like somebody asked us to meet here. Not
We're
like
running-
a business meeting, not like a organizational.
We're
meeting.
still moving. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
We're not done
I am.
talking.
I can stay and answer any questions.
You can all stay and answer questions. Whatever operation you are on, I know about it. You're not keeping anything. Sorry, hold on. She wouldn't say that. I'm cleared for any and all operations carried out by any member or team of the church.
So he's dead, right? Right? That's in your fucking files, right? That he's dead?
How many people are in this room?
On the platform around you, quite a few. You're definitely attracting more attention.
I'm going to need a better number than quite a few. If this
Okay,
thing's about to
no,
go sideways.
that's totally fair. I think as you scan around looking for targets, I'm going to say you see 10, but not all of them are carrying weapons. Of the 10, I'm going to say you see maybe 4 that are actively carrying.
How many are flanking
like, rifles?
Lucy Ava? Is Lucy Ava on her own?
So
yes, she appears to be.
Oh, okay.
After Jaxper says that and he waves, I am going to say to Lucy, "May we step into the next hall? We are under orders not to discuss this in the open."
So when you say he's dead, her reaction says to you that she did not know. Her eyebrows go up, and she definitely takes a step back, and her hands definitely go to her rifle, and she points
She's
it
carrying
directly
a rifle?
at the 4 of you. She is, yeah. It's kind of
She's
slung
in the
on a
body
strap
armor.
around her body. Yeah, it's slung on a strap around her body, but she picks it up and points it directly at you, and
So
she says,
Oh, so you're
Hold on a
not
second.
cleared for fucking everything, are you? So
Well, wait, I
maybe
get to
you
use
Okay.
a move.
Okay,
No, she
cool.
doesn't.
Yeah.
She doesn't go first. That doesn't happen.
Well, she's not
Okay.
pulling the trigger or anything like that.
When a tense situation
so-
breaks down and violence breaks out, I get to go first.
So here's what I will say. Violence has not broken out. If you would
Okay.
like violence to break out, you can
Okay.
absolutely do that move and go first.
So no, Jaxper's
Okay.
leaning into his asshole
Yeah.
routine here. He'd be like, "Oh, so you don't know everything. You're not actually read into what our orders are. I am so sorry, Ava. I got questioned earlier by someone who I really hate, and you're taking the brunt of my frustration. With that interaction, this man is clearly not dead."
I've died once this month. Can you stop pointing that at me?
Oh
We're
my God.
trying
All
to
right.
figure out what's going on.
Okay, so it
we're
feels
going
like
through so we
Yeah.
can continue to figure out what's going on in a
Feels like
nice, secure location.
feels like you're setting up an intimidate.
I think that's more
Okay.
of a manipulate on Jackson's side, isn't it?
Well, it's a little bit of the yelling when you use threats to bully somebody into doing what you want. Like you didn't
Okay.
really make a threat, but you were definitely trying to bully her.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm trying to.
And
I'm
like
trying
she,
to.
yeah, she is not easy to bully, but you can
Eva's got
absolutely
a
go ahead and
short
roll.
fuse.
I
Eva out there
am
just
gonna
whipping
use.
a rifle out.
I am gonna use Storm here
Okay, all right,
for this one to give me advantage.
cool. That makes
I-
sense.
I tried to get her into an isolated location so we could take her out, but y'all
See, I
want to
thought that
yell
was a
at
good
her.
plan too. I was gonna grab her, but
Y'all want to yell at her.
Well, we'll see
I
what happens.
understand that's a catharsis for you right now. She did fuck you over. I get it.
It's true, though. That's a 9.
She
Okay.
she fucked with your shit.
9.
it's true.
Wait, that can't be a 9 because you rolled with advantage, right? So that would be 6 and 4 for 10, and then
What do you
plus
mean,
your
6 and-
volatile.
No,
right?
that's a 3 and a 4.
That's a
Plus
3
2.
and a 4 plus 2 is a 9.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I guess what popped up on screen was not correct.
It's
I
an-
don't
That
have
happened.
the like.
That happened to us
Yeah.
in Fury Brick Road the other day.
Okay,
Wait, so
I don't
are
have the
dice.
the sidebar open.
Yeah, the
so I'm
dice
just-
on
I'll
my
go off of-
screen are saying 3, 4, and
Okay.
2. So
All right.
It's 3, 4,
All
and
good.
2 plus 2.
Roll 20s
Cool,
fucking
cool.
with some stuff. Who'd have known? Who'd have
that
thought?
that happened at Fury Brick Road on Wednesday.
Strange.
So
Okay, so that's a 9. You said, right?
it's a 9. Yes.
Okay, cool. So they can choose one of the above or one of the following. Okay. So here's the thing. Here's the thing about Intimidate. One of the options that they can pick is force you to follow through and suck it up. And Ava is not somebody who responds well to bullying. So when you kind of like lean into the asshole thing and like try to pull rank and get shitty with her, she kind of does it right back. And yeah, she does not she doesn't lower the weapon, but the tip definitely like wavers away from you. You get the impression she is not on like high alert mode anymore, but she is going to her voice takes on an edge of steel, and she says, you are not, none of you are going anywhere until you tell me exactly what you are doing here. You casually mention one of you is perceived dead.
Well, I got better.
So which is it? Are you having a casual meeting with someone, or are you late for OPSEC?
I have a move called People Person that I would like to employ at this point.
Okay, how does that work?
So when you have a charged interaction with a person, roll slick. So mostly this is just going to get a good feel for them to figure out like what's going on, what they intend to do. So my slick is a +2, so I would like to try that.
Okay, all right.
If I
Do you
may.
want to just roll it straight, or I am going to give you disadvantage just because the situation has already been escalated
Has deteriorated.
by Jaxper. So you basically have just more work to do to like try to talk her back to a reasonable position. So if you want to spend advantage, you can. That would make it a flat roll instead of with disadvantage. Up to
I
you.
think I will do that, yes.
Okay.
It's an 11. So
right.
on a +10, I get a good read on them, hold 3. So during my interaction with them, spend 1 hold, 1 for 1 to ask their character one of the following questions. And then I have a little list associated with the move. And so the 2 that I want to use right away is, what does your character, meaning you, meaning Lucy, Ava,
Mhm.
intend to do, and how could I get Lucy or Ava to, in my cases, come with us through the door?
Interesting. Okay.
Basically move us out of this situation where there's people here right now looking at us, and hopefully get her to move with us into the next room where maybe we can take her like do something about this
Okay.
where there's not immediately a bunch of people who are going to jump on us.
Okay. That is slightly tricky.
I guess the way it's like, what would she do in the sense of what does the character intend to do? What do I get the feeling of her reaction would be if we continue to resist this? Is like, would she just straight up like shoot us herself, or would she try to have us apprehended?
Right.
Like, what's the
Right.
what are our stakes in that aspect? And then how can I convince her to come with us?
Okay. You get so if you obviously you get the impression that she is somebody with a lot of clout and a lot of pull within the church. So one of the only ways you can really think of to de-escalate the situation would be to show some like deference and some real answers. So not like trying to pretend like your operation is like over her head or you know things that she doesn't know. She's definitely not going to take kindly to that kind of thing.
I think in that case, what Paget is going to say is she's going to repeat and say, "Ma'am, I apologize. They are very on edge. They are very unhappy with this situation. They don't understand it either. But we have been asked not to discuss this in open quarters. Could we please step into the next hall to discuss this?"
And is convincing her to do that part of your move, or does your move just give you some answers?
That just gives me some answers. That just basically told me that, like, basically from what I got from that is deferring would be the best option. I could do a different role to try to manipulate her on top of that, but I think that is what I took from your answers as this is what would get her to maybe hedge. Is at this point I'm just like,
yeah. I'm going to say you are going to have to roll manipulate, but I will give you advantage for free because you used your move first. So you have that information to go off of.
And then, so manipulate is also slick. So then I will just add another d6. So 4, 5, so 10.
Okay. All right. 10. Wow. They choose 1. Yeah, they're gonna ask you. She's gonna ask you to promise something, and she'll do what you want if you agree. So she is gonna say, she's gonna drop the rifle. She's gonna let it hang back at her side from the strap. But she is gonna say, "All right, helmet's off. Let's talk."
Paget will just reach up and unhook, and just immediately just take it off and she'll be like, "Thank you, ma'am." And then she will gesture so that she may go first as the superior officer into the, and as she does, she will look at the other 3 and just be like, "Take off the fucking helmets."
Oh yeah, all right. Click. Helmet off.
Right.
Yeah, he'll take his helmet off, looking surly and squirrely.
Surly and squirrely.
Yeah, Maeve goes to take her helmet off and is still just like not able to hide the fact that she's shooting daggers.
Yeah. So now Ava definitely takes notice of that, and as she passes you, she kind of squares up with you, Maeve, and like makes eye contact with you, even though she's significantly shorter than the current form you are in, and says, "Do we have a problem?"
No, ma'am. Just real anxious to clear up this misunderstanding.
All right. She walks past you, and through the open gateway, through the open door, she does stop and takes note of the panel, and kind of like shrugs, and keeps walking. And you step through into the sort of inner section of the compound. all the way within the middle of the rings. Things have gotten steadily like nicer and kind of fancier as you've gotten deeper into the complex, and this is sort of obviously the culmination of all of that. Here there is like you can see actual furniture. This area where you first step into is clearly some kind of like um, common area. It almost has the vibe of like a doctor's office or something like that. Like there is a lot of like matching furniture around. The floors that uncomfortable sort of graded paneling that you've been walking over this entire time is now like a kind of a carpet under your feet, under your booted feet. And more of that like that symbol, that same golden cross symbol is displayed on the entirety of one wall, which is covered in those sort of display panels as well, but also smaller pictures being displayed all around otherwise depict religious scenes. A lot of like crucifixion art around here.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And Ava kind of like steps in and then turns to face you and crosses her arms over her chest and says, "All right, let's talk about what's so important."
Close the panel. All right. Oh.
Close the panel,
Jaxper.
lose Stella.
Jaxper's out. Jaxper dips.
Jaxper faints.
Stella's back.
Yeah, you're back.
What just happened, guys?
No, you just kind of
You're good. Your video just went out. Came back.
It like totally, everything totally shut down except for me and Rouge.
Oh.
Weird.
Okay.
From my perspective, which was very weird.
It's a nano bro thing.
Just
Yeah,
nano thing.
clearly.
All right.
Just
so,
nano things.
Your connection looks stable on my end, so it might have just been a blip.
I think it must have been. Yeah. So Jaxper is going to, or rather, Andrew Dean is going to just scowl at the floor and like somebody who's getting appropriately dressed down by a superior officer, and let Paget deal with this, because clearly they've got a plan that I don't have, because my plan at this point is going to involve killing this person.
Maeve is going to toss out just to get things hopefully off, like maybe buy them a little more time. Just say, apologies for the lack of information. This was a fastly evolving mission given the recent death of Gabriel.
Nobody
We
was
know stuff about things.
Yeah.
Mirrors, smoke.
Nobody was anticipating seeing somebody who we believe to be blown to smithereens, who they themselves recall being blown to smithereens.
Mm-hmm.
Here again.
But
And while-
they felt it was important to end the charade of his death to bring him back for this. It was deemed important enough.
Okay, cool. Yeah, she gets a little bit like squirrely herself when you say that. She kind of draws herself up, takes a deep breath in, and she like looks around and she says, "Say it a little louder." Jesus.
Sorry, ma'am. We thought this was we thought this would be a little less crowded. Is there anywhere more secluded?
Yeah, no, look, it's fine. No one's around, but I mean, just watch what you. Obviously, you're clued in, but watch what you say about Gabriel.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, ma'am.
If somebody like nudges
Mhm.
Yeah, like
just, like,
shoulders.
Yes, ma'am.
Jax. Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to do in the first place.
He's again, we apologize for him. He had on our way in, he had a small disagreement with another member who they don't get along. So he's been a little irritated ever since, and we've been having to deal with it.
Well, keep your personal bullshit out of church business.
Yes, ma'am.
The trans unit that she has in her ear, seems sort of similar to the one that you all have. Starts like you can see it sort of blinking with a green light, and she like looks at you all and holds up a hand, and she says one second, and like steps away, reaches up and like starts having a little conversation with whoever.
Is she still facing us?
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say her back is to you, but she's like sideways, so like you're in your peripherals, but her back is not entirely to you.
She's on the phone. Don't kill someone while they're on the phone,
Mhm.
Maeve.
Why is that
Oh,
bad
Maeve
luck?
is-
Bad luck.
Maeve is thinking about it.
At this point, though, Padgett's gonna kind of turn and look at the rest and be like, "What is going on? Do you know what this is?"
She's a nightmare.
She like tricked us and then tied us up and stole a bitch from ours. Yes, this is the bitch from ours.
We don't like her.
You should just go.
So, what do you do?
Let's just go. Let's just go. Let's dip.
Just salute. Yeah, just throw her a salute.
Aren't we kind of where we need to be? Don't we need to continue further into this space?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're gonna keep on keeping on with what we're doing because,
Know that she's gonna be cool with that, but yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
We'll
we can
just-
give it a
we'll just-
try.
We'll do the
We'll
little
find out.
salute, the little goodbye salute. See that she's
Yeah,
on the phone.
hopefully.
She's clearly got more important things to deal with than just some people doing
Alright,
their jobs.
Guys, I have an idea. Follow me. And Maeve is just gonna start walking
Terrifying idea.
Okay.
But all right.
and turn a corner, and then she's gonna try and use her nanites to make a door where there is no door for them to go through.
Ooh.
Wild
Interesting.
idea.
Like
Hell yeah.
like a door, or like a
Just
like
a way
just
for them to
wall?
get through in a, but like with the intention of by the time Lucy catches up to them, it'll be a wall again.
Well, right. So that's my question. Is like, are you like stepping across? Like, are you walking across and then making a like a wall behind you, or are you making like a door that somebody else can follow you through? Essentially.
I guess walking and then making a wall behind us.
Okay.
I
Great.
basically just want to make it so
Uh,
that she goes, wait a second, and tries to catch up to us, and then like, where'd they go?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair. Ooh, right. All right.
Hell,
She's
even if
trying
she
to-
realizes that a wall should not be there, whatever, she
Yeah.
can try and figure that out for a while we get further ahead.
I'm also going to note,
Um,
given that Ellis has noted that you can just draw guns on people down here, and that doesn't seem to actually cause that much alarm, that I'm going to take the guns out of the duffel bag I had them in and just carry them now. Apparently that's cool down here. So
Well, so I mean, it is and it isn't, right? Because like every Puritan that you've seen with a gun has the same gun, and you don't have
Whatever.
those guns.
it's
All right.
At this point, we're in.
she pointed a rifle at me, and nobody even like said boo. So I'm fine.
Well, I mean, people
She's
definitely
also
started
a
paying
super-
attention.
She's also super high ranking.
I'm dead.
Yeah,
It's true.
sure.
We're just
I'm a
like-
ghost.
Uh,
Boo.
So what do I need to roll to use my new cool nanite powers?
Yeah. I mean, I think
can-
for you, your approach here is going to be, you're just doing things quickly, so it's going to be slick.
Alright.
You're going to have to act quickly, and you are not used to doing this, so it's going to be a big old disadvantage for you.
I'm gonna help. I'm helping.
You want to do lean on me?
Yeah.
Okay, so you are going to roll
How-
plus stalwart.
Would everybody feel if I also used another one of our advantage so that I can?
Let's
just
go,
roll?
let's
Do
go,
it.
let's go.
Do it. Burn them.
All right,
So
I'm burning
lean
it.
on-
Cool. So that is going to be a.
Oh,
Hold on, I've got to roll.
yeah,
mine
hold on.
first.
Sorry.
Yeah, Della has to roll first because lean on me. You have to roll first. So roll
Yeah.
plus stalwart.
That's a 7.
Okay. You
And?
can do it. You'd have to choose one though. So I'm assuming you're giving advantage going forward.
Yes. So I'm going to give you
Okay.
advantage, so you don't need to.
Oh, okay.
You don't need to.
So that
take...
roll basically, I got to do it without burning one of the pool advantage.
Exactly.
If you want to roll regular, yes. If you want to roll with advantage, you also have to do one from the pool.
No, I was just, well, do we get to count the roll that I just did, or do I have to redo?
I guess it would have been, if you're not trying to roll with advantage, it would have been with
Yeah.
2d6 anyway, so it's fine. What was your
Okay,
result?
cool. Because my end result was 9.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
So
So that's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my end result was
You-
9.
you-
So
You do it, but you are off balance to rush and you have disadvantage going forward. You left something behind, and I will tell you what, or you're pushed to your limits with your effort, suffer 1 stress.
I will take the stress.
Okay.
Nanite
the
activity
stress.
involves stress. It seems.
That seems like in theme with how we've been
Yep.
treating nanite pushing stuff so far. So, and especially with this
Jaxper.
being the first thing Maeve did without code direction, because the bottle really doesn't count because that was not a conscious effort.
Right.
It would make sense that she'd be stressed.
Jaxper,
Mm-hmm.
you, how do you help? Since you rolled lean on me, how did you help Maeve?
I think Jaxper is going to basically just like sort of like not send her like code or anything like that, but just like you've got the like just sort of more emotional support of like
Okay.
you
How to
actually
talk
do
to
have
nanites.
yeah, like information how to talk to nanites, but also like it's more intuitive than you think it is. Like that sort of thing of like you can. This is part of you. These are from you. So talking to them is talking to yourself, and kind of like helping her not just helping her do this thing, but also kind of come to a place of understanding of the nanites themselves and how they might not actually be that bad. Might not be that bad to be a nanosis.
Then you, Maeve, you do it. What does it look like?
I think so. She kind of ushers everybody past her, and then just sort of like crouches down on the floor and presses her hands down, and then like this line on the floor starts glowing that same red color from earlier, and then it's almost as if like building blocks start forming until it like reaches the ceiling, and then like the glow fades away.
Okay.
And then she kind of just sort of collapses on like leaning against the wall.
Dope.
Yeah,
This
just
is
fucking
notice.
rip it,
We should-
baby.
we should-
Slop that down,
We should
dude.
D now. We should
Hey.
Crack one for the big
Yes.
boy.
Hey, thank
Thank
you.
you so much for the donation. Here in our finale of Nephilim, and I believe that puts us at $1,200 raised for Planned Parenthood. which is,
Ooh, yay.
wild. So thank you all so much. Jaxper,
Yes.
you start to like check on Maeve or like, you know, keep moving forward essentially. But you also suddenly become very lightheaded because you are pushed to your limit with your efforts as a result of Lean on Me. And you are going to take 1 harm as your nose starts bleeding.
Cool.
So I'm gonna
and
scoop
that
up Jax,
first-
while Paget scoops up Maeve.
Yep.
And we go now.
That first harm, usually, you know, I think it just goes away when you're like not in combat. It is going to stick around though. You don't clear it immediately.
All right.
And from the other side of this wall that you. Okay, that's fine. You can do that. The wall from the other side of the wall, you can hear muffled, raised voice, presumably Ava, being equal parts confused and frustrated. You're not sure, but now where you are on the other side of this, you have access to the lift, and then also sort of a very basic like spiral staircase leading down to the next level. What do you do?
Is the prison down? Because I vote stairs so that they cannot trap us in the lift.
Prison is down. Yes.
Prison is down.
As far as you can tell,
stairs.
it's on like 2 levels down. So yeah, you start going down down the spiral staircase. As you do so, you also sort of hear more raised voices. Not sure exactly where they're coming from, but they sound far off for now.
Behind us,
more sounds of agitation. Really hard to tell in this place. Maybe both.
Just moving quick.
But you get the impression that you've maybe been found out. But two flights down, which you can get to without encountering any immediate danger. You find yourself, according to the map, sort of face to face with the locked prison door. It's called it's called holding on the map, but potato. Similarly, though, this one has a locked security system, and if anything, it looks more advanced than the other one.
We've already been found out. What are the odds of, just shooting it?
I think if it was something you could just shoot.
It's probably fail safe.
Nah. We're running up against the limits of my expertise here, guys.
Same.
Maeve is gonna
I can break
try
the door.
Inspect and see if there's any way to hack this.
I mean, theoretically, sure. It's an advanced security system, but in theory, you could hack it. It would just be hard.
Okay.
And at this point, Jasper is going to stand there and just start putting together the railgun. He's putting it together.
Maeve is going to make an attempt at hacking into this thing before we start actually just shooting it.
I think the arming process is for when people come.
Yeah,
I'll shoot that. I'll shoot that.
You got a ship breaker. You can get through this door.
Yeah, let's hack it first.
Do you want me to roll with Slick again? If I'm trying to hack here?
It is also going to be act quick, just because you're in rushed, very, very circumstances. But because it is a very advanced security system, once again, disadvantage.
You are just making us spend our advantage pool
I'm
left and right.
giving you
have
guidance.
4 advantage.
Technically, it's 5 because we got a donation from Karen.
It's true.
Oh, that's true.
And you
All
have
right.
Guidance. Hacks.
Hacks on hacks. All right, so I'm going to spend 1 so that I can roll normally.
Yeah.
Plus guided.
Oh!
Still fails.
That was ugly.
Boy.
That's a 4.
Woo! That was ugly.
Excuse me.
Hey, you get to
Mark that XP.
Mark that XP.
It's true, you do get to mark XP. You do get to advance.
You do get to mark XP.
If I advance this session, we are in trouble.
That'd be amazing.
I still have 4 more failures to go before I advance.
Well, we'll see what happens. So you try to hack this system, but basically the second you get into it, you do something wrong. You trip it, and the panel starts flashing red, and a second a much thicker like set of like one sheet of basically just straight up steel slides down over the front.
Oh no. Guys, I made it worse.
This
Well,
is
that's
why we have a
trickier.
ship breaker.
Yep. Okay, I mean, are we going loud? Because we can go loud.
I don't think
we've got
choice at this
time for
point.
quiet anymore.
Okay.
Just pull out the.
Alice pulls out a mechanically large gun from a duffel bag and attaches it to the other gun.
Listen,
like-
I was going to say it's in 5 pieces. Okay,
That's true.
Like,
That's true. All right.
Maven's gonna get away from the door and just like
I was gonna say, I think
I gotta look at it
Paget's-
before it opened. So, yeah, I'm gonna shoot it where the lock is. I mean, wherever we can most easily blow enough of a
I
hole in it.
mean, if I'm not mistaken, you like
yeah,
get
just
the thing you get to
rip it,
choose.
baby.
It just gets
Thanks,
destroyed.
Slop
Jack
that down,
Spur.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I would like
One
some
for
more
the big
advantage,
boy.
please.
Oh god damn it.
rolling with it.
It's fucking rude. All right, but it's always been 1 donation equals 1 advantage. 50 doesn't get you more.
I know.
Sure.
I honestly, I only donated 50
Okay.
because I thought you were going to be like, you can't use it in this session, you donate it. I was like, but I donated
no,
so
I'm not.
much extra.
It's true.
This is the last
Sweeten that
session.
pie.
What am I How am I going to tell you like no, you can't use it this session when it's the last session?
That's also true.
Fair.
That's also fair.
And it's especially Della's last stream session for who knows how long.
I mean, that
Also
is-
very true.
that is true.
That's a hot 12. And an object
Yeah,
is
I mean-
destroyed, and that object
Yes.
would be the door. Surprise.
The gun is made to shoot ships. So
Yep.
like
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Um,
Ellis gets out ear mutt before he he's already firing because he's kind of. It's been a minute.
I
Yeah,
think Paget's
yeah,
never seen
absolutely.
this before, so she's standing there at first, and then she sees
Oh,
Maeve
yeah,
just
no.
go like this, and she's just like,
Huh? Just the mwap 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 sound. Just this 60 caliber gun rips a hole the size of a watermelon in the door.
And yeah, I mean you just destroy the door. It's less it's less thick than a ship hull. So it just kind of blows inwards, makes a terrible loud noise. But
Rain of
yeah,
steel
on the,
and molten slag is pouring into the court.
Exactly. And you kind of assuming you cross into that threshold, beyond you see a room lined with smaller rooms. Like cubbies is the wrong word. I can't think of what alcove.
Cells?
More like alcove. Yeah, I mean they are cells, but they're basically just like alcoves that are set in, and then each one has like a layer of light in front of it. And like this technology, assuming those are what they appear to be, which is like force shields, this technology is insane by the standards of the setting. Keep in mind that like your like shields that you can use mechanically are basically just like magnets that scrappers use to stop debris from hitting them, that also happen to work sometimes on bullets. But like actual like energy weapons or like energy shields are still science fiction. So yeah, wild that you would see it here. But you step in and you most of the you actually only see that glowing energy over one of the cells, because that's the only one that has a person in it. And that's the only one that has the light over it. It's semi-opaque, so you can't actually see who's in the cell, but you can sort of see the vague outline of a person inside it.
Is there anything on the other end of this hallway?
It's not a hallway, actually. Sorry, it is a circular room. This is the only thing that's on this level. It's basically the like inner part of this
So the
entire.
stairs came
like,
down and then it opens up into a big.
Yeah,
Maeve is
but-
going
but with
to
a door.
rush forward
Okay.
and then almost realize like maybe like when she's like a step or two away, and like pause.
Okay.
Alice is sweeping the room.
Step or two away from the cell, to be clear, not a step or two into a rush.
Yeah.
You
If it's
don't
just a
see
big
anybody
empty
else
room,
in the room.
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
keep a look, and then I'm gonna stand at the door. Like, all right, let's hurry up.
Grace Miller.
Yeah. So okay, you don't see anybody in the room, but you kind of like turn to cover the door. Maeve, you all see a control panel to the right of the cell. And this one does not appear to have like security systems. It appears to be just a way to operate whether or not the gate is up, the cells are up or down. But yeah, if you step over and you say Grace Miller, the figure inside stands up, but you don't know if it's because they can see your shadows on the other side or if they actually heard you. If they are saying anything back to you, you can't hear it.
Okay, well, let's open it. I'll open the door. I'll use the control panel, try to open up the door.
Okay. You press the button on that panel, and it that golden sort of curtain of energy starts to drop into the floor. And as it does so, the person on the other side slowly is revealed. As it drops lower and lower, you see gray hair, and as it continues down, remarkably long gray hair, although you can still see where an old and jagged scar on the side of her head stops any hair from growing there, and drops even lower, and you can sort of see features that you recognize, even though they are older somehow. And eventually, as it continues down, see the full face of Grace Miller. One eye missing. And continues down, and she's just sort of wearing this black, like, sort of coveralls. She looks diminished, like she's been through hell. And she stands there. She kind of takes in the damage and of the door and looks at the four of you, but her expression is sort of neutral, not giving anything away. She doesn't say anything.
Oh, thank fuck you're still alive. All right, we don't look like us. It's Jax for Maeve and
How you doing, Cap? We gotta go.
And Ellis, and this is Paget. You'll meet her later. We gotta go. We tried to come in quiet, and it got loud. So, are you good? Do you need to be carried? Can you move?
She looks disbelievingly at all of you, and she starts to laugh.
I make shitty chili. That one's got a bad attitude, and she's the first girl born on Mars. Come on, Cap. We gotta go.
Yeah, we gotta go. This is seriously not a joke. This is not some kind of weird fucked up trick. I am real. Remember, I am real dumb. Would not come up with this kind of trick. So let's, we gotta vomit notes.
It's beautiful to see your face, Cap, I gotta be honest, but also...
Yeah. We gotta go. We gotta fucking run, because I'm pretty sure Ava twigged to us.
This isn't going to work.
No, probably not.
Mind games.
What?
Huh? No mind games.
Oh, shit. Okay, I got a thing for this. Okay, officer. Sure, I'll come. Of course, I'll come quietly, and we'll drop his mask.
That was not what your passcode was for. Your passcode was for the software, the backup the like instant
Oh,
For
backup.
your
that was
backup,
my
yeah.
backup.
No, Maeve
Yeah,
controls
Oh,
the.
Maeve controls
But,
that.
but
Yes.
I will say that Maeve will actually like close the gap and just hug Grace.
Oh, she is going to deck
And
you if
say-
you get close enough.
Maeve is gonna try and duck it,
Maeve, just turn
But,
our faces off.
but she
Yeah.
gives it, and she'll say like as she's trying to hug Grace, she'll be like, "Let's all go home."
Okay.
I like that Paget
Grace
becomes a different
is-
person, but it's still someone Grace has no idea who it is.
She's like, who the fuck is
I'm not an old lady.
Yeah.
I'm a different person.
Okay. So then if you're doing that, what I will say, you get close and Grace definitely like sort of draws herself back like she is going to just swing on you. But you say, let's all go home. And that same sort of red light spreads over your body, kind of disperses out to the rest of you and turns you into yourselves, returns you to looking like yourselves. And she stops. She does not punch you in the face.
Suddenly, Ellis looks like a Wookiee in Stormtrooper armor. Because now he's a foot and a half taller.
Right.
Jaxper looks
Um,
more squirrely.
mhm.
Jaxper looks like he's dying because he is.
Bloody nose.
So yeah, absolutely.
You look great.
Look like you're in bad shape. So when you go for Grace and she like, accepts it. She kind of like very dazedly puts her arms around you, Maeve, and looks around at the rest of you. She does give Paget kind of a questioning look, but she like steps out of the cell with her arms still around you, Maeve, and oh, I did the wrong thing here. Hold on, sorry. I'm just gonna say that this is I'm just gonna go with it. As she steps out of the cell though with her arms around you, Maeve, kind of keeps looking around at all of you. She says, "What are you all doing here?"
Rescuing you.
Breaking you out.
Come to
Jailbreak.
collect.
Stupid shit, Captain. What else did you expect? It took us a minute.
You're tough to
All
find.
Sorry about that.
I guess we should get going.
Yeah.
And as she says that, Maeve, she's going to take the gun that I've decided you were carrying away from you. Her hand sort of dips down and pulls this gun out, and she's going to point it. She's gonna let you go, Maeve, but she's going to point it directly at Ellis. And she's gonna say, "But we have business to settle first."
Whoa.
What are you
Grace,
talking
what are you-
about, Cap?
What are you doing? We've it's Ellis.
I mean, if you
We've
want to
gotta
shoot
get
me, you can
going.
shoot me later, but let's get out first.
No. It was him the entire time. You don't understand.
What?
What do you mean?
How do you think they knew? How do you think they knew where we were? All right. Michael is Maynard Colburn Natural Resources. Ellis used to work for Colburn Natural Resources.
Yeah,
Ellis
used to work
is from
for
Texas.
Grace. Then they tried to kill me. Remember? That's why I work with
Colburn.
you.
Is from Texas. They already told me everything, Ellis. You can drop the act.
They're bullshitting you. Why, if I was working for Colburn, would I have hung out with you for so long if they wanted you? We now know you got history. That's fine. But if they wanted
No.
that, I would have been on your
No.
ship and have picked you up early.
Grace.
I ain't saying you work for Colburn. I'm saying you're one of them. I'm saying you're a goddamn Puritan.
Oh, ma'am, no,
no,
I
What's
just...
happened?
He,
I'm
him?
too stupid for that. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Ma'am, I have only been here for a week, but I can promise you these people have thought of nothing but getting you out. That is a waste, a colossal waste of time if he put any effort in getting you in the first place.
I could have just walked away.
I don't know.
Why
don't
would
know
I be
who
here
you
now?
Are, girl, so your opinion doesn't carry much weight for me.
It's fair and
Paget,
fine,
she's a
ma'am.
new pilot. Kara's found family. Anyway,
It's fair and fine, but again, I repeat, I was retained for the purpose of getting you out of this prison.
It was actually
literally
probably
hired.
Karis.
I don't care. I don't much care who you are. But you, she nods at Ellis and she says, I already know everything. You were trying to bring Jaxper here to them.
that's not true either.
Jackson's going to stand in between her and the gun and be like, if they wanted me, they could have had me. They had a couple of opportunities to get me.
Grace, I've done pretty much nothing but, hurt
Grace?
Puritans trying to get here to find you since they grabbed you.
Grace,
Talking about mind games.
Jaxper, get it.
This is a mind game.
Jaxper, get out of the way.
Grace?
It all makes it. No, stop. Listen, they have been playing. Fucking Michael's been playing games with me the entire time, but this makes too much sense.
Karis was an operative for Takamagahara. He was actively spying on all of us. If it was anyone whose leaked information led to where we were, it was Karis Mori.
And believe me, he made up for it.
He made up for it later. But believe me, it wasn't Ellis.
Also, Grace, fine. Shoot me later on the ship.
Yes,
I don't
absolutely,
care.
absolutely.
Let the five of us get out of here now.
Ship. Shoot this man on the ship. That is
I'm
fine.
good with it. I agree.
Yeah.
She is going to look. She is not going to lower the gun, but she is going to switch her gaze mostly to look at Maeve.
Paget, she's not going to shoot you. It's okay. I promise.
Hey, man.
It's Grace.
She's got something wrong with people.
They've gotten into your head. It's not. Ellis didn't do this. We need to go. You need to put down the gun.
Well, maybe not put down the gun.
I was going to say both Paget and I was like, well, the gun's helpful, but
Actually,
She's her.
Just don't point it at him.
right.
yeah, you can keep the gun. Keep the
Yeah,
gun.
you can keep that. You can shoot me later, like I said.
She is just kind of her arm is quivering, and you don't know if it's from the tension or if just the gun is too heavy for her in the state that she is in.
Maeve is just gonna step up and reach out and sort of take her hand that's holding the gun and say, "It's okay. I'm here now. I'm gonna get you out. It's okay."
She resists for a second, and then she kind of lets you push the arm holding the gun down, and she almost sort of collapses onto you. She wraps her other arm around your shoulders and rests her head on top of yours, and just kind of starts sobbing. You can kind of feel these tears coming down her face and onto the top of your head, and she just says in that garbled crying way, "Oh, you little idiot, why would you come here? Why would you come after me? Why would you do any of this? They only wanted me, Maeve. They only wanted me. You could have lived your life. You all could have just walked away and forgotten about me.
Now who's talking dumb? Come on, we got to get back to the ship. Grace, you knew
Grace.
none of us was going to let you go.
We're family. We could have never lived our lives knowing that you might be out there, that we could be helping you, that we could do something to get back at the people who took you. This was always going to be what had to happen.
And now that it has, I'm going to vent this place into space. Are we cool with that?
I like that idea.
Yes.
That's smart.
Cool with
Let's
that?
do it.
I'm
I like that.
I'm gonna
But
expose.
so that means we need to go, Grace.
Hey,
And
Paget, would you help the captain out? She looks like she needs some trouble.
Maeve is
walking.
gonna see. I don't know if this was a one trick only, but she's gonna try again and say, "Let's all go home."
What?
And
To
see
like
if they
swap
can-
back?
Yeah, because like I realize
Yeah.
we're kind of been made, but it can't be worse than us seeing us walking around.
So I think if I understood,
So nothing happens when you say
Yeah.
that.
yeah,
It's a one shot.
Fair enough. Had to
yeah.
try.
The
So
program
if
was not
that's the case,
advanced
I
enough for
think
repeat.
probably Maeve and Ellis at least need to switch armor.
Oh, Ellis is dropping the stormtrooper armor. He immediately had to
Because-
begin
Yeah,
unbuckling things. The
'Cause
pants are
Maeve is-
stuck.
Maeve is not
Uh.
a tall Chad type, so this definitely does not fit her anymore.
switch out some body
Before
armor.
we go into a final firefight, I'm gonna go grab some more agua. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I also
Alright,
am passing
yeah.
my helmet
I'm just
to
imagining
Grace.
Jack Spur saying this and like going to like a water cooler that's in the
Yeah.
corner of
Oh,
the
yeah.
holding cell.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna refill my Nalgene. You know, it's important. Hydrate.
I think
Yeah,
Hydrate
Ellis
or
is also
dihydrate.
gonna
Go get water.
pass his helmet to Maeve and Grace and be like, "All right, suit up."
Paget will sidle up to Ellis with that gun and be like, "Do you think you can convince them if they don't let us out, you can just shoot a hole into the vacuum of space and take us all out?"
I mean, I can, so I could tell them the truth that is a possibility.
I kind of like
Hi,
that.
Paget. I know this is perhaps the
Mm.
first time you've met the welcome wagon, but this is a more of a tool than a gun. It's used for breaking apart salvage material in deep space. So it's designed to shoot through ship hulls.
Yeah, but you are not confident that you could shoot from underground up through a refueling depot and like
Maybe.
open it to the vacuum of space.
He's not confident.
Well,
That's
We've
that
established
10%.
Ellis is pretty dumb.
maybe not
But-
with one shot.
Yeah, I mean-
but yeah.
Yeah, just in case if we need to.
Also, it'd be a
in case,
relatively small hole. Watermelon size isn't enough to
Sure,
like
sure.
totally depressurize an entire facility, but
It's enough to cause a panic.
Yeah.
it's enough to cause a problem.
There's already plenty of panic as you can hear.
Good.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Grace again just is kind of dazed and distraught and even as you're kind of like dressing her in this like body armor, she makes eye contact with you, Ellis, and she just says, yeah, I mean, I've spent so much time alone here thinking about how I brought you on my ship and ignored so many red flags.
I think we both kind of needed each other, Grace. You know, you come with a fair bit of baggage yourself, but you blaming me? That's fair. That's fair. I should have been able to stop this.
Just felt like such an idiot, such a fool.
I felt worse in the past few months.
She says all this, and she's gonna get back and see all those reports and be like, "God damn it!"
The worst
As
account
you all
ever.
are like, yeah, as you are all like preparing yourselves and like and gearing up and everything, you start to make for the open, blown open entrance to the prison, the holding facility. And as you start to approach it, that's a curtain of that same sort of golden energy covers that front hole that was blown open by Ellis.
Damn, my nemesis, force fields.
And as that happens, you see a lot of figures on the other side, a lot of dark, shadowy figures on the other side of this. But one steps right up to the front, the barrier, and kind of like raises one hand and gently sort of sets it down on the surface, and it kind of looks like when you touch one of those electric ball, those electric orbs where the electricity like traces to your fingertips, kind of sets down. There's like a little arcs of like golden electricity that sort of like spark wherever the fingertips touch. Kind of like does a wave motion, and a stretch of it clears, and you can see somebody standing on the other side. He is a tall, fairly handsome for his age man, with sort of carefully coiffed like gray hair, clean shaven, except for a little mustache that he has, equally gray, and he's kind of just wearing a he's actually not, as far as you can tell, wearing like body armor or anything like that. He is wearing like black slacks and like a very dark green button-down shirt with a vest over it, and it all looks very tailored. He still sort of has like the two halves of a dark dark red bow tie sort of like hanging from either side of his collared shirt. The top button is undone, and he's just kind of casually sort of standing there with his hands in his pockets, looking at all of you. No, I always suspected that I'd cross paths with you. Grace's crew. I'll confess, I didn't expect it to be like this. You're all quite fascinating. I read Ava's report of all of you with great interest.
But where is she, actually? I'd like to speak to her. I have some words I'd like to exchange.
I think she expressed similar sentiments. I'm sure before too long, you'll cross paths. So, came to break your fearless leader out of the clutches of the evil folks what kidnapped her.
You'd be correct, sir.
You're gonna keep on monologuing, yeah?
From behind your hypocritical force field door, super high tech piece of technology, you're gonna keep
y'all are
rolling
such pieces of shit. Oh my god.
Y'all don't appear to be going anywhere. So.
It says you.
Oh, see, that's a really interesting thing that we've got going on.
So I'm guessing there is not just like an actual other exit. Michael is at the only exit.
Correct.
Would Maeve remember from the map what is on the other side of these walls, though?
You're pretty sure it is an open drop.
Okay.
Not sure exactly how deep it goes.
Wait, so
We're
we're like
under.
in a deeper crevice? We're not in solid rock down here?
No, so basically the way that it works is like that sort of center like those center two, that center ring that you were in before was like kind of like an open shaft with these platforms built at different levels.
Yeah.
And then this center section that you were in is kind of like that, I don't know, core column that sort of fills up the middle of it. So that's where you all are. But if like the back end of this, like this part of the holding or whatever, was basically the entire section on this level of that like out into open air,
But then
like
there's
shaft kind of thing.
then there's the level above. So in theory, we
yes.
could go up.
Yeah, just
had
fucking
fun.
grip
Yes,
it,
in
grip it,
theory,
baby.
you can.
Slop that down, dude.
If you were so
Yeah,
inclined.
crack one for the
But,
big boy.
I just sent you a DM.
Thank you.
Marcus.
Oh, I saw it.
I saw
it.
We got more
Um,
XP.
I read it. I read your correspondence with great interest. Get 'em.
Get 'em.
Okay, so like a
We
lot
are
of
It's
stuff is
behind
going
its
on here.
fancy force field.
As you are kind of like figuring all of this stuff out, some stuff is going to happen, and like feel free, I guess, to consider this kind of like a cutscene situation. But in the meantime, basically what's happening is like everything that you have mentioned to me that you want to do, you're kind of sort of working through that in your minds. Like Maeve, you're considering your plan of like going up or going down. Jaxper, your wonderful DM, and meanwhile,
that
he
be.
is kind of yeah. And he says, "Yeah, I mean, brave heroes here to rescue the maiden from the. I don't know, what would we be?
Dragons.
Dark
Or
knights,
grand
I suppose.
wizards.
Dragons.
Or
Grand wizards. No,
possibly
grand-
cyclopses. It depends
grand
on what
wizards. I feel like grand
particular
wizards is right.
iteration of racist shitheads you
I
decide to
get
be.
it.
Yeah, it's
I get
clever.
it.
What can I say? I'm a man of many layers.
Well, I mean, there's nothing so simple as race about what it is that we are trying to do here. And I don't expect any of y'all to understand. You've been indoctrinated since the day you were born. And I mean, some of you are abominations.
Oh, you're right. We're too
Look
stupid to
meaningfully
get
at
bigotry.
Jaxper.
It's really
Ah.
only the clever folks that can be bigots. That's been
Oh,
my
yeah.
experience. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
that's definitely the problem.
Well, I was fully decanted.
It's just a little
yeah.
different.
False wounds.
It's just a
all that
little
sort of thing.
different when you grow up in the church. I hope you understand. Isn't that right, Grace?
When you grow up with the silver
remember.
spoon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is that supposed to be a big reveal
Oh.
for us? Make us turn against her because she
Oh,
used
yeah,
to
is
be
this-
one of y'all?
Is this like the thing where
Is
you're
that
gonna
where I
suddenly reveal that she's killed a
out?
whole bunch of people in her past? Because we know.
Oh no! Oh, she used to
know.
be part of the pure.
Yeah.
Oh
She still
shit!
came here.
Hey, I used to work for your
Fully
ass,
aware.
and then I killed a bunch of you. Is that also a big reveal for people? I don't know. Paget probably kicked a
So-
dog at one point. Who
I
knows
would
what's
never,
going on?
Ellis.
Bridge too far.
So it,
Maeve said a
So
swear word the other day. I swear, I
Maeve
watched it
got me
happen.
drunk in her parents' kitchen.
It's wild.
Yeah. So we all know we're not all innocent here.
Right. All got our demons.
We all got our demons.
I apologize, Patrick. That
So
was
it
over the
doesn't-
line. I'm
That
sorry.
was over the line. You could have just mentioned the fact that I killed 2 auditors.
Well, we killed. That was participatory. I was there.
So it doesn't seem to be bothering you all, but it is clearly bothering Grace. When he says this, Grace kind of like sort of wilts a little bit, and she kind of falls back against one of the walls, and her breathing starts to like accelerate a little bit, and she looks past you at Michael. Presumably, he has not introduced himself, but
For a guy that sucks this
shakes her
bad, it's
head.
Michael. Like,
Definitely, like shakes her head, and he just kind of like smiles and says, "Oh, they don't know." And you don't want them to know?
oh, we don't. No, hold on. Let's interrupt the docket for a moment. We don't care. We don't care. I don't know if you read the whole, list of info on us and thought that we were some kind of like innocent avengers of justice.
Yeah, no, we just wanted Grace
Nah,
back.
we just want Grace back. Yeah, we don't really care. Your monologue's cute though.
Now, I
I can tell you
believe-
practice. Good work in that mirror.
Now I believe you don't much care. She's taken a few lives here or there, but
Mm-hmm.
that's not who you are, is it, Grace? You're not a casual killer. You're not even a professional killer. So what is this? You don't want me to tell them about those millions of people? About
Above
how
character,
you and
have
me-
the Puritans killed millions of people? Like, are they that successful as a
Hold
terrorist
on.
organization?
Hold on.
I have a
Hold on.
I have a suspicion, but we'll see.
Hold on. You don't want to tell them about how you and me, we rained righteous hellfire down on them from above? So you know that your captain did terrible things, but did you know that your captain pulled the trigger on the single greatest act of death in human history?
Well, I'm new,
Remember
so
what it looks
no,
like, Grace, when you remember what it looked like, Grace, when Takamagahara 4 fell from the heavens? And she is like mid panic attack at this point. She is hyperventilating and just sort of clutching at her chest, and like she is starting to sob, and like kind of she like has her like fists pressed up against her forehead and is kind of like banging them again and again and just kind of like muttering to herself. Are you trying to say something, Julia?
I was gonna say when the opportunity presents itself, I'm gonna sedate her.
All right.
Hold on, let's
Fair
just
enough.
do a little bit of.
I was gonna
Hold
say
on a minute.
Maeve is gonna try and like step forward and like hold Grace's shoulders and like put her face in front of Grace's face and be like, don't let him get to you. You need to just
Maeve, Maeve, he's right. He's right, Maeve. You should have left me for dead. You should have let him. I deserve this. I deserve all of this and more. I never should have tried to live a life. I never should have tried to run. I never should have tried to.
If you want to end it, then you'll end it on your own fucking terms, Grace, not on theirs.
lots of people deserve things for what they've done, but I can tell you right now that anything he doesn't deserve to get to see you like this.
He was just going to keep you alive to make you into a next Trigger Man. You want to end it on your terms. Fuck this guy. And I will do that thing that I
do that thing that you do.
What's the
do
thing?
Do that thing you do so
I'm
good.
not allowed to do that thing that I damned you.
No, yeah, I think that is fair. Are you saying a thing?
Yeah. Yeah, so Jaxper is going to say, if again, that phrase, which as a mental health professional, I have to acknowledge I do not condone this in any way, shape, or form, but it is thematically appropriate
For the drama.
moment. For the drama.
Only.
For the drama.
He's going to point at her and say again, if you're going to end it, you end it on your terms. And he's going to turn around, toss the rifle, the big rifle, over to Ellis. And
Ellis, like holding one big rifle, catches the other big rifle.
Yeah. Don't know how you're going to manage that, buddy. Then he's going to walk up. He's going to walk up to the door and say, "Sorry, officer. I'll come quietly." And he's going to shove his hands into the force field and dump all of his nanites into the power grid to shut down this entire system.
Okay.
When Ellis sees him do that, Ellis is going to decide that it's time to put a skylight in this room just for emphasis.
Sure. A couple things are going to happen at the same time, but
God.
hold that thought for one moment.
Oh god, oh god, oh god.
It's fine. It's fine. All right, here we go.
Fine. We're all fine here. How are you?
Time stops for you, Jaxper. Everybody else is frozen. Grace with this just mid-panic attack, horrified, traumatized, heartbroken expression. Paget kind of like not really sure if Paget's like hating this or loving this. It's
Not back on the stream,
Right,
or do I
right.
need to refresh the stream?
You might have to refresh.
I see it
Are you
back
back?
on Twitch now.
Yeah. Everyone refresh.
Yay!
Yay!
Unfuck.
Unfucked. It was not. It's been more fucked. It was just we couldn't hold off forever.
Yeah.
But yeah.
OBS caught us in the end.
It sure did.
OBS said, "Let's wait till the dramatic."
Uh-huh.
Just
literally.
It was just like,
Yep.
just like waiting
Yep.
for that perfect shot.
Anyway.
All right. Anyway, yeah. Hopefully you're back and with us and all that good stuff. If everything's working for you in the chat, please let us know. And yeah, I would say if you can't hear us, refresh, but you wouldn't be able to hear that anyway. What's important is Jaxper. Everything freezes for you in that moment, and everybody else. You know, as we said, everybody. Paget still has that same. That expression. You can't tell if she's loving this or hating it. Ellis, everybody says, Ellis is holding, your giant gun and his
Two
giant gun.
guns.
And yeah, it's like, I can't use both these guns. And Maeve is in the process of trying to sort of talk Grace down and comfort her. And you, all of that kind of melts away as you enter your headspace after you say that. You're kind of pulled into your headspace, and waiting there for you, you see 19 and you see Shervin, and then just sort of standing there, 19, his like big sort of bland looking sort of hulking self, and then Shervin, who just kind of looks like, I don't know, like a very young teacher, like a high school teacher.
This isn't the end. We've got our backups. Let's fuck some shit up.
No, Jaxper. Shervin says, "This is the end."
Well,
19 says, "We're just here to say goodbye."
the backup Did the backup not work? Is that a fucking feather to give to the elephant to let it think it can fly?
It's not a backup, Jaxper. It never was. It gave us permission to run the purge.
Oh,
Oh.
so this is the end for all three of us.
No. You're not going to die. Not at full operating capacity. I'm not sure any of us could die at full operating capacity. At least not without Elliot there to suck up the remains.
I'm going to have words with our father about this.
Shervin laughs. Don't be too hard on him. He did what he knew we wanted. He did what he did because he cares about you, Jaxper. And he knew that you would never let us go. If the choice was in your hands, you would die first.
I'm glad at least we got to meet again. Even if it fucking sucked. I wish I'd gotten to meet your family.
Me too. You would have liked them. And they would have liked you.
19, I'm sorry you never got to grow a personality.
It's okay.
Gotta be honest, they haven't worked out well for the rest of us, so.
Can't miss what you never had.
Well, now I feel dumb because I was about to do something really fucking cool.
I'm sorry, that is Jaxper in a, like, that's a 5-second. Well, now I feel dumb because I was going to do something
Quintessential
really
Jaxper.
cool.
But now it's,
we not gonna live?
but
God
now it's
damn
not
it.
gonna fucking work.
Boiled
Just-
down to the essence. I don't see how it can't fail.
You try and sacrifice yourself for glory.
Ugh.
Now you have to
Dad.
live like
To
an
live
idiot.
like an idiot.
You know, Jaxper, there's a lot of irony wrapped up in all of this. But the most ironic thing, I'm in your head. I've heard you tell people that I'm horny for death.
I had told you that to your face.
Yeah, that is
But
fair.
the irony, Jaxper, the irony is that I wasn't. I just died first. But you? Jaxper. You've wanted to die almost as long as I've known you. On your own terms, of course, but you are so fearless, and you always have been. except when it comes to living a life. To being a human being.
I'm not a human being. A.
Mm.
B. Fuck you. Go fuck you. Fuck you. Also fuck you. But I respect that you weren't going to get another chance to say that shit. So, fine. Maybe I'll act like a person maybe a little bit more and less like a walking armored personnel vehicle.
Just do me a favor. Call it a last request from both of us.
A death wish.
But try to recognize the hypocrisy that you say all the time. Because Jaxper, if you're not human, then all you are is nanites. And the two of us, we actually are only nanites. I am a human being, Jaxper. I've loved and lost and felt pain beyond anything that I could have ever imagined in the facility. And that's what being human is. And 19 never got a chance to be a person. So we've talked this over and we've decided we're leaving. But you, Jaxper, if you've ever cared about us, either of us, then live. Live where 19 couldn't. And live for everything that I lost.
I will do my best not to die in this harebrained ass scheme that we've cooked up to try to save this fucking terrorist from her own terrorist organization.
Well, that's not the same thing, but I know you well enough to know
Well,
that's
Look,
your
man,
version.
I have to survive the next hour and a half before I can survive for the next ever. So
the next 60 seconds is real critical.
yeah, next
actually,
60 seconds is going to be really important. So yes, I'll do that.
Then we're done here. I have said goodbye to too many people that I care about, so I'm not going to.
Yeah. Back at you.
But 19 walks up to you and says, I never got to say goodbye the last time.
Jaxper's going to grab him by the shoulder, by the arms to say, "We survived at all because of what you did. You were probably the bravest of us.
I know.
So all of my jokes, all of my teasing, don't think for a second that I haven't lived my whole life understanding how much in your debt I am.
It's okay. That's what brothers do.
Goodbye, 19.
I'm going now.
Goodbye, 19.
Goodbye, Jaxper. And your headspace sort of dissolves around you, and you come back to yourself. Right as you set your hands on the inside of this force field, and for the first time in 2 weeks, you are at 100% capacity. All of the pain and the headaches and the exhaustion and everything is completely gone. And you never realized exactly how strong you felt. What do you do?
I am going to rip down this force field.
Yeah, you are.
And I'm going to brain spike this motherfucker immediately beyond it.
Okay.
I want to beat you to it. I think it should be a quick draw between Jax and Ellis of who gets him first.
Listen, once that barrier comes down, it's whoever gets to act first. You have that ability. Jaxper, as you set your hands on this thing, it does start to immediately starts to hurt and starts to sort of like burn at you. And you are going to have to keep your cool to endure hardship to accomplish this insane thing that you want to do. So roll with stalwart. You do not have disadvantage any longer.
All right, I'm going to use my advantage that I paid good money for.
You paid
All right.
good money.
Also, I don't know what your storm is looking like, but if you think that whole exchange might have given you one, I don't know if that would push you over or not.
That feels stormy.
Did that feel like a
Oh
lot?
no, I am definitely acting rationally. So I'm going to use.
So I have some emotional turmoil at that
I
moment.
feel like the other three player characters picked up Storm from that interaction.
Yeah. It doesn't actually push me over because I used Storm earlier.
That's fair.
So it doesn't push me over.
Safety release valve in effect.
But I am going to take advantage, lash out destructively here.
Okay.
And right. So that's a 9 total.
Okay.
For the thing. And what I want to do here is
and we did I don't interrupt, but we did establish that we were fine with guidance being spent after the fact. You were at a 9. A guidance, this is the exact moment when a guidance would be good. That would push you to a 10.
Guidance.
Sweet.
You gotta spend the drugs. You gotta pony up those drugs.
Yeah,
gotta point them drugs.
I'm gonna take you at your word and assume that you're gonna do it, and then that means that you were at a 10. So you do it with minimal cost. Go nuts. What do you do? What does it look like?
So basically, what it looks like is Jaxper is going to. I'm going to go with someone is injured or scarred for my storm move. And I am using the advantage from the pool as well. because I can't do both. So, but what I'm basically doing is putting my hand on this thing, pushing through it, and then sending out a pulse that rips it apart. And then with all of the pressure I've been putting on there, I'm shoving my hand forward and just grabbing this man's face and hooking my fingers into his eyes. And I will hurl him down to, and if Ellis still wants to move, I will hurl him to the side so that by his skull, so that Ellis can get a shot off.
Bang, bang.
All
That
right.
succeeds, right? Because Jax has already made his roll.
So yeah, it succeeds. I don't think you can like hook into his eyes, just because that would like definitely be dealing damage and
Yes,
stuff.
someone is injured or scarred.
Okay.
That is the
Scarring.
exact line
All right.
in the oncoming storm thing.
Okay.
Oof,
Fair enough.
oof, oof, oof.
Just like
then
grip
yeah,
his
fair enough.
face and burn it.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, that's true. Actually, that's probably true. Is instead of doing that, I can just burn his face. I'm not saying I'm gouging his eyes out, but he's
Sure.
probably bleeding.
You get a hold. You get a
I get a
grabby
hold.
hand.
I get
yeah.
he's got a big old grabby
Shit.
hand in his face.
Yeah.
Just a grab.
What do you want to do? I mean, are you using your move, Ellis?
Oh yeah.
'Cause
Well, I'm not. No, I'm
conflict
not
is breaking
beating.
out.
I'm not beating Jax. Like as soon like,
Okay.
but as soon as the thing drops, I'm
Yes.
actually going to, because my assumption from where I'm standing, Alice's assumption is that Jax is dying. Like every
Yeah, that was-
instinct that he's been given is like that's self-sacrifice right there. Like, oh,
Yeah.
Jax is going
Yes.
to die. So in more, it's less of a this is the most effective move and more of the this is the respectful move. Is Alice actually drops the welcome wagon and holds God and anime and shouts as soon as the pillar comes down of, I know you know about God, Mike. What do you know about anime?
Yes.
And
And I will also burn an advantage for that.
Hell yes.
So
All right.
that's an 11.
For firefight, I assume.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Absolutely. So I mean, you're technically exchanging harm. I'm not
Fuck
sure.
it, go for it. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I don't think you really can. But choose 3, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to frighten my enemy. And by that, I
Sure.
don't mean him necessarily. I mean all of the dickheads behind him. And then I'm going to halt in advance. And does this thing have discharge, Jax? Do I need to discharge it to kill his ass? Or do you think it's enough? I don't know what the deets are on this weapon.
Oh, let me.
Oh, that's
let
a good
me-
question.
Let me look up my.
I
Is it a
might
sniper
just
rifle?
get-
It can be discharged, but it does
Oh,
not
then we're
have to
discharging
be
it. It's max
max
velocity.
damage. All
'Cause,
right.
yeah. It's 100%
which
of
I
100%.
think is. I think
It's
that's 8.
6.
It's 6.
Oh, it's 6,
a sniper
okay.
It's
rifle,
6.
so it's 6.
It's a rifle, so it's 3 damage
Discharge
discharge.
Sure.
of 6. Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Yeah. All right. So you fire this a single shot from this railgun at a human target.
Yep.
From very nearby.
Restraint
and I
is
think
not
it just-
really in Ellis's wheelhouse. It's not really what he...
Yeah. I mean, do you want to describe this? Do you have a thought?
I think it's very total recall. Like, it's not
Okay.
meant to be used on human targets and probably would be considered some form of a war crime. So he,
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah,
just
It
like
is, it is a highly illegal
it's a
weapon.
grape in a microwave kind of a deal.
This would go
Yeah.
through him, the guy behind him, the
yeah,
guy
and then the
behind
staircase,
him,
and then the
wall
guy that's on the
behind
other side of
him.
the staircase. Yeah,
The-
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Okay,
thing we're
I think
fighting
that's-
terrorists.
Yeah.
Hey,
I think that's interesting and appropriate enough that we're going to do it. You are shooting at an angle because Jaxper is right in front. So
Yep.
that's literally what happens is your shot from this railgun sniper rifle basically rips Michael in half and then continues on towards the like spiral staircase leading down behind him, takes out two other people. You don't know if they're dead. One of them is definitely dead. You don't know if the one behind him is dead.
Names a couple
But yeah,
guys, whatever.
Jaxper is now holding half of a human body. And in that moment, in response, the other people, actually, you were going to hear somebody yell, a vaguely familiar sounding female voice yell, "Open fire." And then a bunch of people are going to all shoot at you at the same time. And I think I'm going to say fair is fair. You are going to, because there are so many people shooting at you, it's going to be 6 harm to you as well. Feel free to use equipment.
All right, so we're going to discharge the body armor. It's going to rip off my body armor, dropping it down to 4. And then I'm going to take a scratch. I'm rattled. I'm hurt bad. And I'm going to fill my stress track.
Okay.
So that kicks
take a
over.
calamity.
Most of my calamities are actually like benefits. So
calamities are weird like that. As you get
Yeah.
farther down the list, they get worse and worse. The early ones are generally kind of like beneficial to find.
yeah, almost like all of mine are story hooks. So we'll
Yeah.
I'll say that I'm gonna, just because it's the most thematically appropriate one, is I'm going to take a terrible wound, and I'm gonna say that they take my left arm.
Okay.
Ooh.
You're gonna come out of the confrontation with the church with a cybernetic arm, just like they've got.
Cool. Very cool. All right. Yeah. You get shot a lot, and it is not a good thing.
Riddled with assault
Paget?
rifle fire, for sure.
Paget, Maeve, one of you wanna do a thing?
There's a huge gun at my feet.
I was gonna say, he dropped the welcome wagon. Paget has been standing in the vague in between him and Maeve and Grace at this point, so I think she's going to pick it up.
If I can recommend,
yes.
depending on how big Paget is, you might want to fire it from the ground. It's a 50 caliber rifle.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think
throwing it out there to give you a good mental image. It's huge.
So they are shooting at us through this blown open door. It's on the ground. I think what Paget will do is she will kind of like drop down to one knee and like lift it. And then fire it.
Which is great because it has 1 round left.
Cool.
You're using a shipbreaker round. Okay.
I think what she's going to
She doesn't know how to disable that.
do.
That's true.
But what I want to do with it specifically is I want to aim it up at the ceiling above where all these people are standing, and I want to just I want to collapse them in there. Because as far as I'm concerned, we could make our own way out. We could make a ladder. We can get out. I want to collapse them in. So I'm going to shoot at that ceiling. I will spend an advantage to do that.
Okay. And
I will spend a guidance.
Ellis, you did that as well.
I did spend a bit.
So it's firefight, which is my volatile.
Yes.
I'm just going to add another +1 already on top of it since I have the guidance. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 to shoot the ceiling and collapse it down on all these people who are firing at us.
So you get to pick 3 from firefight, and then it sounds like you're choosing an object or area is destroyed.
Yes. So hold on, let me go look at where firefight is. So
it is a fairly long list, but yeah, you exchange harm and then you choose 1 essentially. I'm sorry, that's 7 and 9. Yeah, you exchange harm and you choose 3 of the options. So
yeah. So for everyone at home, discharge with the discharge tag, which you can't do for the shipbreaker. Take evasive action, take less harm, halt a position or hold an advance, make an advance or force your enemy out of cover, impress, dismay, or frighten them, or disengage and take a moment to recover. Which only applies to you, so not the whole crew.
Does the shipbreaker have a weapon rating?
In what sense?
Like, does it have damage, whatever, on it, or harm?
We decided that it was 4 because that made the most sense, because it's at that tier of gun, because it can't be discharged because it doesn't have that tag. but it's
Right,
definitely more than like an assault rifle.
Yes, definitely.
So
If I remember correctly, the last time we shot it. But it sounds like it's not even being shot at a person. Like
no,
it's
I'm not. I'm
Right.
shooting it to collapse it on top of people. So it's still probably, that's not going to not hurt people.
Right. But it's like
Um,
debris is what's hurting them, not
Yes. So that's destroyed, and then I guess I want to impress, dismay, and frighten the enemy.
You could also say that you
Sick.
want to halt an advance, or
That's
like
it's 3, right? So
Yeah.
I could
yeah, you get to
choose
pick 3 of
both.
those.
So I want to impress, dismay, and frighten them. I want to halt their advance. And because Paget never got body armor, can I also take evasive action and suffer 1 less harm? So can I shoot it and kind of like drop as soon as she lifts it up, shoots, and then kind of rolls? Because
So what I'm
going to
say is actually
so it's going.
I'm gonna say
hurt
it-
me.
I'm going to say it actually blows you back into one of the alcoves
Okay.
with the sheer force of you firing it.
Cinematic.
Yeah. Like you go sliding across the floor with the force of the recoil and into one of the alcoves, mostly out of harm's way. So what happens is you discharge a shipbreaker round into like the ceiling above the staircase. Because this is the sort of prison room, the ceiling is reinforced, which means that when the debris comes down, you are largely all saved from it. However, the people who are on the stairs, and you don't know exactly how many of them there are, but you hear a lot of screams as either the debris falls down or the very stairs they were standing on just fully collapse underneath them. However, as that happens, a figure does just, in a last-ditch Hail Mary, sort of just hurl themselves off of the stairs and into the room where you are all standing, does a very graceful sort of roll and comes up into a crouch with a rifle and fully just is going to unload on the room as much as they possibly can. So Paget, you are using evasive action. You're going to suffer 1 less harm from this. But for everybody else, I don't exactly remember how automatic weapons work in this setting, but I'm going to say that all of you are going to take 2 harm, which is less than this rifle would normally do.
Can I
Yeah, I'm trying to
use the body of Michael as a shield?
If you mark
Full
a
auto in
gear
this
slot
setting is-
for it, I guess.
Full auto is 2 targets. You get 2 targets.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right, that's fine then. It's going to be Jackspur and it's going to be Paget.
Okay.
So that's
All right.
fine anyway.
So-
Since Ellis just had an arm fully blown off.
I took a lot of harm. Yeah.
So
Yes.
when
Yeah, I do actually have shield, so I will discharge that.
And say that it's Michael's body. That's
And say that it's
fine.
Michael's body. Yeah.
So I guess that means I only take 1 of it, and it's going to be. I guess I just take just a scratch. Is that how that works?
Mhm.
I've never taken
Yes.
damage in this game.
So yeah, each
there you
of
go.
those counts as 1, or you can take it as stress if it just barely misses you, and you can take up to 5
Yes.
stress before you take a calamity.
And
Patrick will
stress
take
is this
Stress is worse.
Stress is worse.
I
Yeah.
did pick that up from.
Take the scratch. The
Yes.
scratch is a good choice.
Um,
Yeah,
And,
Alice is
and
gonna be
then-
like, ah, good shot, kid.
and then Ava Ava is still in sort of that crouch with the weapon drawn. Maeve, you are the only one who has not done a thing. There's only 1 person left in the room that's a threat.
And you
It's
already
just
hate
Ava.
And you
I
already
hate
hate
her
her
so goddamn
so
much.
goddamn much.
And you've got these nanites that really like to take things apart and put them back together again.
Oh, are we gonna get Cronenberg on this shit? You know,
just-
people are just meat machines.
Just saying. I'm just saying. And she's a Puritan, so she's got a lot more machine in her than, a lot of regular meat people do.
We're not wrong.
I'm just saying. Just saying.
This is the
It's
the
just-
Ellis and the
it's-
Jackspur on your shoulder whispering to you about the things that you can do.
just absolutely.
Yeah, but they're in agreement.
It's not so much an angel and a devil on your
No.
shoulder as it is
It's just-
chaotic evil
They're
and
just
lawful
arguing
evil.
whether I
Yeah.
should use a gun or use nanites. That's
Yeah,
the
exactly.
only
Oh,
reason
yeah.
they're not in complete agreement.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Cronenberg.
I'm over here like, you don't know the nanites well enough left. She could be okay. Put a bullet in her.
Jesus.
Bullets always work.
Bullets work great. Look at what I did.
That wasn't a bullet.
So Maeve,
I think
I choose.
I choose. I think Maeve is going to actually grab the gun that Grace had pulled on Ellis and use that to try to shoot Ava.
You already had it in your hand, didn't you? I think you took it from Grace, right?
I was holding her hand and we didn't exactly, but I think at that point Grace had
She
dropped it at some point because she was having a panic attack.
Yeah.
So
then roll plus volatile.
I am gonna use advantage though because again we're talking volatile.
Please
That
kill.
makes
Lucy.
sense.
Please kill Ava.
I'm
It
gonna
is.
try, man.
It's the end of the line.
We're gonna have to tell Raph.
Raph would agree aggressively with everything that's happening.
Okay,
You can tell.
that is going to be a 7 when you take my -1.
7 is
into
success.
account.
Yes.
Get
Yeah.
it?
That
Get
just
it,
takes it to
success.
8.
Get it,
7 or
get
8
it.
are the same.
You're right.
7 works.
Great, 7 works in this system.
Yeah.
Because it's not World of Darkness.
It's not
Meets
World of
beats is
So
the
you get
exact
to-
right amount of harm coming out of Maeve as well.
So you get to choose one. If you're trying to, I believe you can discharge a pistol, and I believe pistols
Yes.
are 1 harm generally, so that would make it 2 harm if you want to do that. Or you could choose take evasive action and suffer -1 harm, but you can't do both of those.
No, she's going to go
And there are
for
other
as much
options, too.
harm as she can to Ava.
Cool.
Cool.
Get her.
Cool.
So I'm going to discharge the pistol.
Okay. You discharge the pistol. So what happens is Ava, in this sort of crouched position with the rifle, she just, Padgett just went flying back into the alcove. She just shot Jaxper, who used Michael's body to stop the bullets. Ellis is lying there bleeding out. Grace is sort of still
On my knee.
trying to,
On
trying
a
to
knee.
recover from this situation that she has going on internally. And then she kind of tracks across all of these targets, and her eyes fall on you, Maeve, and there's a split second of standoff before she swings the rifle around and squeezes the trigger right as you get the gun out of Grace's hand up and you pull the trigger. So the first thing that I want to account for is that Maeve, you were exchanging harm, and you were going to take 3 harm from that rifle, which you can decide how you want to account for.
I will take 1 stress
Okay.
and then 2 harm.
Okay. You don't have body armor or shields or anything like that? Okay.
I don't have any
okay.
of that even in my inventory.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so you get shot, not as badly as you very well could have, but your bullet, you get knocked back, Maeve, into Grace, who kind of catches you, lets out this wail, right as your bullet hits Ava right between the eyes, and on top of the damage that she had taken from Padgett's shot, she just falls backwards. Dead. And at least for the time being, the debris is settling around the blown hole of the prison, and Ava's dead. Michael's dead. Ellis is badly hurt.
I'm gonna do something about that.
Ellis, because Padgett still has the gun and is rolled over, Ellis reaches over and pulls up a lever and undoes a latch and takes off the shipbreaker person and goes, spray and pray anybody that comes through the door, and then just collapses on the ground. like
Yeah.
just converts it into an assault rifle with his last little bit of effort and just falls down.
I'm going to I'm gonna come over now that I'm not dead, and I'm going to put my hand. I'm gonna like sort of like grab Ellis's like good hand.
If you also
and-
need it, you notice he has tactical packs on him.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna use Flesh Knitter. And basically just be like, so this is gonna suck.
Worse than losing the arm.
And we'll find out. And
Sounds good.
I'll roll that with advantage.
So
I'll use this last advantage here
while
to heal him.
that's happening, Paget's gonna meander over to Lucy and rip off her cybernetic arm and bring it over and be like, got you something.
Okay, you can't look. I appreciate the energy. I appreciate the energy that you are bringing to this. You can't rip off a cybernetic arm. You can cut a cybernetic arm off,
yeah.
but it is going to be a process.
Yeah.
Just put a foot in the armpit. You just
I was
twist
gonna
and
say,
pull.
The amount of force that is required to dislocate an arm is not difficult.
That this is not that. This is not dislocating an
I
arm.
like the idea that Paget does it and brings it over, and then Jax is like, "The hell am I gonna do with that?"
No,
Yeah.
like I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying it will be the grisliest thing any of you have ever seen somebody do, and that is saying something.
I just
So
turned a guy into a grate,
You-
and this is a little rough.
You see me go pick it up.
I rolled an 8 to basically heal to heal
I'm hurt bad.
everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically I use my power to heal a wound or physical injury, condition, or malady. On a 7 to 9, I heal them, but it drains you, and I do have disadvantage going forward. But yeah, I basically am using my nanites to do for you what they usually do for me.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm
It-
new
it's
nano bro.
Burny. It's kind of burny. It doesn't feel great.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a cauterizing action. Like you're pinching off all the bleeders with like little white hot robot.
Yeah,
pincers. Yeah.
but it's also they're like all of the nerves that got severed are growing again.
Great.
Mhm.
And that
Awesome.
feels
Well,
really cool. That feels really, really
So you're
cool.
not like growing his arm back, but you are making it so like
Technically I can, but we don't have to.
I think the calamity
I-
rule might override that.
Yeah,
because
the
I took a
calamity.
calamity.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You got a calamity.
You
roll.
just seal it off
Yeah.
so he's not going to bleed
Yeah,
out of
you
it.
just make it a nice stump
yes.
as
So
opposed to
it
being
looks like right. It looks like he lost the arm years ago, not like
Right.
he lost the arm 5 minutes ago.
right, and I think I'm able to stop the bleeding of a bunch of them bullet wounds too. Those bullet holes too.
Oh, that's
So-
nice. Oh yeah, those.
I guess Paget will not
sure.
rip the arm off. She will consider it. You look over and she's holding on to it. Like you're like, what is she gonna do with that? And
No,
then-
put it down.
Those
She's like-
things get like way more hardwired into the whole system than you'd think. You can't just like pop them off like if they were just a piece of metal stuck onto somebody's arm.
Well, also like
That's
Alice
true.
doesn't have the socket part, right? It's not like a hot swap. Like
she's
Situation.
got the spirit. She doesn't got the know-how. Again, this is outside of her
hey,
expertise.
we're wheeling and dealing. We're shooting weird guns. We're killing
Okay.
people with the power of anime. Who knows?
All right,
Time to
that
go
was a
home.
great
Uh,
that was a great shot, but I'm taking my gun back now.
Alice stands back up and is like, "No, that's fair. Yeah, absolutely."
as you are all sort of gathering yourselves, sort of getting your wits back about you, Grace grabs onto you, Maeve,
Mm-hmm.
and she looks, there's still sort of like tears drying on her face, but she sort of looks like she's collecting herself, and she's like staring, as you look over, she's staring at Michael's corpse, and she has this very stoic, like gathered expression on her face. There's a lot of hate and anger there, but also a resolve. And she switches her gaze to you, Maeve, and she says, "It's not over."
What I mean, I'm sure there's more people in the facility, but I mean, this has got to be most of the people that matter. Like, we can just walk out. It's okay.
No, Maeve, he said they were going to do it again. Maeve, he said, but bigger this time.
What could possibly be bigger than dropping the whole station?
I don't know. But we have to find out. Maybe.
Well, we got
I mean,
his
it's gotta be in the
biometric data
system.
right here.
I still got a good arm, I guess.
I mean, it's got to be in the system. But
Okay, we'll look in the system then, but we need to start moving.
okay. I'm pretty sure I still can access the internal files.
That seems like
I remember.
security oversight. All right.
Hey, to
I
be
just-
fair,
It's on their side.
It's
there is precedent for that because
Sure.
Ellis got all the way in until somebody who knew him was like, wait.
Knew for a
dead.
fact he
Yep.
was dead, was like, wait a second.
They never-
Oopsie doodle.
Listen, Maeve, it's 11:20 p.m. and I remember the file architecture real good. All right. Now,
So, like, I assume
can
we
you
get out of
us
this
here or
room
not?
and,
Yeah,
like, get
yeah.
up through the
That's
debris on the
it.
second floor. Yeah.
You're right. You're right, Grace. Let's do it.
Yeah.
So it depends. So it depends on how you want to get out of the room. Are you opening a hole down? Are you going like what is your here? Because you caused a big cave in at the
What
at the
are our
entrance.
options? Give them to us a little more clearly.
I assume Maeve was gonna nanite solution up to the next floor to avoid
Yeah, let's do that.
the debris,
No, that's great. Let's do
Okay.
that.
All right. I think that's totally fair.
which might
just
freak Grace out, but we'll deal with that when
Ow.
it happens.
You know, it's a weird day for everybody.
It is. All right, cool. I'm not gonna make you roll for that because you're not in like a dangerous, tense situation at the moment. I'm just
and I've
gonna
already
say
done it
you were
once.
really
I just
starting.
gotta do it again.
Oh,
You
I
were
do want to
starting
note,
to get the hang of these nights. Yes.
just because we've had beef, is that Ellis is definitely making sure that Ava is dead. Like, I'm not walking over there and, like,
yeah.
emptying a clip in her or anything, but it's like, I know Michael's dead. That's been resolved.
Oh,
but,
I'm
like,
carrying his torso.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
But Ellis is definitely doing a double check of, like, okay, Maeve got her, right? All right, good.
Yeah, bullet
Baby's
right
first
between the
kill.
eyes. She's pretty.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's pretty definitively dead.
just making sure. He was
Yep.
mostly passed out from blood loss at that point, so it's kind of more of a, like,
Right.
did I imagine that?
So you are kind of bringing the floor up essentially and like opening a hole above you. Is that the idea?
Making your own spiral staircase?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can do that absolutely. So you bring it up to like the next level and there is a terminal there, just like there has been on every other level, and Grace immediately sort of goes to it and starts like typing furiously. After a few seconds of that, she kind of like bangs one fist on it and then points to you, Jaxper, and she says, "Bring his arm over here." And then like
Yo.
sets his palm down on it and it like unlocks, it switches to green, and she starts like digging through stuff. And just a few seconds later, she kind of like rocks back on her heels and she looks at you all and she says, "Son of a bitch." He's gonna destroy the rail network.
The gates?
The whole thing. All of
Oh.
them.
Ooh,
Ow.
that would be bad.
It's a wild choice for Colburn.
Yeah.
Given they're mostly Jovian at this point.
All right. So, when, how, stopping them?
They spent the last decade smuggling explosives onto each and every single one of the ring gates on the outside. So I don't know. But it's It's now. It's happening now. He hit the switch as soon as he figured out y'all were here, I guess.
Cool.
We
Oh,
don't
no.
have much time.
Do we have any time? It sounds like we're already past time. What do we do?
We're going to need our ship.
Oh, she's close.
Yep.
Let's go.
All right. So,
Let's call him Moon.
you... a moober?
A moober.
A moober.
A moober, if you would.
I assume the
You,
car that we left is still out there.
Maybe.
kinda
Well, yeah,
hacked
it was
Ava.
hacked. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
Ava
it
was kinda
hacked.
So.
But actually, as you manage to sort of get out of the facility, we're kind of gonna skip past a little bit of this. It's not like you encounter no resistance on the way out, but between just like openly having God and
The
anime,
fires that are
and-
currently happening,
yeah.
and the yeah.
Jackspur at like 100%, really people are not very interested in confronting you all. And the ones that do don't like cost you much time. But yeah, you kind of like make your way out kind of like to the surface, and as you like exit out through the opening, you do see the car still waiting for you where you left it, but right outside of the dome that covers this particular section of the highway, you also see the Nephilim. It has its boarding bridge connected to one section of the dome, and standing by the entrance looking sort of impatient and worried is Dr. Ivan Hayworth.
Hey, Nano Daddy.
Paget's like, hey, Jaxper's dad.
Thanks for bringing the bus.
I'm so pissed off at you right now. Gonna have words about that.
I was
Make me
hoping
pull this moon
might
over.
make up.
We got shit to fix.
I was hoping this might make up for it.
Yeah, it kind of does. Well, a little bit does.
Hey, so I know family reunions are touching and all, but apparently the ring gates are about to get blown and the whole radio network's going to go down, so we got
We gotta
to
go.
boogie.
Say Paget is running
my
up
word.
that.
Yeah,
Your word
You,
indeed. Let's fucking go.
Grace is like walking under her own power now, and as you like get on board, she like Ivan sort of like, you know, extends his hand for her to shake, and being his kind of like oblivious self, and he's like, Dr. Ivan Hayworth, Grace Miller, I presume, and she says, yeah, come on.
Cute. Get the fuck on the ship.
Yeah. And you all pile into the Nephilim, and Grace like kind of immediately sort of makes for the cockpit, and
Oh yeah, Ellis is running to the
doesn't-
cockpit with Paget.
doesn't quite make it all of the way there. She's definitely leading the way. She doesn't quite make it all the way. She kind of like gets unsteady, and she like leans against the wall, one arm catching herself, and she looks back at all of you, and she says, "Where's Karis?"
We kind of mentioned that. Karis found family. He's hanging out on Earth at
Paget-
the moment.
Paget is the pilot now.
Hi,
Paget's
ma'am.
new pilot. Oh, don't worry. She's solid. She's already killed 2 auditors, and that's a good record for us. All right, let's go. Slaps his stomach.
We're
What have
already
you
in
been
the air.
doing?
Can't.
Never mind. Yeah.
We'll catch you up later.
Yeah, it's been
By
an
the way, I
interesting
that's-
trip.
can never go back to Ataka or Earth.
Yeah,
Again, we will
Oh.
catch you up later.
Catch you up
Rail
later.
system.
there's gonna be a newsletter. Anyway,
We will.
There's a lot of reports for you to read.
I've been diligent in my duties.
Grace
Fuel's gone up, too.
sort
It's
of shakes her
weird.
head.
Uh,
Grace sort of shakes her head and says, that's fine, I suppose. All right, let's get to work. Maeve, I need you on engines.
Mhm.
Jaxper.
oh, we
Whatever
do
it
this
is
cool
you
thing
do.
now.
Paget.
Jax, why don't you take that gun outside?
Ellis, we're gonna need the arms, and Paget, I guess, take the helm.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a
I'm gonna have
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Paget is way too excited for this for the level of high stakes.
and in the cockpit, Gray says, "I'm gonna make a call." And she,
Switch
as
that
the ship
on.
takes off, she steps over to one of the consoles in the cockpit and hits the keyboard a couple times. And after a few seconds, the familiar, pleasant face of Hugo, your scrapper union
Oh.
contact, pops up on the screen.
Hugo Salt.
And Hugo Salts, and he looks surprised. And Grace, wasn't sure I'd ever. And Grace says, Hugo, there's no time for pleasantries. You gotta put me through to the union. And Hugo's like, the who? Who in the union? And she says, no, the whole union. And he says, Grace, look, I can't do that. I would lose my job. I would, and Grace, damn it, Hugo, there's no time for this.
There's no time for flirting.
The future of mankind is at stake. Everything relies on this. If we don't do something, if you don't put me through to this, then every ring gate in our solar system is about to be destroyed. And the only folks who can do anything about them are folks who are already out there in ships that can pull these goddamn bombs off of the gates. And Hugo is completely rocked by this news, and he says, yeah, all right. And he presses some keys and he says, you're live. Grace takes a step back and draws a breath in and faces the console. She says, this is Captain Grace Miller broadcasting from the Nephilim. Y'all know me. Done my best to be there for you as often as I could. Because, like so many of us who end up in this line of work, I've done things that I ain't proud of, that I gotta make up for. We all have. Regular folk, they don't do this. They don't sift through space garbage looking for something that might hold some value to somebody else. If you know who I am, if we've ever crossed paths or I've ever done anything for you, if you got something in your past that you ain't proud of, that you got to make up for, that keeps you out here in the black day after day, alone, because it's better than the alternative. This is your chance to pay it all back. And then she starts giving them the details. She starts telling them what the situation is with every single ring gate. She says, if you are anywhere within the vicinity of one of the ring gates, you got to stop whatever you are doing right now, and you got to get out there. And if you report back to Hugo, he'll make sure I get the information. But this ain't about scrapping or money or none of that. This is about saving lives, doing what needs to be done for the good of everybody. And at the end of the day, it's what the goddamn union's for. and she, ends the broadcast, and Hugo's face reappears, and he starts typing furiously, and he says, "Oh my God, we got reports coming in from all over the place. Everybody's moving to it." He starts rattling off the like long and complicated demarcation system for the ring gates, and he says look, whatever they done, Grace, whatever it is you're trying to undo, that the network's offline. There's no guidance system. Like, they're working, but nobody can use them. And he looks down and he says, Grace, there's almost everything's covered, Grace, but not. Nobody can get to the farthest gate, Grace. It's right it's right next to Jupiter, Grace, and that's mining territory. We don't have any ships out there. And Grace kind of takes a deep breath, and she says, "You said the gates are working, right?" Yeah, Grace, yeah, but that's suicide. You can't. Nobody can pilot it. Grace, you're talking about somebody firing themselves out of a railgun into another railgun, into another railgun, into another railgun without any sort of guiding assistance whatsoever. Nobody could fly. Nobody could do that. Grace looks over her shoulder at you, Paget.
Paget's just she just reaches under, she starts the ship, and she's just like, "Where's the first gate, ma'am?"
Use advantage.
I have advantage. I have a move. I have adrenaline rush. I've got crack pilot. I am ready. There's 3 advantages. Let's go through some gates.
And you have God and anime on your side.
That's true.
So Paget
Maeve just goes over the intercom and is like, "Don't wreck my fucking ship," and like that pep talk over.
That's all the pep talk you need.
Paget's just like, all right. All right.
So you immediately you do hard burn to the first of the ring gates, and there's a lot of traffic out here now. There are a lot of ships because the ring gate itself is broadcasting like an all alert frequency, like, "Do not attempt to ride the network right now. The systems
100%.
are down."
Alice is tossing people out of the way with the arms.
Yeah.
Yeet it,
Absolutely.
if you will.
Absolutely. The arms are engaged. And Grace looks over at you. Grace looks over at you, Jaxper, and says, "You fire that thing out. Sorry, that's Hugo. You fire that thing outside."
I have not yet bolted myself to the outside of a ship and fired this thing yet. I do have the plan, and I will do that.
There's a lot of debris. There's a lot of debris between here and Jupiter.
I will engage in debris deflection.
Start scrapping, Jax.
So,
Hope you're good with that thing.
Fuck, at this point, so do I. He's gonna pick it up and he's gonna go put on his space suit.
It's goggles. Good goggles.
The good goggles.
The clean
Yeah.
ones.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you get closer to this first ring gate, the alerts get like louder and louder, and you a voice like crackles over the intercom in your ear, Paget, and says, unknown vessel halt your approach. The ring gate network is down. Do not attempt to ride the rails. I repeat, do not attempt to ride the rails.
Sorry, sir. Jupiter is calling. And I am gonna go.
And you just kind of like switch off your comms, and you line it up, and you are like perfectly facing the ring gate, and Grace like leans down and puts her hand on your shoulder and says, look, I got nothing, kid. You came into the depths of hell itself to save me, and you don't even know me. And if you can do that, you can sure as hell fly this.
Appreciate it. You might want to buckle in, though.
She looks around. Yeah. She looks around at each of you. Maeve, you're kind of like in the doorway of the engine room, I imagine. She smiles and she says, if this is it, this is exactly how I'd want to go.
Just the soft little, just from Paget, just save.
Save. Oh, hell, Cap. This is the third time we almost died this week. Let's go.
Can't say what it means to me that you came after me, even though it was damn stupid.
I think damn
enough
stupid
talking.
describes 3/4 of us pretty good.
Yeah, let's do something else stupid, shall we?
Do it, Captain.
Paget, take her out.
Yeah. Is this
All right,
Paget
you
actually does that weird little happy wiggle.
Little shack shimmy before you punch it.
Just one little excited off to the races.
Yeah, you like open up the engine, give it all it's got. Maeve, back in the engine room, it's just the whole ship is just like shaking all around you, and you're doing your best to like keep up with everything. But
little touch of nanites here and there for if things start cracking. She just like does a little boop to like knit some cracks and stuff now. Yeah,
Absolutely.
adding some new skills to her repertoire in that engine.
And then you hit that first railgate, and you are launched forward at dangerously unsafe speeds. And that carries you over to the next. Yes, that carries you over to the next railgate. The way that the railgates work is they are supposed to be in constant communication with each other, as well as in a way of like connecting directly to your ship to guide you through the best route of where each gate is. Without that guidance system in place, without the gates shifting themselves minutely to make it easier for the system to navigate, you are essentially trying to steer a bullet through a hula hoop, and then more hula hoops after that. You, Paget, are gonna have to roll act quick at disadvantage.
Okay.
We do have advantage in the pool though.
Well, here's the so
I
this
don't know that
is
she needs it.
so this is act quick. This is not using a move. This is just
If you have a better move,
I have
go
crack.
for it.
So I have crack pilot, and
I didn't think that was a move itself.
It is. It is a move itself, and it specifies that when you control a vehicle or ship and make a move to attempt to avoid danger, I automatically have advantage.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay. Then that is totally fine. So that cancels out the disadvantage. If
Yes,
you want to have advantage, you have to spend
You'd
it from
have
the
that is
pool,
fine.
or somebody.
I would
Somebody
say
could do
now is
lean
the
on
time.
me.
Now is the
or-
time. I will spend the advantage
Yeah.
that we have on this crack pilot move. Would I still be rolling? Yeah, it's still act quick, which is fine by me.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm, mhm.
So we are going to have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 5, 6, 7. So 7 to get through the first gate.
Okay. So we're not going to do it gate by gate. We are just going to do like an overall roll. There might be some other stuff that's going to come up, I imagine, but generally speaking, with Powered by the Apocalypse, you're kind of like good with one roll. That determines how well you do the whole thing. So on a 7 to 9, you do it, but you have to choose one. You're off bounds or rush. You have disadvantage going forward. You've left something behind. I will tell you what. Or you are pushed to your limits with the effort. Suffer 1 stress.
I think, given the situation, Paget will take the stress. Paget,
You're
this
right.
is
I think
stress.
that makes sense.
She is excited. This is like, in essence, again, one of those situations where this is everything Paget has wanted, being bored and latchkey alone on Texas. But
Yep.
this is at the same time, she is cognizant of the fact that people trade, life will suffer. So she will take them.
Either
Or we
we'll
die. Yeah.
or we'll die and the gate will die.
Yeah. So
'Cause
like
there's people on the gates, right? They
Yes.
we
Yes.
established that in the first
Yes.
session. It's like
Oh,
an
yeah.
actual
Yes.
like station, essentially.
Mhm.
like, people live
Yep.
there.
It's not just equipment floating in space.
No. If we hit
Exactly.
one, people die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People die, and we fail to save that
Yeah.
last gate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
So yeah, no,
Mhm.
Paget definitely is taking stress from this. But
Absolutely, you are. All right, you do that. But you are doing the impossible. You are doing what no one has ever done before. No one's ever been insane enough to attempt it before. But it has always, always, always been regarded as humanly impossible. And you are steering this ship through ring gate after ring gate. You are passing other ships. Every ring gate that you fly past, you can see different scrapper ships all outfitted with those grappler arms, just kind of clustered around each ring gate and doing the work to pull out the explosives that have been planted by the church over the last decade. And you get occasional bursts of frequency over your comms as you zoom past them, like not long enough. You're not in range long enough to get a full thing, but you just occasionally hear like somebody cheering for you, or like somebody yelling "go," or like things like that.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Yahi.
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 But as you are doing this, Jaxper, you are bolted on the outside of the ship's hull, basically, kind of barely steadying yourself. If you were anyone else, you would have been ripped. Your mag boots haven't given out, but you would have been ripped apart. Yes.
Yeah.
The boots would have been left.
You are quite literally.
And there'd be no Jacks.
Oh, I'm
Exactly.
assuming that
You are-
I'm like lying down. Like I'm
Yeah,
not standing.
I think
on
that's totally
anything.
fair.
I'm like
Right.
I have literally essentially welded myself to part of the ship.
This is what you use the tactical
yes.
rope for.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually kind of like the idea that you like sort of almost folded a section of the hull around yourself. Like with your
Oh,
nano
Just
yeah.
grabbed a hunk of it, and Maeve
Yeah.
complained, and
Yep.
you just hear.
Just like over the intercom being like, I am fucking gonna deal with you and that thing you just did later.
You sure
Arm
are,
scoops up
because
and
I
fills
will
it with
keep
foam,
us
and
from
he's-
dying.
Your dad is
Yeah,
like,
so you are not allowed to die because I'm gonna kill you myself when you get back inside.
I made some okay.
So with all of these awful conditions out here, Jaxper, you are doing your best to just like stay steady enough to shoot things before they hit you, to shoot like these tiny bits of rock, to like get these little bits of debris out of your way and clear the path for Paget. And so you were going to have to keep your cool. You were going to have to roll plus stalwart.
Okie dokie. I am.
Hold on. I am going to help you out.
Oh, yay.
Cool.
Thank you for.
So
With drugs?
No, this seems like the kind of thing that you could definitely
lean on me
to help out.
Yeah.
All right.
So you roll with stalwart first.
Yep.
Okay.
That's a 7 from me.
Oh,
because I get a +3. So I could choose one.
Yeah.
And I am going to, give Jax advantage, but that means that I am going to push myself to my limits and get some danger or complication from my efforts.
All right.
So I can only choose
one. Okie dokie. So I'm going to take that advantage, and I'm rolling with stalwart.
Mm-hmm. So and you had disadvantage because of your
right. So okay, so
that is going to break even, but you can pull from the advantage pool if you want to.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is me using like the arms as much as possible so that Jax doesn't have to like totally asteroids them apart.
Yeah.
Like just like cracking them is enough to like shove things away.
So yeah, I'm gonna pull from the pool.
Like robot arm games.
And that puts me at a 10.
All right. With a 10, you are able to do it with a minimal cost. You manage to stay calm, and you are just kind of taking shot after shot with your railgun, destroying, like blowing things to smithereens before they can collide with the Nephilim's hull, and do significant damage.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know, it's how does Jaxper feel? A lot has been going on, and this is probably the single most dangerous thing you've ever done, and you just had this whole conversation with 19 and Shervin before they sacrificed themselves. How are you feeling about the situation? There are a lot of lives at stake.
There's a lot of lives at stake. And I think what's going through Jaxper's head right now, I think Jaxper's actually really, really kind of calm. Because this absurdity is what he was built for. This is what he's made to do. And he's got this opportunity, if he succeeds, that he could choose to do something else.
Yeah.
So, and I think he's not really thinking about that right now because he's really got to fucking focus on this.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that there is kind of in amidst all this targeting data that Ellis is feeding him, that all of the, this constant like awareness that he's in. I think there's kind of this core of calm where he's just like, this is exactly where I need to be right now, and I'll figure it out, the rest of it out later.
Okay. Paget, continue flying the ship. Unlike anything you've ever done before, but you can feel it shaking and humming around you. And how are you feeling?
I think probably the longer this has gone on, I think her adrenaline rush is probably kicking in. Definitely. So she is, which I will roll that move if I need to, but it's definitely
Mhm.
like she's just full of adrenaline at this point. This is, but it's kind of reached a point where it's like now it's all about the actual act itself. All the rest of the kind
Mhm.
of thoughts associated with, you know, how crazy this is, how this is, all that is kind of dipped away to mostly just being the actual act of just
Mhm.
one to
Mhm.
the next, to the next, to the next.
Um, in the engine room, the door slides open, and Grace is standing there. She's kind of holding. She's got both hands on the doorway, kind of steadying herself. And she looks at you, Maeve, and she says, "Maeve, I've been flying the ship for longer than you've been alive, and she's not going to hold together. She's gonna shake apart."
I I can make her stay together.
What are you talking about?
I Stuff happened while you were gone, Grace, and like a new crack is gonna start forming, and Maeve just like reaches out almost in like without even realizing actually she's doing it at this point, and like the red glow happens and it stitches itself back together, and suddenly like Maeve like jolts and looks at it and goes, "Yeah, there's some things you're gonna need to get caught up on, but believe me when I say I'm gonna hold this ship together."
She smile breaks out across her face, and she says, "Son of a bitch, do it again." You keep this ship in the air, Maeve Delaney.
Aye,
You
aye,
hear me?
Captain.
Uh, I think you are also gonna have to roll to keep your cool, Maeve. At Stalwart.
Cool. I'm steal one of those advantage left in the pool.
All right.
Ooh, thank God I did that. So that is going to be a 9 when all is said and done.
Okay. It's a great guidance opportunity. Just saying.
I'll throw it. I'm throwing it right now.
Someone use them
All right.
drugs.
Use them drugs. We'll call it a 10. You do it with minimal cost. The ship, indeed starts to come apart at the seams without the guidance system of the rail network to tell it what to do. It was just not made for these kinds of velocities, and it reaches the point where the entire ship is threatening to come apart all around you, Maeve. What does it look like when you stop that from happening?
I think it is like she's been running around like doing these minor cracks, and it's just starting to like get to the point where she can't run and touch each individual crack anymore because it's starting to happen too much all at the same time. And I think it gets to the point where she just runs up to the console in the engine room and just palms throws it flat on the console and just like floods it with the red glow, which just starts diffusing everywhere like veins on like a plant, or like blood
Mhm.
veins, and just like reaching everywhere on the ship and finding all the little cracks and stitching them back together.
Mhm. And at a certain point, you're basically just holding the ship together by the sheer force of all of this. As you continue uh, traveling along the ring gates, and you are almost to the end, the very outer edge of the network. Almost you can see Jupiter as you're drawing close to it, and Grace steps up next to you, Ellis, and she says, "Look, I realize this probably ain't the best time for this, but
Oh no, it's all right.
I owe
I'm just
you an
operating two
apology."
arms with one hand. We're doing fine though. I think Pat's got it.
Paget laughs from the other side of the room.
I was like in VR helmet, like furiously whipping an arm back.
Yeah. Ellis, I may never get the chance to say it again, so I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's all my fault. That's fine. I've been dealing with that for a while now. You're good.
No,
Listen, I should have been able to
Ellis.
save you and fucking kept me about all this.
Just
and
shut the
what?
fuck up, you stubborn son of a bitch. Listen to me. None of this was your fault, and I'm sorry I ever said otherwise. I was confused. I'd been fed lies for months, but not the first time, not when I went missing, and not when you saved me. None of that was your fault, Ellis. You ain't done.
All
You
right,
ain't
if
ever
you
done.
say so, Captain.
You ain't ever done nothing except have my back, Ellis.
And you mind, Grace. There's a reason I came after you. Now, I know there's a lot of stuff that's been changing. Jax is a half robot, half weapon, half APC or something. I know that Maeve's down there casting hexes and spells on the engine or whatever. But I just want you to know, some of us haven't grown all that much. And Tuesday is still chilling night. So just be ready.
No, if anything,
The horrified face at the
She, like-
idea of chilly night.
She like sours like, all right.
yeah, very cool. She like looks around and she says, "No, Ellis, if anything, seems like you might be a little less handy to keep around."
That was awful. That was true. Oh my God. Walk away. Walk away.
She looks out the viewport and she says, "Been a long time since you've been out here."
Yeah, ain't nothing like Jupiter. Make you fucking hate Colburn. Anyway, let's save this gate.
You ready? This is gonna be on you.
Yeah, I'm ready. As I'll ever be. Let's go.
All right, let's do it. You, in the blink of an eye, you are almost right in front of the last gate, and Grace yells out, "Bank hard!" to you, Paget.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want you to roll to act quick to stop the ship from hitting the last rail gate and getting catapulted out into Jovian space.
Okay.
And if you want to adrenaline surge here, feel free.
Yeah. So I think if I remember the last time, because again, I've only used it the last time we flew. I have to roll that first, and then I roll Crack Pilot, because this basically
Right,
adds
that
on
sounds
to
right.
whatever happens to Crack Pilot. So I don't
Yes.
think you can like fail Adrenaline Rush in that just something won't happen. So I'm not
Yeah, I
going to
think it
use.
just doesn't
Okay.
work.
I am not going to use the advantage because I'm going to save
Okay.
that for either.
Either if you need it or if I need it.
I was gonna say, I'm thinking I'm gonna save it for you. So I'm hoping that I do okay, regardless. So it's going to be plus my stalwart, which is, what is my stalwart? That's only a... Okay, okie dokie.
Ooh, you got guidance too.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay, I will add that in now before I roll. So
Oh no!
well, that's okay because it's Adrenaline Rush. That's not
It's
my
okay.
actual. That is not my actual roll. That just means that I don't get to add either. Like,
It's all
I
right.
don't
You
need-
get guidance on this one too.
okay. Okay, so this is Crack Pilot, which I don't actually think I need. Yeah, so I can get guidance on that. I don't. Do I have to use the advantage from the pool? I don't think I do because I think I automatically get advantage
Yeah,
on
you
this move.
automatically get advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause you're a crack pilot.
Correct.
Because I'm a crack
Correct.
pilot.
Yeah.
So I
So the move you are making to avoid danger is going to be act quick, and you get advantage on it because of crack pilot.
correct.
Right.
Okay, so that's okay. And I have guidance.
Yes.
Yes, you do.
So I'm going to add the guidance on now, so that's going to be +3 to whatever I roll. So let us pray, friends.
Let us pray.
Holy shit.
I think that's enough.
That's 7.
It's 7.
That's a
1, 2,
that
3.
is a 7. You want to take another stress?
Oh yeah, Padge will take a stress.
All right.
That takes the rest of their stress track.
You cut your
Yeah,
acceleration
just fucking grip it,
hard.
grip it, baby. Slop that down, dude.
Thank you for your
Yeah,
donation,
dude. Crack
Captain
one for the
Rouge.
big boy.
I'm afraid we're past the.
Yes.
I'm afraid we're past the advantage cutoff.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I realized
we're
unfortunately,
close.
that's not going to play.
I was too
No,
slow.
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. You got
But
2 in the
it's
pool.
for Ellis. It's for
Yeah.
Ellis.
You may not.
I-
You may not. Who knows?
We
But
may
you
not.
you bank the ship hard.
I just want us to have options.
Yeah.
Yeah. You bank the ship hard, and you manage to slow the acceleration down enough that you can kind of like curve around and approach the ring gate from the side, not pass directly through the center of it. And Grace like releases a held breath, and she says, "Been walking this earth for almost 60 years. I ain't never seen anybody fly like that."
I get to keep my job, ma'am?
I don't see how I have a choice. You were wasted on Texas.
Now, to be fair, Paget, we still got like 3 forms to fill out before we can get you on the insurance. Anyway, time to go to work.
Yeah, you start to approach the ship, and the console kicks back on, and it's Hugo who has contacted you, and he says, "Grace, look, some of us managed to decode the signal that these things are sending out, that they're communicating with each other. All right, there's a countdown built into it. You don't got long, Grace. You got minutes
Don't give me a number.
left. You got to
Hugo,
do
I
this
don't want to hear it.
now."
Don't want to hear it.
All right, Paget, right over there, and Grace points to a section of the ring gate, the outer edge of the ring gate. As you bring it to bear, Ellis, this is it.
Yes, ma'am. Let's get to work.
Well, it's
Any
right.
other day, right? Just doing some scrapping. So this is going to be
all right.
keep my cool, I assume.
I think so. Yeah, we're acting under a lot of pressure.
I'm going to burn Rouge's very kind guidance or advantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, and I'm out of drugs. So
Oh,
You're
out of drugs?
I have
I'm out of drugs.
plenty of drugs. Let me give you some drugs.
Yeah, you want to give him some
2,000.
drugs? I can give him some drugs.
I can give him
We
some
can
drugs.
provide.
We all got drugs.
All right. Hey.
Cool. Let's get to work. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Perfect. 7. Or yes, because it's plus 1 more. Yes, it's 7. Because I got guidance. That's what I get for dumping all of my stats into keep your cool.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
What a roll!
You know, I think I'm faster with one arm. As Ellis like barely gets it done. Like the squeakiest, like there's like 2 seconds left on a timer he's not watching because he refuses to accept that there's like a timer. Like Hugo's like
Maybe-
blaring in the background. He's like, "Shut up, shut up."
Maeve is like down there in the engine room, still flooding the ship with nanites to make sure that it like stays together. And she's muttering to herself, "I'm gonna make that motherfucker an arm after this."
I like that Jaxper is also on the outside of the ship.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
the
no,
rest of us
Jaxper's
might
just-
be okay, but Jax is like right there.
Jasper's on the outside of the ship just going, oh
Just
god.
watching the arms moving, just like,
Yeah.
oh god, why is he so bad at this?
Jaxper,
I'm gonna die.
Jaxper's like on the outside of the ship. Jaxper's on the outside of the ship watching this and is like, I don't know which is worse, the fact that like everyone else is gonna die or that I'm definitely gonna survive this, and then I'm just gonna be
Yeah.
stuck in
I'll
space
be
forever.
okay.
I
I'm
will
just
just
floating
float
around.
in
I'm
space.
just gonna be floating.
Yeah, it's not a
You,
victorious
so,
like,
I mean-
oh sweet lord. It's a like, ah!
In like once you finally get it lined up, like I imagine Ellis takes a very long time lining this up, and everybody
Uses
around you is
one-
getting very tense and
one
very
arm,
nervous.
one hand to the other
Yeah.
arm, one hand to the other arm.
And then with like one, it is like a precision strike where you just like hit the side of the hull of the ring gate, the arm rips through, and then in one sort of smooth motion you pull out this like weird collection of like of like parts and wires and shit like that, and you just sort of hurl it as hard as you can out into the depths of space. And it does not go very far, but it does go far enough that when it explodes, it does not destroy the ring gate. It just sort of sends a wave of force like washing over you and washing over the ring gate as it explodes in a burst of light, and you all watch from the cockpit,
Whew.
and in the aftermath, it's quiet for a moment, and then Hugo screams. Like Hugo is losing his mind over the console connection, and he is like, oh my god, I can't, you actually, oh my god, you
Paget
you actually
slams the
fucking,
comms back
holy
open,
shit.
and she just
Holy
shrieks
shit.
down the line. She's like, "You do not fuck with the Nephilim."
Hey, could somebody come unbolt me?
It's like the arm comes up, like ready to do another person.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I got you. Hold on.
Oh, I don't like
wait,
this.
hold on.
Oh, I do not like this.
And the console starts lighting up as you slam the comms back on. You start getting just flooded with messages, and like Hugo is patching people through too. He's like, I got a couple people on the line here who want to talk to you, and it's just like all of the other scrapper ships that have been a part of this, all just coming over and cheering and hitting you with their yeehaws and their yahees, and just like it's just a real big celebration. In the aftermath of all of this, the ring gates with these systems all removed from them, the ring gates start to reactivate, and you can, the comms network is the first thing that comes back, which is why you can receive all these transmissions within the proximity of one. But the guidance system comes back on too, and the like inertial dampeners also. And Hugo is like, why don't you all fly back? Let's do this right.
Yeah, no, I hate Jupiter. Let's go.
And Paget, you start flying through the ring gate as you but like, you don't have to do much
Normal
now because the
style
system's
now,
back
yeah.
online. But as you do so, as you pass these other ring gates, all the scrapper ships that were part of this join you. They also enter the ring gate, and so it's just sort of the Nephilim shooting down the ring gate with all of these like hundreds of Union ships following after them. At a certain point, you have to like cut off the comms just because people are like nonstop, just freaking out, losing their minds, blasting you with like praise and celebrations and all this stuff.
That's weird.
And you kick out of the last gate out into the orbit of Takamagahara and Earth, and you kind of just like look out of the viewport, and you sort of see that planet, that blue and green planet with these, you know, giant platforms all sort of around it. And Grace sort of crosses her arms over her chest and sheds a tear. She starts crying again. I imagine you're all there. She says, I spent so much time out there because looking at this, it hurts so much. I didn't want to push that button all those years ago. But it don't change the fact that I did.
People who you have to answer to for that was never going to be that church. And if you feel like you need to answer for it, I think given everything that just happened, they might be willing to hear you out.
Yeah, all right. She can stay.
Yeah, though I do have to note that me and Jax and maybe the Nephilim are not super welcome on Earth right now, because yeah, that part about us killing a couple of auditors, that was like 2 out of like 6. So
yeah, I can't go
might
on
need to
ring
like
gates.
repaint or
From the
something.
console, from the
There's
console,
always Mars.
Hugo, that's true. From the console, Hugo speaks up and says, "You don't worry about the party. You don't worry about Takamagahara. Either of them got a problem with you being here. They answer to the Union."
Hey, but also,
Yeah.
But
But
is that?
also,
Do we want to start a big war?
We just
Alright,
saved
anyway.
we just
trade
saved all of their
and
axes.
transport.
Yeah, no, all right, that's fair. Yeah, all right.
The Union just saved everyone's shit.
And their auditors were being shitheads at
Yeah.
times.
Also that.
That's true. They
Also,
I
did
would
suck.
like to note
Yeah, they did suck.
they were
So
being shitheads.
they made some dumb choices, though, to be fair.
And in this way, time passes. You do return to Earth. You do return to San Antonio, to the campus of the Scrappers Union, at the very least, where you are given a hero's welcome. For the first time in history, the majority of the Union is in one place at the same time. And the celebration lasts for days. In the wake of all of these events, predictably, the Union is showered with praise, with gratitude, and quickly earns more goodwill than any single other organization ever has, from Tranquility, from Takamagahara, from the Earth Party Coalition, perhaps begrudgingly. And also from both the Jovian Mining Collective and Colburn Natural Resources, which, obviously in the wake of all of the events, the Board of Trustees removes any trace of the Colburn name from the operation, completely rebrands, and removes the any trace of the family from ability to make decisions for the business as a whole.
And a whole bunch of universities changed the names of stadiums and
Yes.
various other.
Yep.
No, that they all stay Colburn Stadium for a long time. let's be a little realistic.
Depends.
He was a controversial figure. There's a number, like
in a very public spectacle, in a very public trial, Grace Miller confesses to the destruction of Takamagahara 4, or at least to her part in the destruction of Takamagahara 4, as it was under duress, as it was at the hands of a terrorist organization that she left and did her best to absolve herself of. And obviously some bits of evidence go a long way. That was her, that was basically her indoctrination into the church, although her parents were members. And in the aftermath of that, because she had hesitated and tried to leave the church behind, instead of giving her the choice of which part of her body she was going to sacrifice for God, they took her eye, made that decision for her. And given all of that, and given her part in saving the single most important thing in the solar system, she is sentenced to a certain amount of service, but she is not imprisoned, and her sentence is carried out through the union. The union goes to bat for her, and basically her part in the community service portion that's been settled on is through them. So very little changes for you all, assuming, of course, that you stay on the Nephilim. Jaxper, do you stay on the Nephilim?
I think Jaxper probably takes a little bit of time away. Possibly like while Grace is on trial, while all of that is happening. I think he probably takes some time away, like goes and tries to like do other stuff for a little while, but eventually just kind of comes back because he was this was the first life that he actually liked. And this is sort of just where he belongs. He would not have been happy with the life that Shervin had, of settling down with a wife and kids and growing roses on the door. So I think he eventually sort of takes some time off, but then eventually comes back.
You spent some time with Ivan?
Yeah. Doing computery stuff, doing researchy stuff, and like that was interesting and cool, and probably a lot of I think challenging in kind of a new way, especially helping like make things is kind of new and neat, but he kind of misses the adventure. So I think he comes back eventually.
Padgett.
Oh, Padgett's not leaving. Not a chance in hell. While Grace is on trial, she finishes filling out the last details that make her union permanent, union proper. she might, while they're in Texas and stuff, visit her parents and basically be like, hey, I'm just here
Mom,
for the rest
Dad,
of my stuff.
I saved the
You,
ring
uh,
gates. Woo!
You have offers. You are going to be in textbooks. You could do anything. You could teach people to fly. You have offers from every corner of the universe, essentially. You all do in the wake of this. But you're staying?
I think again, the Paget, she's like, this is who I picked, and this worked out.
Don't mess with success.
Right.
So she is very much going to be like, she'll talk with people who want to discuss things. She's not gonna turn down that kind of aspect, but when it comes to you could come fly this for us, no, she went through all the trouble. It's in it now. But she kind of shows up back home to get the rest of her stuff, and she's just Mom, you love your job more than anything else, and I love mine. And then it's bye.
Maeve, when Grace goes on trial, there's definitely a conversation between the two of you where she says, "Look, Maeve, I gave you this shit. It's yours. I don't know how long I'm gonna be here dealing with all this. Hell, I may never get back out there again. Doesn't mean she shouldn't fly."
I'm just taking care of her until you can come back. That's all I'm doing.
So you stay, I'm assuming.
With the Nephilim, yes. And I think she does actually occasionally visit Jaxper and the doctor on Tranquility, because someone's got to teach her how to use these nanites.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right.
Right.
And then meanwhile, she uses her newfound fame to try and advocate for more opportunities for Mars.
Using that power.
For Martian independence, I assume. Formal recognition.
As well as more formal trade agreements to try and help them with all of the equipment and whatnot that they are lacking. I don't know if this is true for anybody else, but my Twitch just went down. Wait, it's back.
What?
Okay, good. And once again, as always, last, but certainly not least, what does the future hold for Ellis Red-Eye Maldonado?
Oh, Ellis quits immediately. He absolutely goes, what? Are you kidding me?
Goes back to mining on Jupiter.
Exactly. Goes back to Jupiter. He's super into it.
Goes back to busting unions.
He got back out there and he's like, why did I ever leave this place?
Man, can't get past. No, absolutely not. Ellis has no idea how to deal with fame. It's horrifying to him in the most frightening way possible. The fact that anyone would want to interview him is alarming in a deep-seated anxiety way for him. In the same sense of just keeping her warm till you get back, Captain. He's like, this is where I belong. He does immediately accept the offer of a robotic bionic arm, but doesn't trust anything made in the past 5 decades. So it's that diesel punk, rusted red metal, 100%.
Maeve offers this super beautiful, well-made, she even poured a bunch of this nanotech that she's figuring out into it to make it seamless. Just
it's weird.
Seamless.
It looks like skin that's not right. Chevrolet made this perfect when it came off the line 50 years ago.
It's upsetting. You realize you're upsetting me.
Exactly. 100%. So yeah, no,
Oh, yeah.
Ellis changes as little as possible, and like any extra
sure.
money he gets just from people like Paget talks him into doing like an ad. She's like, no, just like one ad, you'll have so much money. He's like, I don't know what to do with money. All of it just goes back to the orphanage,
Yeah.
and just is like, Marcus, just take this. I don't know, do something with it. Like, has no capacity for this. Just because they were such shits, though, he does spend some amount of time, because Maeve is like, no, listen, like, you can advocate for things, and he's like, like that Zone Cola sucks, and she's like, yeah, listen,
Yeah.
let me help you. Like, Alice like writes ghost written things to like fuck with Zone Cola on Earth as much as possible. Nothing that like gets them shut down or anything, but definitely has more people being like, you know, that idiot Texan with the dumb arm has a good point.
Hell yeah.
We shouldn't let them 100% own the city.
And yeah, I like the idea that your arm like has zero haptics in it. It's
no,
just
absolutely
awful.
not. Yeah, and
Like nobody's gonna hack me.
Yep.
Yeah.
It just offends Maeve to her core.
It's the only thing in the inner solar system that runs on diesel, so he has to like have Maeve make diesel for him. So
You've got to, you actually, if you want to pick something up, you actually have to like pull
the ripcord. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, every morning when he wakes up, he has to start his arm up again.
Everybody on the Nephilim just constantly screaming over the engine of Ellis's arm. What'd you say?
It's like a two-stroke without a muffler in the cockpit.
Oh, perfect. All right.
Over time, Maeve loses it, and just like while he's sleeping, just starts slowly.
Oh, you 100% make modifications, yeah, and like quiet it down.
He'll never know.
He'll never know. He can't see the other side of it. He won't know what's back there.
It's true. A lot of other things happen. A lot of other things change in your lives. Caduceus Medical Technologies, Crucible Medical Technologies and Stedman Zhang do eventually issue a formal statement and an acknowledgement of your existence, Jaxper. In addition to, I mean, you don't have to pay any. You don't have to pay any attention to it. But they basically acknowledge you legally, and you so that you exist officially. You have like a birth record. You're in
the system now.
You're in the system.
Gotta pay taxes.
I don't like that. I don't want to pay taxes.
Yeah.
I just like we can find out
without paying taxes. All right, I go find a new name. I vanish. I vanish for a while. Come back. Get back on the ship. My name is. My name is Jake Sully.
Expert.
I don't know.
But along with that, you are no longer hunted by them, and due to intervention and pressure from Tranquility and Takamagahara, applied by your many friends in high places by this point, they scrap the project where they were making more of you. Yeah. And due to the advocacy of your father, a lot of regulations that did not exist before for nanotechnology and its applications are officially put into place.
That's all very good, and I feel like this is one of those things that Jaxper's like, yeah, this is really cool. This is all really, really good. Yeah. I should probably care more about it than I do.
You don't have to care at all.
But I don't.
I was going to say, I mean,
it's all a little too late for me and mine. So
Shinshoku might take up some of the cause on that now that there's a more notable member of them as well.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's getting Karis back, or unless it's getting
Aoi
back, then
Can we elevate him and return him to the ship?
He's busy with his family.
He's got family now.
Reconnecting with his parents and living a life.
Also, you don't want to have two pilots on one ship of this size. That's just a huge.
I mean, he was good at it, but he was never like meant to be the pilot.
That's fair.
He was just playing one on TV.
That's right. Secret pilot.
Mm-hmm. But the more things change, the more they stay the same. And just a couple years later, there she is, still cutting through space. All of you on board. Maeve in the engine room. Jaxper.
Strapped to the roof.
Somewhere. Yeah, lifting on the bench. Ellis with the ready with the arms. And Paget in the pilot seat, and Grace Miller standing there, just looking out across everything with finally everything she ever wanted. All thanks to you. And that is Nephilim.
We did it.
We did it. We did the whole damn thing, and it took longer. It took so much longer than expected. I'm sorry, everybody. It is late.
7 hours.
I know it is. It is. I was like, we don't. They did like the 2 to 10 session for Pulp Fiction. I was like, we don't need that long. We'll get it done. Turns out, sorry, everybody. All right, we are gonna call it there. Thank you, everybody, so much for joining us. We're gonna do as little of this post-amble, I guess, as possible. Thank you so much for joining us. If you are always here, if you've never been here before, if this was your first time, you've caught every episode of Nephilim, if you've never seen it before, thank you so much for joining us. This game was the first real campaign I ever ran on this channel, and the story means a whole hell of a lot to me. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope all of you, this excellent group of players who brought these characters to life and made this world something really special. I hope you all had fun. Thumbs up.
Yeah. Thanks, Will.
Thumbs up. Thanks,
You're the
Will.
best.
You've been a great GM. Good times.
All right, look, we do a lot of stuff, a lot of games. We announced something cool today. If you want to check it out, I'm not going to tell you about it. You can go look at Twitter. You can, why is it not doing the thing?
No bots. No bots for you.
I think because
Twitter?
you have too many.
The
you have
bots
too
went
many
to sleep.
keys.
Oh, I did. I had too many. You can look on the Twitter, or you can join the Discord. All the information about everything we do is on both of those. Check them out if you want to. We're not raiding anybody tonight. This is our night.
It's
And
bedtime.
we are gonna go to
bedtime is
sleep.
what it is.
It is bedtime, and that is the end of this. This was Nephilim. We are live from the apocalypse. Thank you so much. We will be back very, very soon. Have a good night. Say good night, everybody.
Good night,
Good night,
everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Everybody, we love you. Thanks for hanging out. Bye.
Yeah.